about an hour away from rising, and yet this full moon is completely illuminated and went down before the sun came up. So how do you explain the light from the sun reaching the moon but not reaching me when I can observe the moon? I can view the moon, but I can't view the sun. You'd think if the sun's light was reaching the moon, it would reach me. Like, how do you guys explain this?
You can see,
how do you globetrotters?
You can see the sun? Is that what you're saying?
I couldn't see the sun, but I could see the moon fully lit.
So like just at moon at night, yeah.
No, this was in the morning, just before, about an hour before sunrise, and yeah, I can't wrap my head around it. I can't envision it.
Are there sometimes clouds? Have you ever seen a cloud before?
Yeah, am I talking to a globetard?
Perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about clouds. I'm talking about the moon, the sun, a clear sky.
Right. Oh, it's a clear sky. Okay. Didn't understand.
Yeah,
that.
completely clear, mate.
I don't really believe you personally. I would join your movement if I, saw a clear blue sky, no cloud in the sky, and yet I could not see the sun.
So you can't wrap your head around it either. So it will possibly happen tomorrow morning, but probably the sun will probably come up even later because it's the new full moon. So I'll take some pictures and video footage if you like, and I'll come back.
Yeah, live stream it. Yeah, call me on Discord live and turn your camera on.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, well, I can't do that. I'm getting ready for work at that time in the morning. I'll just record it, mate.
Alright.
Yeah, because every bloody month I scratch my head getting up in the morning. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Is the sun not up? And yet the moon's fully lit and it's just on the horizon there. So it's, if it was any higher, I'd be like, the sun's just further away. But it's
an actual flat earth
dead on the horizon.
There's no way there's any actual fucking flat
should
earth.
Be receiving the light that the moon's receiving. Oh, sorry, what was that? Oh, poor Roo. I'll run over and take him out of his misery.
Yeah. So Evelo, your incredulity is beginning to affect your argument.
Ran up.
What are we talking about? Talking about so many people that are trying to advocate for the flat earth.
No one's advocating for the flat earth. We're talking about your incredulity. Are you paying attention, or are you that stoned?
Neither.
Your fallacies, yeah.
So you're just this retarded all the time.
That's exactly what I said. Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, this is my judgment call. So you're retarded all the time. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We've clarified. So bring me to the light, please. Or not
the lights in the sky that you think are rocks?
I was gonna thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, the rock lights.
The rock lights. So tell me about these rock lights.
So they're like somewhere up there.
Up. So a flat earth.
Yeah, somewhere up there.
So up. So you're describing a flat earth. You're a flat earther.
What? No.
Up from what, brother? How do you know up?
Well,
you sure they're not out that way or down below your feet?
So I'm saying up like as in basketball,
No. Yeah, up is in. Hold on, Democ. So up, like on a basketball court, is a description from a horizontal plane.
Toward the ceiling is what I mean. Like
so up. So a flat earth. So you're a flat earther.
What's going on?
I didn't know. Well, you're a flat earther.
Work towards me then.
Well, work towards you. What are you talking about? You're a flat earther.
We're on a flat floor. We got a flat ceiling above the flat floor. Above the basketball is a flat ceiling. Yeah, we got you. Flat earther.
Keep in mind, this guy's retarded all the time, so he's not going to get this.
Yes.
Right. So you're describing a flat earth.
Skyrocks. The light skyrocks in the sky. I see move.
Okay, and?
I didn't say and. I just said I saw the lights.
No, I'm the and was the question mark at the end of it. And what's your
what?
What's your point?
I don't have a point. I'm round.
So you're just telling us that you see sky rocks move.
Yeah, do you not see sky rocks move?
I don't think that they're rocks. I just see that they're lights, what I can describe them as, and they do move, yeah.
What do you see that's not light?
That's not light in the sky? Well, there's darkness around the lights.
But do you see darkness, truly?
I guess not.
It's more like you don't see non-light. Or
You're going to call it the absence of light?
a more so absence, perhaps, yeah.
So your eyes don't perceive the absence of light, that we call it darkness?
My eyes don't perceive anything. They just kind of are, and like they kind of send signals to the brain.
So you've decided at this point, since you've gotten wrecked multiple times, that you're just going to ramble about bullshit.
What are you talking about? I haven't talked about bullshit once.
Okay, let's get back to the skylights then.
Okay.
What about the skylights? What was your point about the skylights?
I think they kind of like move in a way that makes me think the Earth is spherical.
So you see things move, and then you think that you live on a ball.
Yes.
I don't see the connection there. That's kind of retarded.
Okay. How can I get help?
I don't think there's any help for.
There's no help.
I think that your future is going to be coming into Discord channels and getting wrecked, and then people just
mission,
putting on display that you have no idea what you're talking about. That's your future.
Wrecked, dude. I got wrecked.
I know.
Do you believe in that? Do you believe?
Hold
Can
on.
I ask you something about stars?
1 sec. I'm watching Space Flight now, live streaming on YouTube.
Okay. More confirmation bias?
It's just like a lot. Do you think it's a live stream or not a live stream?
On the ISS. Go to the ISS live. Let's take a look.
Okay.
How many stars you see? How many planets? Count them out for us.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
You see planets on the ISS live feed?
6, 7. Yeah.
Where?
8, 9, 10.
Well, that's funny.
Live high definition views from the International Space Station.
Why do they say it's black in space? You must be confused.
Hold on.
Are they lying? Why would they lie?
What's black, real quick? Hold on.
Space. All black. No rocks you were hoping for. Sorry, they're gone. The lights, not there no more. Gone. Sorry, all black. Go take a look at Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, right? When they said there's no stars in space because it's so black. It looks like a blanket of blackness. So what are you looking at now again? Twinkly light boy? I'm just saying. Don Pettit, the top dude of NASA, the director. Black in space. So velvety black. The most blackness black. Smooth. Black. What are you talking about again, Twinkly Light Man?
You want to talk to him, Demonk? I muted him because he's obviously not engaging.
Oh, okay. I was just wanted to like to mention that to him, that all of his buddies say it's jet black up there. High altitude footage proves it's jet black up there, so I don't know. I don't know what he's looking at. And he doesn't either. That's all. Look up high altitude footage from space. For many humans, balloon that sends up a balloon. Classes, everybody send them up. No star. not at night or the day.
Nah, Don Pennett's the fucker that said you can see stars. Remember, you can see the Magellanic Clouds, and it was fucking Chris Hadfield
No,
who said it was
no, no,
Jet
no, no,
Black.
no, 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 no. No, they all double spoke. They all double speak. If you go back far enough, he'll say there's no stars, and then you'll find out again. He'll say there are. Same with the other gentleman you just spoke about. He'll say there's some and there's none. Same with the astronauts. The three astronauts, the one that went to the moon. Three dudes, only three dudes went to the moon, and they went the whole way. They looked out the window the whole trip to the moon and back and said they didn't. One of them was confused. The other one wasn't sure. And the last one said we didn't see any. The Collins guy, the one that was in the thing the whole time, he said we didn't see none. No, 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 no. The dude at the end of the table with the mustache and the dark hair said we saw none. And then they both had to change their tune and started stuttering and were like, oh, and just shut up. They all double spoke, but the one at the end said we saw no stars. There were none on the dark side of the moon or the other side. There was no stars. Now they also tell you that they need a star in space to see where they're orientating their stuff. They're supposed to get a fix on some kind of orientation of a star to use that as orientation to go where they're going to get to the moon and all that telemetry data and that to record it. If there's no stars in space, what are they recording? How do they know where they're at and what they're doing? How do they know the fucking orientation? There's nothing to work with, just black. And if you don't got no atmosphere, how would you be seeing the moon's light? Once you get out of Earth's atmosphere, how would you see moonlight? If you need atmosphere to see the light from space, I'm confused. Wouldn't the moon disappear too? And the sun? But
Yeah, the Globers say they use special optics.
right, but the moon and sun don't disappear though. So there's still something going on that they don't comprehend. Because no matter how high you go up, you're going to see a sun and a moon. You're not going to see no stars though. So even no matter how high they think they're in space with no air, whatever they think that is, if they imaginably went there, they shouldn't be able to see shit. Because if nothing's hitting the atmosphere around them that showed to them, the only thing they'd be able to see, like if they look with their eyes, they'd have to catch it and like stare straight at it like the whole time, like stare, stare, stare to keep it. And then as soon as they like looked away, they wouldn't even see the light from it. It'd be black again. I don't even know how to explain that. It'd just be weird, right? You know, the way they say you need an atmosphere to see the stuff coming in from space for light to travel, to hit. You don't see the side view, you see the where it actually contacts with, like the light on the wall. You need the wall. Yeah. So in space, you wouldn't see none of the light unless it hit directly into your eyeball. And with no air, a direct eyeball shot would probably be pretty intense. I don't know. I don't know, man. Just saying. They say there's no stars, and then they try to say there are. So which one do we go with? That's my question. And then the people like you and me that can send up a balloon right now out in the backyard and send it up. Guess what? No stars. So I don't know. We can confirm no stars so far. So all the globe distances and shadows and all that dog shit you can throw out the window. All of it. Sizes, all of it. Radius, all of it. Orbits, mechanics, all that. Throw it out the window. Jet black. I want to know black space mechanics. The mechanics of jet black, nothing in space. Only Earth, moon, and sun.
Don't want to wear them.
Remember when they asked Don Pettit, the one who said he saw stars, what happens when you get a leak? He's like, well, then you have a leak. He didn't even know.
Oh Lord, Don Pettit, holy!
Yeah, isn't that weird? The guy that's supposed to be the one guy that you go to for the answer doesn't know the answer. He's supposed to be the maintenance mechanic, the mechanic on the. He's supposed to be it, the one fixing it, and he doesn't know what you do if you have a leak.
Then you have
Well,
a leak, dude. You just have a leak.
someone else already figured it out. It's really good engineering.
Yeah, really good engineering, guys. Chat, are we live?
We are live.
Oh, hey, we do it live, chat. We do it live. I just came here to get the chat riled up. I'm actually only got a few minutes. I'm gonna dip out of here. I'll be back on later. But what's going on, chat? Are we live? We are live.
Looking for the curve live.
I mean, at some point we got to stop asking, right? Like we know it's not there, so at some point we should just stop asking.
Well, that's why I don't ask. I just demand the dots on the wall. I think the math's all wrong anyway. I'm not mathing with the earth math anyway. If you got a 8,000-mile drop from a horizontal, and they say that's only 80 miles of drop in an 8,000-mile drop, something's not right with that calculation. If you drop away from a horizontal 8,000 miles down in that way, guess what? That's 8,000 miles of drop. That's not 80 miles of drop. If you drop down 100 miles and you have 100 miles deep of water, right? If the water went up to your horizontal but the sphere didn't, you'd have 100 miles deep of water, not 666 foot, clearly. So whoever is making the math or doing this retarded, listen, the ocean cannot be more than 7 miles deep. If so, they need to get their 7-mile drill bit, add another fucking mile or 10, and keep, because it's water, it's not material, and dip it down, something that's that long, a 10-mile tape measure, and prove the ocean can be deeper than 7 miles anywhere, to curve down anywhere, for the water to curve down past that point of 7 miles. Prove that. Or get on the wall and prove each individual microscopic dot. Just keep putting the dots to drop below themselves. Whichever line, the arc or the horizontal tangent, whichever one of those lines experiences no change is what you live on. The one that changes the rate of elevation, that's the one you don't live on. So the one that changes rate is vertical. You don't live on a vertical plane. You live on a horizontal plane of reference. Vertical goes away from that and anywhere on it. If you live on a sphere, the tangent has to increase in elevation and distance as well as a vertical line away from that, at the same rate with a microscopic dot on the wall, from the first dot to the very last drop.
Creation Bear, I think you succeeded. You got the chat lit.
Dude, chat. I see the chat flying right now, bro. Honestly, we need to keep the chat flying. I want to not even be able to read the chat. We need W's in the chat. But just Bill, bro. I haven't heard your voice in a while. How you been? You been all right?
Oh yeah, man, been working, dude. I learned a new bad joke.
Let's hear it.
I can't, dude. It'd probably get me kicked out of here.
We got chat flying right now, but just go ahead, bro. Just drop it. I mean, if you gotta keep it light, go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep it light. So, this little black boy, right? This little black boy, he's playing in his mama's kitchen, and he spills a bunch of flour all over him.
We're not going to risk the live stream for that.
I mean,
Okay.
all right.
This black boy
Not an equal exchange, I don't think. Like, don't get me wrong, I love a joke as much as the next person, but we only have one of these. We have lots of other places to tell jokes.
Yeah, just wait till we're on Rumble, bro. It's all right.
I didn't want to do it. Fuck.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. Let's
Yeah. No, it's all good, dude. Just been working, man. Working in this plane, right? I was working.
facts.
There was a horizontal, like there was a whole horizon there and everything.
Facts, bro.
Yeah, it was strange. It was almost as if there was like 0 degrees of slope.
Big facts. I bet the building you were in was not moving either.
Oh, it wasn't a building. It was like out in the world, man. Like it was a
Oh,
horizon. Yeah, but the ground wasn't moving. Yeah, if there were a building, neither the ground nor the building would move.
there we go. Facts, bro.
But yeah, so, just working, dude. Working. Shout out to the working man and all the people going to heaven.
Yeah, man, you got to stay working, man. And I've been working a lot too. So, shout out to the panel, man. Shout out to the guys that are retired, man. You did the work. So, we're out here working big time. And I've only got about like 60 seconds. I'm rolling out of here, but W chat, W panel, and glad to be here, guys. This is a great show.
We live.
We're live, guys.
Okay, Barrett, do you have DJ privileges in here?
Do I have muting privilege? Yes.
Or no. I mean, like, can you play music? Like, if you have an MP3 file, can you play it in here?
I mean, nothing's stopping anyone from just putting their iPad up to the microphone and playing a sound, bro. So in that regard, everyone has terms. It's just how annoyed a moderator might get with that. You can do it. Anyone can do it. But I don't have perms to use a mod or anything like that. If that's what you're asking, no, we don't have those. We were trying to get soundboard perms over here for a bit, but we're still working on that. But all right, guys, I got to roll out for a bit and see you back in maybe an hour or two. Peace. Later, bro.
Stay blessed.
Later, bro.
Damn, I'll leave for like 10 minutes and everybody's quiet now. What happened to the planet guy?
Well, I'm just saying, like, literally, if you have a tangent to fucking forever to nowhere, it's a horizontal tangent, and the water drops away 8,000 miles, how can they say that's not 8,000 miles deep of water? If the water's 7 miles deep that way to the horizon, right? And then it drops down to 8,000 miles, it's 7,000 miles thick and then 8,000 miles deep. Yeah, I don't see where they got their math from, any of them. And then as for looking out on the horizon, you do perspective. So it'd be like you where you're at, you make a V from your point of view out to where everything shrinks. And then you stop right there, you make another V and put it right there next to that one. Then another V in front of that one, then another V in front of that one. You do perspective amount of distance in front of perspective amount and that's how you get your horizontal distance to whatever you want to get it to anywhere you're going to. That's how you do it.
Yeah, but that was hijacked, and they gave us a radius of 3,959 miles. So that V is much smaller. And you're right to point out how the math doesn't jive, D-Bot.
Correct, it never has. That's why all of them don't know they're asked from a parabola, from an oblate spheroid to a sphere. They want to give you sphere math and parabola formula, and then they don't even know what the fuck to talk about. And then pi don't even come in, and then 365, 360, I don't know. They're just goofy. They're like, it doesn't even make any sense. There's no wonder you can't find a curve. You have to calculate it because they have 50 different formulas that equal their curve, and none of them are correct. None of them are just the one that you can draw physically. So in the 3959, is just a point of view of distance for land masses. That's not really perspective at all. That's nothing. They didn't hijack perspective for 3959. The 3959 is hijacked from the north magnetic declination to the south magnetic declination, or however the latitude and longitude lines increase or decrease from the to the north to the south. You see, that is what's hijacked the distance that we live in, the jail, the cell we live in, the flat cell they give us, like our border. Yeah,
There's a conversion from 2D to 3D, and they take a 2D 24,000 mile circle and fucking put I don't know, they do something and they make it with a radius. Because don't get me lying, dude. Don't get me lying. But I was trying to figure this out because you got the Great Circle is a 5,400 mile circle. The equator is 5,400 miles in radius, and I was asking myself, well, why do they claim it's 3,959 miles? But they first start with a 24,000 mile Great Circle, which you don't see. They literally take it and flip it on the other side of a fucking circle.
Has anyone ever actually went that distance from a north pole to a south pole and went 3959 from each, or went like 8,000 miles to each? I mean, or 12,000 miles to each. Like, has anyone went from this declinated magnetic area called the North Pole 3959 to see exactly where they end up? If they don't end up on an equator, something would be wrong, right? Wouldn't there something be wrong?
Well, yeah, something's wrong. There is no equator.
Well, no, right, but
it's all double
speak, right? So if you and I were standing in the North Pole on a supposed globe, and we traveled 3959 from that location, we should now be on the equator. That's the last edge point of reference. That would be 3959 from that location. We shouldn't be ended up in the south. We should end up on the damn equator. And then if we go another distance away from that, then we should end up. But in reality, you'd have to go 6,000 miles for your equator, and then 6,000 miles, because it's 12,000 miles difference. You see what I'm saying? So it's like all kind of screwed up if you think about it. So if has anyone ever went in a straight line for 3959 from any location for like 4,000 miles in a perfectly straight horizontal line anywhere? I mean, you'd have to do that a couple times to prove anything or to see anything or give any reference. And you'd have to do it from the north to prove it wrong or right, or from the south. Every direction you go on the idea of whatever should be to the south. Now, if you're on flat Earth, one of these directions shouldn't be going to the south. Matter of fact, 3 of them shouldn't. Only one actual direction from the point of contingency of where you are, your own reference. You mark that spot and then put it in east or west, and you just head in one straight direction. Do you understand? Like,
wouldn't elevation angles tell it all? Like, I hate to beat a dead horse, but
well, yeah, and that's what they're trying to. Yeah, and that's what they're trying to point out with perspective and the idea of something being right here on a never-ending horizontal tangent, and then you get point of reference you, and then away from you, and then wherever that point is from away from it, and wherever that point is away from it. You see, that's how you're supposed to do it. Literally, to find flatter distances. You're not supposed to go crazy and say I'm looking at a line that goes billions of miles and light years. You're supposed to say I'm dealing with something that has to do with 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile, 4 mile, 5 mile in actuality. So you can actually see what the hell you're talking about, because you know if you see this thing 20 miles away, that's not infinity. So you'd stop there. If I can only make out this gentleman for 20 miles until he disappears, that's my perspective. I'd stop there and then put perspective in front of that again. So every time this guy moves in front of me, I know I can see him at 20 miles. So if you just keep adding that 20 miles in front of itself, now you know where the next city is or the next gentleman at that ratio of distance. You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, like if somebody's using angle measurements to the stars, doesn't that require the star to be over the horizontal plane of reference to get an angle?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
you're
if
not going to get
you're
an
going,
angle with a star that's lined up with the reference, with the tangent. You'd never get, yeah.
yeah, and even if it even if it appeared that way, right? When it come to the whole thing, it would be inaccurate. So standing on Earth, taking these measurements, if it was spherical, it appears to give an angle to the star. But as you zoom out from the Earth, you would realize that there is no angle. The star's not over anything to get an angle. See what I'm trying to say there? Does that make sense?
100%. Yeah. No, 100%.
Yeah, like
And also, topography. If we're so microscopic and topography is microscopic, but also the same thing that's macro, that's the huge thing underneath our feet, every little bump, nook, and cranny that we stand on for our orientation from whatever the fuck we're calling elevation is a problem for the globe. Every single one until we get a point of reference. Because we wouldn't know anything. Like if I'm on a hill or the top of a mud puddle and the rest of it goes down that, how am I, I'm getting a tangent to the mud puddle piece? It doesn't, no. So no.
it's
Yeah, you have to have a horizontal. You can't have a bumpy fucking reference. It's not going to work. And
You keep
that's
yeah,
another thing that,
everybody
word tangent. I don't think it means what you think it means.
what do
tangent.
you think it means?
It's a
Tan-
horizontal line.
tangent to what?
To my feet.
Tangent to the measurement.
From my feet out, from the tip of my feet out, a tangential horizontal line. The tip of the line touches my feet and goes out that way. It's going to be called a tangent. From that line, we're going to go up and make a vertical, right? And then that tangent's going to be a horizontal tangent. Then we can make a vertical tangent if you want to call that a tangent, right? Or wrong?
If you mean horizontal plane, just say horizontal plane. That's all I'm trying to say. Why say tangent?
No, you can't. You can't. Oh, you try to say that because if you're on a ball, no. Listen to this, bro. Answer this question, please, real quick. You have three choices. You have diagonal, right? You have horizontal, and you have vertical. From the center of a ball, just draw the vertical line.
That's a
I
radius.
only want you to draw all the verticals around it.
That's a radius out from the center of a sphere.
Technically, they're not even a vertical.
That's my point, brother. A line from the center out, depending on your reference, will be your vertical, your horizontal, or a diagonal. They're all the same damn
Yeah.
thing. So the reason I do what I do, that's why. Because if you're talking to a glober, they don't comprehend from flat Earth up. They comprehend from the center point out. They're going to call a vertical line a fucking horizontal one. They're going to say the horizontal line goes up to space. They're crazy.
Or they might call a tangent a horizontal plane.
Who will?
Yeah, it's a horizontal.
They're not going to call a tangent a horizontal plane when they live on a globe. They're going to say it's an imaginary line to space.
Dude,
a tangential line that way.
It's a fucking horizontal plane. Like they have to.
No, tangent doesn't necessarily have to be horizontal. It just has to touch a sphere at a point.
Thank you. Pulling my hair out over here. Thank you.
So if you put a ruler on the top of a bowling ball, is the ruler a tangent?
Yes.
Okay.
If it touches
if you
the
put
bowling ball at a single point.
Yeah, if you put it diagonally, is what Kiwi's saying. But that would be the same measurement as if you turn the bowling ball where it's on top.
In reference to what? What you're gonna put the ruler or a horizontal plane and on the ball, and it's going to be so it's going to be an
Yeah, but
angle.
once you turn the bowling ball to where the line's on the top, it's no different than when it's on the side.
What?
The same
It's in
measurement.
reference to the
Still a
plane.
Yeah, it's still a tangent to the bowling ball, no matter what way it is. But it's still a straight line, horizontal. Okay, you're right. Maybe I shouldn't say horizontal. I should say straight line.
Doesn't have to be a horizontal.
Straight line is what I should say.
It can be a vertical tangent too.
Yeah, straight line that touches a sphere at a single point. So that's a better way to say it. Straight line. Yep.
Well, that about sums it up. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries.
I don't
I
know.
know
It's
it's
just weird to
confusing.
me when referencing a spear in that context, because, like I said, if you put the ruler on top of the bowling ball, it's no different than if it's on the side. When you're in context of claiming the Earth as a sphere, the people on that side, it's going to be directly above them, as if it would us standing looking at it. I don't know. It's hard to put into words what I'm saying.
It would be vertical to their point of view in
Yeah,
their
it'd
reference.
be this. Yeah, it'd be the same thing as on the top of the bowling ball.
Yeah, a horizontal line going out from your feet would be someone's vertical somewhere else down around the curve. Yes, that's what you're trying to say. And that's the reason I explain it. And I did say it could be a vertical tangent going straight down to touch the top or a horizontal. I said both those, but I don't think he caught it.
Yeah, I mean, the only argument I'm making is in the context of claiming the Earth is a sphere and utilizing measurements to the stars.
No, you're correct. You were right in what you were saying. I was just talking to, I think, Bill.
On anything else, the tangent just has to be a straight line, but in measurement of the Earth, it still has to be horizontal. Because if you're zoomed out on the Earth and somebody's on the side, and you got the tangent, the ruler vertical on the side, to them, it's still the same as if it's on the top.
Right,
No
because
difference.
their reference would be the center point somewhere on the ball going down into the dirt. Yeah, coming away from it or out or what. Yeah. So that's why
It
I
has
said
to be in
all three.
context to the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said all three lines are the same line to a person on a globe, just depending on where they stand or how they turn that ball.
It's still a horizontal tangent to the researcher, the measurer.
Right, but I'm saying these gentlemen I talk to sometimes, the ones that are either smart or not smart, they'll confuse the line that I'm talking about that goes straight up from where I'm standing, straight vertically from my point of reference, and they think that I'm talking about a horizontal that's up to the horizon, and I'm not.
And they only have that in Muppet Vision. They don't have a tangent line anywhere.
That's why I bring elevation into it, because only one of these things follows. Yeah, one of these references only follow distance. The other one has elevation locked with it. That's what you need to pay attention to. Vertical has elevation locked with it. You go up vertical, you drop down vertical. From a horizontal reference, you go up or down. You change. You're raising elevation or dropping down, as well as distance. Both are required. Now, if you go horizontal, you don't go in elevation. You only go in distance. That's proving flat Earth.
Yeah, no matter where you're at, you're taking angle measurements to the stars, implying a horizontal plane of reference.
That's what I'm saying, though. The horizontal reference doesn't increase in elevation.
Hey, can I segue? Can I segue to something earlier?
No, it's sea level, where the water is. Go ahead.
Hey, the guy
Trevor just
that gave me, the guy that just gave me. What's your name? I'm looking for you, bro. You said go. I'm gonna segue. So you said something. That guy that just gave me permission to speak. He said as you zoom out from the Earth, and I don't know what that means.
Like if you're in perspective, if you're standing on the Earth, taking measurements of the stars, not like Muppet vision, but you actually standing on the Earth taking angle measurements to stars, you utilize the horizon to get your plane of reference, right? So if the Earth was a sphere, it might look like, and I'm even granting that, but I don't think it would, but it might look like it's flat and level for your horizontal plane of reference. So the angle to your star is going to be inaccurate because you're utilizing it from horizontal plane of reference methodology. So it would be an inaccurate angle measurement if the ground was spherical.
It wouldn't be an angle either.
It wouldn't be an angle. Yeah, it'd be inaccurate.
Yeah, you're on the same it sounds like it's just a misunderstanding on my part because you're describing something.
Well, when I zoomed out to give you a picture, a visual picture, now all of a sudden you just got a line from the circle of the Earth sphere to the star and right back down the same line.
No,
the star's not
right
over a
there.
horizontal
That's where we
plane.
lose each other.
How do you get it? Yeah,
because geometry, like you can't have geometry because you don't have an angle. There's no geometry in reality. If there's no like adjacent to the triangle, to the fucking triangle, right?
the horizontal, yeah.
Yeah.
Triangle needs a horizontal.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Anyway, I'm a nerd. But I'm the royal nerd. Thank God for that.
Well, I'm sure you're smarter than I am. I'm not the sharpest tool in the box.
Oh, we're all common men. There's nothing, dude. There's nothing that can overcome us, man. There's nothing that any of us have experienced that isn't common to all of us, and that's that. But you keep saying, I don't know, bro. You keep talking about a curve to Jason. Like when I talk about, because you're talking about an elevation angle, but you're claiming you can take an angle from the surface of the Earth, which can't
utilize. So globers will claim that the Earth is a sphere, and to get an angle to the stars, they'll utilize the horizon to get that angle. So they'll set their tool, the sextant, level with the horizon, right? So their tool will be measured with the horizon. Now, if the Earth was a sphere and you're doing that, that means your angle measurements to the stars would be off. It would be off, not on.
You wouldn't have any angle or measurements if the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah, because you wouldn't have an angle to begin with. Yeah, an off angle is, it speaks for itself. It's not an angle. Inaccurate. So you're standing on the Earth and you draw an imaginary line to a star. Now you zoom out with that line still there. What does that line come down to give you the angle? It doesn't come down to anything. It's beyond the Earth.
It's a ground position. What do you mean? Are you talking about ground positions?
In spherical ideology.
I thought you were talking about the almanac. My bad. Did you say spherical?
I was just talking about angle measurements to the stars. That's it.
Sorry, mate. Can you hear me now? Alright. No.
I couldn't understand you. You're cutting out.
James, did you say spherical geometry?
No, hell no.
Oh, of course not.
No, hell no.
Asshole say something like that.
The contradiction in terms, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's look it up. Spherical geometry. Spherical geometry violates the parallel postulate. There exists no such triangle on the surface of a sphere. That's the first thing it says from Glober's favorite book, Wiki.
Hey, it was good talking to you, James. Keep it real.
I hope so. I mean, that's all we got is reality.
Jedi's still awake. Don't y'all have? Well, they had daylight savings a while back. Did anybody notice that you don't have to wake up so early to beat the dawn in Central Standard time zones?
No matter what your time zone is, the cock grows when the cock grows. Period.
Yeah. Baby. Fine.
Whoever that is, you're cutting out really bad.
Who that? Well, I heard a lot of people are celebrating Lent right now and Ramadan. Is it still Ramadan?
What is Ramadan?
I think it's a fast.
What is Ramadan? Sounds like an ancient pharaoh.
I'm just a girl.
Am I bad for not knowing if I'm a Christian?
What, Ramadan? No, it's not Christian. Yeah, you wouldn't know.
I didn't think so.
What else is new? So, what's been going on?
Nothing new under the sun.
Where's Jedi? Is he still here? Nope. Kimbo's in here. What's up, everyone? I hope you and yours are well. All the people in here.
Same to you, Bill.
Oh, man, my man. What's up, Kimbo? He's working hard out there. Feeding people.
Nothing much, man. Just here. Actually, just got done cooking, and yeah, about to eat. But hey, you still? I know it's a little bit off topic, but you still out there working in West Texas?
I'm in New Mexico right now.
Nothing new about it, huh?
Same old shit.
Yeah. You got to go see James, bro. James, like right there.
Yeah,
got me. I'm in Colorado.
And I'm just kidding.
I'm in the state.
James, I grew up in Colorado, man. Where are you at?
4 hours east of Denver.
Oh, you're on the border.
Sorry.
You're like Lyman?
Sorry, west of Denver.
Yeah, so like Grand Junction area?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. I grew up there in the plains, up there in Sterling.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I went to the zoo today, and in Swahili, it said the giraffe's name is a twigger.
Did you ever visit the Grand Mesa while you was in Colorado?
I don't know if I did. I went to Mesa Verde, but
check this out.
Not the Grand Mesa, no.
The largest flat top mountain in the world. That's why it's a mesa, flat top mesa.
Can't have mesas on a globe.
No, dude. I don't even think you could be on a globe without noticing it. I could be wrong, but I just don't think. I don't think that's possible. I don't care how big the damn spear is. You're going to notice the curve.
I second that.
So a lot of times I would drive to Denver from the plains out there, and so
Motion on the floor. He's DMOC second that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Well, I mean, they say, if you're small as an ant, you wouldn't notice it. What if you could fly 50,000 miles in the sky or 50,000 feet? My bad. Miles. That's a bit ridiculous. If you could go 50,000 feet in the sky, well, then you're as tall as a 50,000 foot giant. Still no curve? Come on.
Well, the president of the United States says he's going to plant a flag on Mars.
Yeah, I bet you he does. He's part of the theater.
Yeah, everybody clapped, dude. Everybody loved it.
I'm sure they did.
Rabble
They all worship the golden calf. In this case, the golden calf is the rocket.
Oh, I thought you were being really political, and you were going to say the president of the United States.
No, they worship the rocket. The rocket is what tells them the world they're in, and they believe the rocket.
Well, they said the president of the United States said he's going to plant a flag on Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And beyond, he said, and beyond, he doubled down.
No, I don't think they're going to prove the good book wrong. I'll tell you that.
Well, God willing.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
God wills you to do something that you can't do. Right.
I don't think so. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
No, if it's God's will for you to do something, it's going to be something that's possible for you to do.
You think destiny's real? You think you do you think people know their destiny? Because I do.
No, absolutely not.
I do. I think everybody knows it.
I thought I knew mine too till I got hit by a drunk driver at 45 miles an hour standing on my feet.
But so you're saying you don't know your destiny?
No, I didn't know it at all because I got blown out for flight for life, and I had no plans for that.
Yeah, but what about right now?
Do you make plans for flight for life?
What? Do I make plans for fight or flight?
Flight for life. In other words, an emergency helicopter comes in to save your life so you don't die.
Yeah, life flight. Do I make plans for that?
Yeah.
Do you
know when that's going to happen?
Does
I
anybody?
didn't know either. I didn't know when it was going to happen either.
Was it part of God's plan for you to get hit by a drunk driver?
I have no idea. I assume so. Perhaps he felt I needed humbled, and it definitely humbled me.
What about the drunk driver?
That drunk driver too, though, right?
About the driver? Well, he was, I guess, according to the lawyer, it was his sixth drunk driving, and 30 days, 1 month prior to him hitting me, he got another DUI. Before he hit me, so that was his fifth, and he hit me, that was his sixth. So I don't
What do
know
you
if he
think?
was humbled or not.
Well, I mean,
What do
if
you
he
think
hurt
God's
somebody,
plan is for him?
right? What I'm saying is like him hitting you and actually hurting somebody, or if he hurt you or whatever. You know what I mean? If he hit somebody and hurt him, you would think he would think twice about it. Like, say he hits a lady or a kid or something. Yeah, you would think. Yeah, just because I know you guys are going, whoever got hit is going through it. I know that, but I'm saying the other person, even though they were stupid at the time, afterwards they're probably thinking, "Oh man," unless they're just like really bad people, then I don't know.
So, do you think if
I'm hoping he was humbled that he almost took
if the
somebody's
drunk
life. Yeah.
do you think if the drunk driver that hit you continued in his entire life, hurting as many people as he could, and then in the last 5 minutes he said, "I accept Jesus as my savior," and he went to heaven, would you be okay with that?
It just depends on if it was truly from his heart. Like I know you're gonna think you're gonna think the answer is ridiculous, but only God knows what's in your heart. If you're truly sorry, He'll
No,
forgive
it's just
you.
a legit
If you're just
question.
saying it,
God
if you're
can.
just saying it, if you're just saying, I'm answering it. If you're just saying it, He's not going to forgive you. If you're truly sorry in your heart, He'll forgive you. That's why we're not
So
supposed
would
to,
you
say, well, you wouldn't have done all this if you was sorry or whatever. Because there could be a moment where somebody turns to God and you don't know.
so if God decides that you should go to hell, but he lets your drunk driver go to heaven, and you're being tortured, and you see your drunk driver up there in heaven enjoying, his 30 virgins or whatever, would you be cool with that?
Well,
Holy cow! Where do you get your theology from, bro? Hold on,
Yeah, dude,
James. Don't explain that to him. Nothing but where do you get your theology from? I'm curious.
Well, there are a lot of theologies out there. I was currently employing
where do you get yours from?
Calvinism and Islam. I was combining the two.
Why would you do such a stupid thing?
Because there are people out there who legitimately believe both of those.
Yeah, at the same time?
No. Different people believe different things.
Why would you combine two things when nobody believes those two things at the same time? It's a stupid ass thing to do.
Yeah, you
Well,
should
if two
like
people
actually
believe,
combine Bigfoot with that too, and then aliens. So it could be like an alien Bigfoot, because
you
people
can't-
believe
you
in
can't-
Bigfoot.
well, unless one side can be ruled out with 100% certainty, we have to allow for the possibility of each theology being true, don't we?
Great.
Unicorn.
So I'll tell you what. Let's do.
Tooth fairies.
Let's not combine two systems. Why don't you start with the one that you know the best, and then we'll just start eliminating from there.
All right, well, Calvinism is easier. So let's say that God has predetermined you to go to hell and predetermined your drunk driver to go to heaven. How would you feel about that?
I mean, why are you asking me? This is Calvin. So do you think we should eliminate Calvinism?
You want to know how I feel?
I'm just asking how you would feel about that.
I am very feel about that.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Holy cow. Okay, so I want
How
to
you
either
feel
shoot
is
us
irrelevant?
back. All right.
No, about what you're claiming, dude. You can't serve two
James, we're going to end this conversation. It's not the topic of the room. But I just wanted to point out that Nuck and Futz did a really stupid thing, and we're going to move forward since this is a, flat earth server.
No arguments.
Anything but that curve, huh, boys?
We can talk about flat earth if you'd like. I mean, I was just asking you about your drunk driver, that's all.
I want to ask you a question.
No
if
problem.
we put a horizontal line on the wall, and then we put a basketball underneath that horizontal line, is the basketball now not dropping at the same rate as its regulation size for the height of itself?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Say we got a 1 foot tall ball. It's 1 foot tall, 1 foot wide, and we put it underneath the horizontal line. So now from the top to the bottom, how tall is that again? How deep?
Well, the diameter of the ball, as you described, is 1 foot.
Oh, so if I drop down 1 foot from the point of that horizontal, I'm dropping down the whole foot, correct? So now on, and that's a ball. Now let's go to the earth. Imagine there's a big old horizontal ruler above earth, and the earth drops down 8,000 miles from that point. What do you think the drop is?
I don't. You said the Earth drops down 8,000 miles. What is the drop?
Yes, sir.
That's the question. I don't understand the question.
Yeah. If the earth drops down, you answered it perfect for the basketball, stupid. So for the earth drops down 8,000 miles away from that point of a horizontal. How tall, how far is the drop? How deep?
Well, you just said it dropped 8,000 miles, so
Yes,
the
sir.
distance of the drop is 8,000 miles.
Holy shit, we got a winner.
We got a winner, Johnny.
So now on a globe, when they say after 8,000 miles of curvature, how come they say there's only 80 whatever or how many ever miles of drop? How come they don't say it's 8,000 miles of drop?
Wait a
Something's
minute.
wrong.
Who says 8,000 miles of curvature? Where does that come
The
up?
globe has 24,000 miles of curvature, stupid. From the point you start back to your ass. Don't be stupid.
Yeah, the antipodal people.
On a globe, from your nose to your ass is 100% curvature.
24,901 miles.
So I don't really, on a globe, you eventually start coming
drop
back
down
around to where you
12,000
started, right?
miles. That's the farthest you can, thickest, deepest you can drop down. 12,000 miles. And then you're going to start coming backwards and then going back up again on the globe. Up 12,000 miles. Do you understand your globe now?
So are you talking about traversing the perimeter of the globe? Is that what you're
Yeah, I'm talking about the ocean depth. So if you got 7 miles of ocean out that way towards the horizon, say you got the Marianas Trench by your feet, and there's 7 miles of ocean deep that way. Now, how deep is it from that horizontal again when there's 8,000 miles of ocean underneath that portion?
Hold on. I'm trying to understand your question. So you're talking about depth of the ocean, but also distance from you laterally? Can you clarify
You're
your
a
question?
microscopic dot on a big water ball, dude. Calm down. Now you got a horizontal line. Your water is 8 miles off that ball. Tall, right? 8 miles thick of water. You're standing on an 8 mile and 1 foot hill. You're 1 foot above the water, okay? Now that water goes out from the horizontal rock you're standing on and down 8,000 miles. Now, why would they not say we have an 8,000 mile deep ocean? Why would they ever say we only have an 8 mile deep ocean when it's 8 miles thick, not deep?
Well, because the interior of the Earth has many layers, and
We're
water
talking about the water on the surface only. Stupid.
Right. Water only goes down about 8 miles to the Marianas Trench, and below that is a lot of rock.
And how can you have 8,000 miles deep of a drop of water? You're not making any damn sense here.
Who said anything about a drop of water?
A globe.
A globe.
That's 24,901 miles. 8,000 miles down that way. You need 12,000. We're only looking for 8.
A globe told you about 8,000 miles of water drop?
Are you retarded or something?
Me right now, dude.
Actually, that's my question to you. Are you retarded? Like, what are you talking about? 8,000 miles of water drop? What the hell does that even mean?
Okay, so you got a horizontal line on top of a spherical ball, right? And the horizontal line goes out to the far edges of the spherical ball. A guy walks on top of that horizontal line out to the edge of the spherical ball, and he drops a plumb ball.
What is he walking on? Wait, what is he walking on exactly?
A tangent line from the horizontal point of where he starts.
Okay, so he's walking on air.
So picture this, dude.
Yes.
Picture a ruler on top of a bowling ball. The dude is walking on the ruler to the edge of the bowling ball, drops a plumb bob.
Hold on.
In other words,
Let me
all
get
that earth.
clarification. When you talk about a ball and then you refer to its edge, that doesn't make any sense. What
Oh, you can't picture the edge of a bowling ball?
are you talking about? Like the surface of the ball?
Dude, did you not? A fucking ruler on top of a bowling ball. The dude is walking on the ruler, right?
Okay, so he walks on the ruler. He's
Tangent
no
line.
longer on the surface of the ball.
Hold on. Let me help you out. A tangent line. So the more he walks out on the ruler, the further he separates from the ball, from where he started. That's actually touching the ball.
Okay, yes, I'm following you there.
Okay.
All right, he's no longer on the ball.
Drop. Right, that's vertical drop to the ball.
Well, he hasn't dropped at all.
Above the ball is vertical drop. Not only
He hasn't
that,
dropped.
but the entire ball is under the ruler, so it's all vertical drop from where you start. All of it. It's all.
Oh, I see. Okay, so let me make sure I understand. So you're talking about kind of like putting a ball inside of a square, and then
I'm going to let DMOC finish. I just wanted you to understand vertical drop. That's all I wanted you to picture.
Yeah, he's getting that's all right. Yep.
DMOC.
That's what getting.
Yeah, so you drop your line, you have to drop it down 8,000 miles. And if you're a microscopic dot and there's 7 miles or 8 miles of ocean going that way from where you are, thick, deep, whatever, then you also have, so you have 8 miles of water that way because you're thinking the water's 8 miles deep from you to the horizon, right? Now below your horizontal tangent, the water's going to be 8,000 miles deep because you dropped your plumb down at the same distance. You drop the depth is going to be the depth of the plumb, 8,000 miles.
Okay,
so now if you dove down, you could swim in that water and dive down 8,000 miles. As a little human jumping off that tangent diving board, do you comprehend?
Okay, so
straight down and then pop out the surface. Do you comprehend?
So are you suggesting that there is water in our atmosphere?
Holy
dude, this is amazing.
Whoa, where do they get you guys at?
So what I'm understanding you to say is, all right, a guy walks along a ruler that is a tangential line to the surface of Earth. He walks all the way to the end of the ruler. So if he were to take an extra step, there would be no Earth beneath him. And now you're saying that the water beneath him is 8,000 miles deep. Is that right?
Yeah, my ruler's only going to go out 8 miles from the point of my feet. So now my diving board is 8 miles out. Now that's the surface of the earth water. Now I'm looking at the surface, looking down at the surface going downward away from me. Now I'm going to jump into it. I can drop 8,000 miles as a human straight down vertically and not touch no dirt and keep going till I pop out the surface of that 8,000 mile dropping 7 mile or 8 mile thick water. I'm only a human at what, 6 inches thick, 8 inches thick? That means the water is 7 miles thick. So if you're thinking a little human can't dive down in 7 miles thick of water, something wrong with you.
You
I
lost
can
me.
dive down in a little pool of water.
You lost me when you said that the ruler is only 8 miles long, because the Earth's radius is 4,000 miles.
We know you're retarded.
Well, if your ruler is only 8 miles, then that means that you have only traversed like a really small fraction of the Earth's radius,
Brother,
and there's
go get
plenty
a
of
globe.
Earth still below you.
Go get a globe. Go get a globe.
You said the ruler was only 8 miles
We're not
long.
going to say. You just go get one, pour some water on it, and tell us how deep your water is from top to bottom of that ball, you retarded motherfucker.
Well, it depends on the topography
No, it
of the
doesn't
landscape.
depend, you retard. You have a given size of your ball, 12,901 miles. Half of that from top to bottom is how tall, retard. 12,000 miles. It doesn't depend on shit. You have a regulation size. There's no depends here. No diapers to poop in.
Okay, did you or did you not say that the ruler was only 8 miles long?
The globe says it's got an 8 mile deep
The
ocean.
globe doesn't say anything. The globe is just an object. It doesn't speak.
It
Try
talks to
again.
you in words through NASA and through the people who live on it, and they say,
The
"Hey,
globe
man,
talks
we
to you.
said the ocean's 8 miles deep," and they put that in a book, so the people speak.
DMOC, how many other voices do you hear in your head?
You speak for the globe?
Brother,
DMOC just said the globe says stuff, so I'm asking him how many other
Well, if you're
voices he hears in
speaking,
his head.
I
if you're
learned that
speaking
from
for the
Globers because
globe,
they say globes point to things, and they say stuff points to stuff, and stuff alludes to stuff, and all this other weird, goofy shit. So if I sound like you and your dad, please don't be offended.
Hey,
Oh, I see. So you were trying to
So,
represent
Lucking,
me.
do you know of any time that anyone has ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature? Or are you just
Yes.
yanking our chain?
Yes, I do actually.
Awesome. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Henry Oldham in 1901 used a theodolite to establish a line of sight across 6 miles of leveled water, and establishing a line of sight from that point up to a 3 mile pole required him to raise his theodolite by 0.0217 degrees, or roughly 6 feet, which indicated curvature of the Earth.
He's on the humpy earth, huh?
I thought
he's got humpy water, man.
Yeah, he's
That's
proven-
right.
But isn't, is it? Like if it was actual curvature of the Earth, you'd be describing an arc segment measurement. You didn't just describe an arc segment measurement. In fact, you're closer to describing a straight line, really, the device you're talking about.
Yeah, straight line.
Well, yeah, so he established a line of sight from poles 1 to 3 across a distance of 6 miles, and then establishing a line of sight to the top of pole 2, he had to raise his theodolite by 0.0217 degrees. The only reason he would have to raise his theodolite is if there was a hump between poles 1 and 3.
Why did he have it tilted down at an angle to begin with? What the fuck? Wouldn't you level?
No, he leveled it.
Yeah, he established a line of sight from poles 1 to 3.
Now you're a fucking idiot. You're an
Really?
idiot, man.
I just told you about a direct measurement of Earth's curvature. Can you disprove that?
No, you just proved the Earth is
what your anecdote?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So you can't disprove it, huh?
I can disprove that the Earth is curved. I can't disprove anything that you just talked about, but I can disprove that it's curved the way you believe it is. Would you like me to do that?
Here, let me make this very simple, okay? There's 3 poles, all right? There's one where you're standing, there's one 3 miles away, and there's one 6 miles away. Now, if you establish a line of sight from the tops of your pole and the pole 6 miles away, then the top of the second pole, if the Earth was flat, should be on that line of sight. But it's not. It's higher. And that's why the Earth is not flat.
No, it'd be lower on your ball, you
Jedi mind tricks do
freaking
not
moron.
On a ball, it would be higher. Do you know basic geometry?
No. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Tell you what, you can do this experiment yourself. Get yourself a basketball, right? And put 3 toothpicks equidistant apart.
You're gonna piss somebody
And now
off about this experiment.
put 3 toothpicks on the ball equidistant apart, and now establish a line of sight from the first stick to the third stick. And tell me if the height of the second stick is above that line.
Okay, right, I got you. So it wasn't level, right? Okay, gotcha.
The line of sight from the first pole to the third pole was established.
Okay, so what was the angle of the theodolite to begin with when you lined up the first with the third? What was the angle of the theodolite?
Exactly 90 degrees. That's the line of sight.
What? Bro!
You guys are slow.
What else do you think it should be? A line of sight is a straight line. That establishes your 90-degree angle.
How did you get 90-degree angle, though? How did you get it?
How did you get it?
Yeah,
In order to... So establishing a line of sight is the first thing that you do. Does that make sense?
So
Are you with me so far?
Hold on. Can you, if you're on top of a mountain looking down at a city?
No, there's no mountain. There's no mountain here.
Hold on a second, dude. If you're on top of a mountain looking down at a city, Is that a line of sight from the top of the mountain to the city?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
So how'd
great.
you get to
So you
90? How'd you
establish
know it was?
so you
How'd you know it was
establish
90?
line of sight from the top of pole 1 to the top of pole 3, and you make that 90 degrees. Okay, that's your starting point. Now,
How did you make
how
it
much
90?
do you have to raise the
I see what you're
theodolite?
saying.
How much do you have to raise the theodolite in order to establish line of sight with the top of pole 2? And in this case, in the Earth's case, it had to be raised by 0.0217 degrees.
That's fascinating.
Now,
But I
that
was
would
actually
not...
asking you, once you
Okay.
That
line
doesn't
up
prove anything.
the first and the third pole, what is
Mhm.
the angle of the theodolite with respect to horizontal? Have you got that data?
With respect to that's irrelevant.
Yeah, there we go again. It's irrelevant. You fucking idiot, man. I just want
It is irrelevant
Yeah.
because the whole point is, if the Earth was flat, you should not have to change that theodolite line of sight in order to see the top of pole 2. But you do. You have to raise it. And that's because the Earth is curved.
Now, let's be honest, bro. The Earth, as it is currently, that's the flat Earth. You guys always think that flat Earth is some different Earth that you made up. Oftentimes, we're just referring to the Earth as it currently is. So
If
whatever,
you are correct,
when you use the theodolite,
sure.
that's
If you're
how it works on a flat Earth, bro.
If you are correct, then you should be able to establish a line of sight across 3 poles and a distance of 6 miles. And you can't do it.
No. Wait, what do you mean? If I'm correct about what?
That the Earth is flat.
No. That's your version of flat Earth. What we're trying to tell you is flat Earth is the Earth currently, like as it is right now, the way it behaves currently. Your flat Earth is something that doesn't happen currently. It's some other Earth. That's your problem. That's your version of Earth. We're talking about the Earth as it is, dude. So when you bust out a theodolite and you look through it, that's how it works on a flat Earth, dude. So that's something you need to understand.
So let me ask you a question so I can understand your flat Earth. On your flat Earth that you just described, should you be able to, on the Earth as you described it, should you be able to establish a line of sight across 3 poles that are 3 miles apart?
Is that possible to do in reality?
On a round Earth, no, it's not.
No. But can it be done in this reality?
If the Earth was flat, you should be able to do it.
No. Not if the Earth was a different Earth. Can it be done on this Earth right now? This current Earth?
On a round Earth, no, it cannot be done.
So it can't be done on this Earth at all?
Because the Earth is round. That's why you can't do it.
Hold on. We're just talking about the Earth outside.
Go in the black swan.
You have to understand that if you're a round Earther, quote unquote, and I'm a flat Earther, quote unquote, we're both referring to the same Earth. There's not different realities for the both of us. We're pointing at the same Earth and calling it different things. Do you agree with that or no?
We're both referring to the Earth that we live on, yes.
Yeah.
However,
so it's
if
not
the Earth
like on a
is
flat
actually
Earth it
flat,
would do this. No, the flat Earther is the flat Earther because of the current Earth's behavior.
But there are certain measurements that we can take that would rule out flat Earth or round Earth. Do you not agree?
Go ahead.
Do you think every measurement we can make on a round Earth would also be a measurement we can make on a flat Earth?
Just present us with the measurements, bro. We'll go from there.
I already explained it. Henry Oldham, 1901.
Yeah,
hold on. Knucking, do you know what an arc segment is?
An arc segment? No, go ahead and define it for me.
It's just a section of a circle. So, like,
okay, so like, you mean an arc second?
No. Arc segment.
Okay, so like
geometric term.
Yeah, an arc distance of an undefined amount. Sure.
Yeah, so like if I drew a circle, with a coffee mug on a piece of paper, and then I erased 3/4 of the circle, the remaining fourth, that would be an example of an arc segment drawn on paper. All right.
It's just some rounded distance. Sure.
So what we're asking from you is a direct measurement of the Earth that would be an arc segment measurement. What you're describing is not an arc segment measurement. That's where my standard of evidence lies for acknowledging the Earth is curving.
I see. Okay, so you don't want actually a measurement of Earth's curvature. You want some other measurement.
I said I want a measurement of Earth's curvature, not something else.
Yeah, so Henry Oldham measured that Earth drops by approximately...
he didn't, though. He didn't measure
Henry Oldham measured that Earth's drop is approximately 8 inches per mile squared.
So again, you know what an arc segment is. Like, we're on the same page about that, right? And there would be an arc segment on the surface of a sphere that you can measure, right?
Yeah,
on the
it's
same
8
page,
inches
brothers?
per mile squared.
Okay, so
It's
did
8
anyone,
inches per mile
anyone ever measure an arc segment measurement of this?
Yeah, it's 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I know that's what the claim is, but did anyone ever measure that?
Yes, Henry Oldham measured it in 1901.
You didn't describe that. What you described was a straight line. You described two different straight lines. You didn't describe an arc segment. Do you know the difference between a straight line and an arc segment?
An arc segment produces a drop over distance, correct?
Yes, and a straight line doesn't.
Exactly. And there is a specific drop over 6 miles of distance.
Do you realize you're talking about the proof you don't have?
Yeah, but this dude
You're just like, yeah, you're right. That would prove the Earth is ball, and I don't have that. Like, why are you so delighted sounding right? I don't get it.
So do you not believe that? Do you not believe that this measurement occurred?
It's not an arc segment measurement, which makes it irrelevant.
And even then, he described a rise over distance, not a drop. It's a complete fool. He's at odds with his own claim. He's so stupid.
It's a drop over distance once you establish the height of the second pole to the third pole.
You described a rise, though.
Yeah, you had to elevate your theodolite in order to get to the second pole. Yeah, absolutely.
You said that one was higher.
Yes, the second pole was higher than the line of sight between poles 1 and 3.
Lovely. Yeah, nice job. Not a drop then.
The drop from the second pole to the third pole, you're denying that exists?
No, you fool. You said that it would be a drop over distance, and you described a rise to the second pole. That one's higher than you. So that's not a drop, is it?
Sorry, do you understand what line of sight means?
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, dude. You're not getting out of it. It's not a drop. You described a rise.
Yes, a rise from line of sight.
You said you're going to
know what
measure
line
a
of
drop.
sight
Yeah,
means?
okay, not a drop.
Do you know what line of sight means?
Okay, so not a drop then.
Okay. You're too dumb to have this conversation.
Oh, really? So it's
Yes, really.
You're the one saying
too
that
dumb
you
to have
measured
this
a drop.
conversation.
Shut the fuck up. You're the one saying you measured a drop. Then you describe a rise. And then you tell somebody else who points that out that they're too dumb to have the conversation. You're too dumb to even keep your own claim consistent with itself.
Here, let me make this very clear for you. If each pole is 6 feet above the surface of the water, yet one pole appears to be 6 feet above the other pole, there's a distance between the two, right? There's a difference. And that difference is the drop.
So the second pole, is that higher than the observer?
From the observer, yes, it is. Comparing to the line of sight to the third pole, yeah.
So not a drop, smart guy.
Compared to the line of sight between poles 1 and 3, it is higher than that line of sight, yeah.
Okay, so not a drop.
Was that level?
Yes, water is level, yeah.
Yeah, so you didn't measure a drop like you told us at the very end, because that's not even what you're describing, you absolute fool.
Was the line of sight from the first pole to the third pole level?
That's a nonsensical question. It's a line of sight.
Man.
Do you understand what line of sight means?
I'm trying to ascertain the veracity of your claim, and that's important information, you fucking idiot.
Do you know what line of sight means?
Just shut up, man.
Australia guy.
Do you know what line of sight means? Just say yes or no. Do you know what line of sight means?
The offensive thing is you think you're clever, dude. Just, it's okay. You're not clever.
Hey, I didn't perform the experiment, right? I just know the results. And the results prove that the Earth is not flat.
He's like, I measured a drop. Here's this thing that got higher. What a complete idiot.
Yeah, so the distance from the second pole to the third pole is the drop.
Not an experiment either, you douchebag.
Okay, yeah, you can hide behind that if you want.
Douchebag.
behind
Not
what?
hiding behind anything, you klutz. It's not an experiment. You're a fucking fool. Also,
Plus,
did this
been a while.
Harold fucking douchebag
This
take into
very
account
easy demonstration
Hey, did
that
this guy
school
take in?
children do
Shut up!
has proven
Shut
all
your
of
fucking
you
mouth!
dumb.
Shut the fuck
So
up!
y'all have a good
Shut
night.
the fuck up! So, did he take into account angular size change with distance? Now get your dumb ass out of here. Knuckin' futz, you
go.
fucking nut.
He's fucking
Come
gone,
on,
dude.
get.
He's fucking
moron.
cooked. He's cooked, bro. Why are we even listening to this numpty?
I don't know. I just cut
He's
the last
cooked.
part.
Yeah, he's done, bro. All right, who's next?
And why was it rising between the first and the second, between him and the first poll? That doesn't make any damn sense. Not on a globetard. Shouldn't be rising at all. Should be falling. What was the distance between him and the first poll?
Oh, the Gauss refraction.
No, that's not a measurement then. What was, they don't know what refraction is, fucking retards. What was did he say the distance between, this is the first I've ever heard this. What's the distance between Harold Fucktard and the first poll? Anyone?
Unclear.
He doesn't fucking know.
Did he post this somewhere?
When he does, he usually posts that WS flat earth anti bullshit fucking.
Of course, here we go.
Shit.
I don't see it in here.
Yeah, he hasn't posted it this time.
He left, of course. All right, Chad, who's next? Do I need to go through the panel? I'll go through the panel right now. We have Get a Grist. Too big, too bike?
CB, wait.
Yes.
The last guy, he wasn't a flat earther?
The one we just cooked?
No, he's Knuckin' Futz. Knuckin' Futz is fucking nuts.
He's a fucking nut, dude.
I thought
Futz.
he sounded like a flat earther, though.
No, you don't.
Well, he had all these flat measurements, like flat earth. He's Knuckin' Futz, whatever. Knuckin' Futz. Gotta love him.
He's a fucking klutz.
Fuck him.
Knuckin' Futz.
Yeah. I haven't heard klutz in a long time. That's a good word. We need
It
to
is a
bring
good
that
word.
back. Yeah.
I brought it with the Jesse the Klutz Kozlowski.
Well, usually that word has to do with like a 304. It has to do with a woman who's clumsy. She's a klutz. So we need to bring that back. I haven't heard that in a while.
That's why I gave it to Jesse.
It's like a clean word of calling her a slut. You klutz. We're bringing it back, chat. Go ahead.
That was straight. That was in the clutch. QE said klutz.
Yeah.
That was on time.
Hey, man, he gets the 304, man. I mean, he gets the lingo. 304s and all that shit. It's awesome. W. As the head of the culture department, I totally approve, of course. All right, let's take a look. We have Bra One. Bra One is a globe earther confirmed. Well, Bra One, you want to chime in? It's been a while. Welcome back. How you been? Bra One, you are up. Bra One, we are live. Guys, he's gonna leave us hanging. It's crazy. Who else is here? Chat.
Bro, one's not here.
Bra One, dude. Sixth patriarch. We tried to check in yesterday. We did not get a confirmation, but sixth patriarch. You are up. We are live, chat. Sixth patriarch. Go ahead and chime in when you are ready. And that's about it, chat. We have Surfside.
It's palpable. Yeah, it's palpable in here. Really.
You can cut the tension with a knife. It's Bra 1 and Percentage and Surfside and 6th Patriarch. Other than that, Yagami 6922 is deafened right now. We'll talk with them when they come off deafen. But look around, shoulder to shoulder. All right, here, guys. So be proud. We've done the damn thing. Trenches, the battles, they've been won.
Yo, they're not in my weight class.
It's 2025, man. We came out on top. We're on the right side of history, chat. Be proud. Pat yourself on. I want you to reach your arm. Let's take your right arm, chat. Reach over your left shoulder and pat 3 times. 1, 2, 3. You did it. Pat yourself on the back.
Oh, dude, that was beautiful.
Feels really good. I really needed that.
I'm telling you guys.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
QE posting science in the chat, bro. I think it's a chloroform demonstration.
The chat's going crazy right now. We got Kiwi posting shit. We got Surfside. Oh, we got chat going crazy.
Yeah, man, I gotta do some science and put some I gotta mix some bleach and rubbing alcohol, and I gotta put it in a super soaker.
Yeah. It's kind of true. It's kind of crazy, dude. Like, the normies out here, bro. Like, there's not that many people that are even capable of understanding the things we're trying to tell them.
Science. Science.
Yeah. That's all they know.
Science.
Buzzwords.
Trump's going to Mars and beyond. Science.
Yep. Buzzword earthers, bro. That's what we call them. Vague earthers. Keep it vague and buzzwords. They know the words science, physics, gravity.
Proof.
They're surface level, no pun intended. They can't go deep. Pause.
Yeah. Well, that's the world we find ourselves in. I wish it wasn't so, but hey, here we are, man. The doublespeak is real. You got to be aware of it. You got to listen closely and be willing to be taught.
Yeah, you got to have some humility as well. Because imagine being taught by a group of flat earthers or teaching you the truth. You got to really
it ain't even that, though.
Be submissive.
I don't know. Everybody needs to give up their ego. Yeah. Yep. Because it ain't. I don't know. This whole fucking topic, dude. It's not about you. It would exist if you didn't exist. So it can't be about you.
Yeah. It really isn't about you either. And it's weird when people start to put themselves in front of the global earth as well. Like, you didn't come up with that. Why are you diving under the bus for this stupid idea? It's not even your idea. Like, so people defend it with their lives. It's crazy. So,
what a world! What a world!
What a world we exist in, for sure. I'm glad there are people that understand this. That's why this place exists.
Really, Entropy Earth's in the chat. Platter's in the chat.
Yeah. Can we get some W's in the chat?
Got some W's.
Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's see who's active in the chat right now, guys. Is good listening? What W in the chat, man? Let's see the chat flying right now. We got 2 big for bike in the chat. Let's go. Because some people can't talk, but
too big
for who's active.
Trike.
We got Wooly. Let's go. We're cooking.
Too big for bikes riding a trike out there. What's up, Killer?
I know Jenna Massey really was cooking last night, though. I don't know if you're still here, but if you're on mic.
As a woman should.
She's probably in the kitchen, bro. Like, wolfing up sandwiches. I mean, she was
dropping dimes and taking names
right now, gentlemen. As a matter of fact, I'm in front of the grill, grilling some
there we
chicken.
Go. In the kitchen,
making some
right where she should
rice.
be.
Yep.
I'm always cooking, whether it be food or globetards. I'm always
There we
cooking.
go.
Well,
In the
thank
kitchen.
God for that. Thank God for that. She's always cooking. Hello, Miss Auntie Mama.
What?
Wait, nobody?
Are you in Samoa, sir?
Who was that? We still have bro one. Dude, bro. Bro, chime in, dude. We hear you breathing, bro.
We can hear you breathing.
You know, you gotta get your 15 minutes of content in, bro. You gotta pay your dues, bro.
Dude, I saw a green mamba today.
A what?
A green mamba.
A snake?
Yeah.
Dude, where do you
Wow.
live?
Yeah,
Well,
I was gonna ask that.
I was at a zoo.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was the
Think,
first.
man, lucky
it was
it's
the
behind the
first-
glass, though.
Yeah, it was the first green mamba I ever looked at, dude.
I had a. Sorry.
Did you see a globetard in his natural specimen? I mean, natural.
Yeah, confess. What did you say?
I said, did you see a globetard in his natural habitat?
Oh, a green mamba? No, it was a snake, man. I don't know. It was a snake.
I had a science teacher he was a ex Navy SEAL in high school, and he'd always tell these stories. And the nickname for Green Mamba was Three-Step Viper.
That sounds about right. Yeah, you take 3 steps and you die.
Pretty much.
Damn.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Good eating, man. No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wish I was funny.
Bro.
I've eaten rattlesnake before at the Amarillo. There's an Amarillo in Texas. They serve at that big steakhouse in Amarillo. They serve basically the big rattlesnake. It's on a huge platter. Basically, it kind of tastes like chicken, sort of.
Yeah, it's strange. They sell it right next to the chicken too. So you're like, wait a minute. There's a lot of fish fry on this piece of chicken.
Yeah. They do serve the whole snake, like it's like wrapped up round and on the big table. So like it's cut open, so you're like actually eating the meat out of the snake.
Oh, that's beautiful. What a picture.
Yep.
The huge rattler on the platform.
I've yet to eat rattlesnake. I got a few tails. I keep forgetting to YouTube how do you fillet a rattlesnake. But hey, there's always tomorrow. I heard well, that's neither here nor there. Dude, I look around, I look in the sky, I take angle measurements with my fingers. Can you guys do that? Can you take an angle measurement in the sky with your hands?
Nah, bro.
Why not?
How do you do that?
I forget. I think your pinky is like 1 degree. If you open your hand, I want to say it's like 25 degrees from your pinky to your thumb. I could be wrong. Anybody ever built a straw sextant?
Nah, bro.
Dude, a simple straw sextant. You can measure the declination angle of any celestial body. Really simple. You tape a straw to a protractor with a plumb bob, and you got the vis-a-vis. You got a straw sextant. You can measure an angle, and there you go. You measure the Earth flat. You measure a angle off of the flat Earth, the adjacent. It's a beautiful thing. The Girl Scouts do it, and they're selling their cookies right now too. So be on the lookout. Scouts are out there selling cookies. It's $6 for some delicious cookies. This is not health advice, but some people claim that it causes. Can I say cancer on this show?
Yeah, I wouldn't buy that shit.
If only we had a dietitian that we could trust.
I would not buy that shit, bro. It's trash. I be literally coming out the organic store and they're like, buy the cookies. I'm like, hell no.
Well, you're a racist.
I mean, I'm black, so, yeah, sure.
I was born a poor black child. Myself.
It's just crazy. Like, I just came out the organic store. You think I'm gonna buy that artificial shit? Fuck out of here.
Nah, I thought I did the right thing. I saw a Girl Scout. I was on the way back from the liquor store, right? I saw a Girl Scout selling some cookies, but lo and behold, what I thought was a right move, buying some cookies from a Girl Scout, turned out no, that was the wrong move because Girl Scout cookies are carcinogenic. Apparently, I don't know. No one told me.
God damn.
Not actually. I wish I was funny. I took some liberties with that story.
I wouldn't doubt it.
You guys are much more interesting than me, so come on, people. Shout out if you know something. What have you been noticing in the world that we all inhabit?
Good question.
Dude, I got these mountains that I see. I don't know. There's this whole mountain range in the United States that no one ever talks about. And I can't even remember the mountain range. But it's in the west. It's all of those western states to Mexico. It's like a whole mountain range there, man. There's this one particular mountain that I can.
Oh, the Rocky Mountains? Or are you talking about?
No, they're south and west of the Rockies.
Oh, okay.
Like the Sahara. I don't know. I don't want to say Sahara, but they're like some old Spanish name for mountains.
Might be part of the San Andreas with the San Andreas Fault or something. I'm not sure. I'll look it up.
No, that was a different mountain range. I can't remember the mountain range. But anyway, there's this one Fort Hood. I want to say, or that can't be right. Fort Hood? No, that can't be right. There's this fort on this mountain that's 70 miles away from me, and I'm in this part of Texas. It's called West Texas. Now check this out, bro. This pisses me off. This is a segue, kind of, right? Like did you know the panhandle of Texas looks nothing like a fucking panhandle, but it looks like a square? The top portion, the square, like if you imagine you wanted to make a square out of Texas, you would just use that little top piece that extends out. Make a fucking square, and they call that a panhandle. But in Oklahoma or Florida or everywhere else, a panhandle actually looks like.
Yeah.
Why is that? Like, what the fuck is going on with that?
Well, it has to do with the Red River, by the way. The Texas, Oklahoma. So.
Yeah, but Oklahoma has a real panhandle. Texas is just it's a square. It's not a panhandle. It's like the globe handle or some shit. It's it doesn't make sense, at least to me.
Actually, I'm wrong because the Red River is actually in the more northern. I'm sorry, the more southern part. The actual Panhandle is not a river, so
I think they're lying to us about the shape of Texas. The panhandle looks like a pan. It's a conspiracy. Is it Is it Sunday? Texas is actually shaped like a pan.
With a steak on top.
weird. There's not really any names for the western ones. There's the Southern Rocky Mountains, and then everything else kind of has its own little what state it's in or whatever. It's all part of the Rocky Mountains, I think, though, more or less.
I don't think so, bro. Because the mountains in Mexico. What's the names of the mountains on both the east and west coast of Mexico? Because they live like all of Mexico is like a valley, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll keep looking.
No, Mexico has a mountain ridge in the middle of it. A mountain range.
In the middle? What is that mountain range?
I don't know the name of it, but Mexico City's in the middle of it. Mexico City's at a high elevation.
Yeah.
Like Mexico City is built in a place where a lake used to be. And now part of the lake is still there, but once the lake's gone, it's a big city where the lake used to be. In the mountains.
That's a spooky place, man. I always imagine there's a lot of skeletons in Mexico City.
It's the Sierra Madre system.
That's it.
Sure. It's the mountain range.
Yep. There's a place from Mentone, Texas. You can see this fort. It's like 70 miles away, man. And the horizon's beyond that. You can see it with the naked eye.
Awesome.
Well, are any of you guys photographers? Because the moon was beautiful when it rose. I went on a walk. I was walking east. The moon was coming up. It was the biggest, brightest thing in the sky. Any of you guys looking at the moon? Taking pictures of the moon?
All right, now it's freaking snowing.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's big and bright in the sky.
All right, I'm going to go take a look. We got a big satellite in the sky. Oh, yeah. That's a full moon. Is it? We got eclipse coming up. I've heard. It's strange, right? How come with a lunar eclipse, it doesn't, like, it still gives light? I don't know. How. A lunar and a solar eclipse look very different. Because the moon just turns red. Apparently. It's fucking strange. I see a big bright light. Did you see that big bright light? That's Terminator. For all my fellow Terminator fans. This is not the light you're looking for.
You can learn so much by the light. If you
Did
live
you
on a
see?
globe, you can look at a light and you know the weight of the person holding the flashlight and how dense they are. And you know the distance away they are automatically because of the light. So the next time a guy shines a flashlight at you from a dark area and you live on a globe, you must know exactly what he's made up of, what it is, if it's a person or not, like everything about it. Like it's gonna be awesome. Globers know the gender of a person holding the flashlight. Isn't that weird?
Get him going, D-Mont.
Oh yeah, spectroscopy. There's a
Down the
guy holding a
road, there's
flashlight in the distance. We're gonna spectroscopy the flashlight holders because he's the one holding the light. You see?
down the road. There's a cemetery. That's where a Glober's gonna be buried. Ho! Let's sing it. Down the road, there's a cemetery. Dude, this like the last guy that was in here, dude. He was proven flat Earth. He thought he knew, dude. He thought he was clever, right? But you have to notice, even the guys that think they're clever, they have to assume that the Earth is flat in the first instance to measure their angles, to affirm their consequence, all that shit, to doublespeak.
They think looking down a diagonal to the point of perspective means something. And then they think a diagonal line proves it's curving somehow. Or when they stand on a mountain and look down diagonally to the base, they're like, oh, Earth curve. Like there's something wrong with them. I don't know where to go with it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think anything's wrong with them. It's like to believe a convenient lie is easier than a fucking terrible truth. You know, for some.
Yeah, or they perceive it to be easier. Not.
Yeah, exactly. They perceive it to. I'm biased though, right? I'm biased, so I think they know their destiny. I think everybody knows their destiny. Whatever. Some people have their hell and they want it now, or want their hell and they'll have it now. If the Earth is flat, oh no, I'm so scared. Like fear. I don't know, bro. People are afraid of truth, like the Earth being measured flat. Truth should scare you. That is a right response to truth. Truth should make you afraid. This fear is a good thing. Like without fear, we're all gonna fucking die. But the fear, you should if something makes you afraid, you should ask yourself, why is it making you afraid? That way you can know more, so you can have a right response. Because you should be afraid of truth and the Earth being measured flat. If it scares you, you should definitely face that fear, because you're better off. You're better off knowing why you're afraid. That way you can kind of have a better reaction, prepare for it. Like your fear should. I don't know. I'm not trying to get theological or whatever, but Maybe I'm rambling like a babbling. I'm babbling. I'm fucking babbling like an idiot. But what do I know? I'm biased. I think people know their destiny. Jenna's cooking. D-Mock. Kimbo. D-Mock.
What up?
Earlier, is James still in here? Because earlier he said if you zoom out from the Earth. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. Well, does anybody have any good jokes? Come on.
Funniest joke I know is the globe.
Tell me more. D-Mock, you would make a great Glober. You know that? I think you could do anything that you put your mind to, D-Mock.
Oh, I'd be the best Glober.
What's a tangent, D-Mock?
A pin dot.
No, it's not. A pin dot is a pin dot. What's a tangent?
It's a pin dot. It's where a pin dot touches.
No, that's a pin dot. What's a tangent?
A tangent to what, brother?
What is a tangent?
Well, I have to know what it's referring to. What's the reference for the tangent?
Oh, shit, I don't know. I asked you. What's a tangent?
You son of a buck. I told you it's a focal point until you have a reference. Even when you have a reference, it's only that focal point. So if I put a dot at the tip of my feet and then a horizontal line went out from that dot's basically the same as that tangent because it creates the tangent.
Thanks for nothing. I don't understand. When the student, it might be my problem. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
Are you asking about a ball? It's where any kind of horizontal, vertical, or any straight line or any line touches the surface of a sphere. They would consider that a tangent away from the surface or the center, hopefully, of the sphere. That's what you're.
Yeah, I put a definition in the chat. He's right.
Who's he? Sonny. Sonny.
Yo.
Who's he?
Denmark's right.
How is he right?
He's right about the tangent. I put it in the chat. It says tangent is a noun
now.
Number one answer or definition: a straight line or plane that touches a curve or curved surface at a point. But
Okay.
if extended,
Wait. How's he right if he said? Okay, he said a point.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the end of the definition description.
A straight. Well, but you said a tangent was a point.
It's a point.
Read the
That's what
definition,
No,
dude.
it's not a fucking point. It's a straight
Yeah, it
line.
is a point. Hold on, calm down. It's the point where a straight line or plane touches a curved surface. It is a point.
It's a straight line.
No, that's not. No, straight line is not a point. It's that a straight line is not a tangent. The tangent is where the straight line touches a curved surface.
Or
it's a point.
Or a point.
It is a point.
Oh, it's not a tangent without a straight line.
Then you need to say tangential line, a tangent line.
The tangent is actually the point on a curved surface where a straight line. Yeah, it is. Read the definition. It's in the chat.
No, a tangent is a straight line that touches a curved surface.
No, a tangent is the actual point. It's the actual point where it touches.
Listen, a line that touches any portion of a line that touches a sphere would just be a focal point, not a tangent. It would just be a focal point, right? Like a balancing point, a point of contention or focal, like it's a focal point, like the focused in on point of the center. It would just be one dot for that also. The center of a horizontal or any part of a horizontal that touches a sphere is just that dot. It's not the line. A horizontal line can't touch a sphere. The two things are opposite of each other, brother. Did you get it?
Do I get it? Am I missing something?
No, I'm stupid. We just make up your terms. You're good, brother.
Well, maybe I do have egg on my face. But when I read this definition, it says a straight line or plane that a curve.
Did you guys know that at the start of human history, a variety of types of black people inhabited the moon? When a black god scientist became frustrated with all those living on the moon.
Yeah, that's the Nation of Islam, bro. Everybody knows that shit.
My grandma knew that. Come on.
Good times.
impacting the massive.
Yeah, I think that was in politics, actually. That was last week.
Oh, that was it the week prior? I know it slipped out because I had talked to that guy. I think it was me, right? I talked to that Nate guy or Asmongold for like, I don't know, 3 hours prior about like, hey, Nathan's coming. He's like, yeah, I'm ready to talk to him or something like that. Looking forward to the show. You know, like I'm ready to be part of the conversation, ready to contribute. And I'm like, now take it away, Nate. He's like, well, I got nothing to say. And I'm like, what? You know, like it just threw me off. Like I just was not expecting that, you know, and it slipped out. But yeah, I really work on it. I really try every day, you know, but especially today, I really try to be conscious. And yeah, he just...
Is that the same Nate?
Like,
oh, sorry.
Is that the same Nate who was in here a little bit ago talking about not being able to see any curvature from surface level?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably the same guy. Yeah, I don't know how many Nates there are, but he's got the picture, like his profile picture is Asmongold, a pro gamer.
Oh, okay. Yes, pro gamer. He's terrible at playing games. He's mostly doing political commentary at this point.
Oh yeah, I really haven't kept up with him, but it's interesting because his voice sounds really similar too. Like, you know, if you don't really know the guy, you know, he could pass. You know, their voices are really close.
Yeah, I've accepted that on a Friday there's going to be a mixed bag because we're scheduled to be here. So there's a level of expectation. But on my part, at first it's like, well, I need to fret and stress about making sure the conversation keeps going. I've decided, no, I don't need to do that. It's like, I'll just let it go as it goes. And sometimes on a Friday there's protracted silences, like when I joined earlier. I thought I'll just get a coffee. Came back in and there's no one talking, just Neil popping back in and out going, wow, the conversation hasn't improved much. You're like, okay, well, I haven't actually started, which is probably for the best. By the same token, once we do actually get going live, I'll be like, if there is long protracted silences, so be it.
Especially when you ask a housekeeping question, the longer the silence goes, the more painful it is.
Well, no. The other thing I was going to say, aside from the silences that I don't mind if they do occur, is that I always kind of feel like an outsider in politics, further, because I have absolutely no interest in politics. So, yesterday on my own server, someone came in and asked me something about Trump. Like, I don't even own a TV. Literally couldn't care less about this, but he kept banging the same drum. Like I should have some consequential concern with it. I'm like, I just don't. You know what I mean? So for that reason, I can always kind of, every time we come into politics on a Friday, it feels like we're new here in a way. That means I can sort of promote whatever my agenda is for the year and have it still feel fresh each Friday. But for the moment, like, what's the current agenda? Back to basics, right? Talking about science. Today, if there were to be any protracted silences, aside from allowing whoever's uncomfortable with it the most on the Globe side to pipe up and whatever, I've got an agenda. That's to say, I've got a motivation to still reiterate all of the education that people 5 years ago got, but maybe people who are new here didn't, about science and the scientific method. There is a 2025 agenda still, which is good.
Is that world domination via book?
No, that's a different. That's what I'm saying. That's how you know that
agenda.
Nathan isn't political. He just invoked a pretty triggering word, not knowing what it meant.
What word did I? What word did I use?
Agenda 25 is kind of like the new conservative playbook. The term they're using for it.
Did I say that? What did I say precisely?
You brought up my name. That's what he's referring to. He's a dog.
Between proving the Earth is flat, you're going to take away everyone's contraception.
I shouldn't have maybe disclosed that because now people will know my ignorance is potentially a weakness. It's not. I don't care. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, it
amuses me also.
I don't spend that much time in this room, but we don't talk about politics in here.
It's the flat Earth room.
The server.
Yeah. No, I got that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here at all, right? It's Kiwi has an example where he's like when he's watching his friend mechanicking on his car, he keeps his mouth shut. He knows he doesn't know anything about the subject, so just keep your mouth shut or do something else. Don't get the guy's way, or start asking questions or pointing things out, because you're not going to be of any assistance or help. Well, that would be me in any other part of the politics server. Flat Earth has its place in politics, which I get. I've got a very limited focus that I can offer in that realm, right?
I don't think many people in this room go in any other room.
I bet they do. People love talking about Trump and stuff.
Well, I mean, they can pipe up, but I don't see them in the other rooms. Some of the Globers, yes, but
you'd probably find endless. The Globers, yes. The Flat Earthers, I doubt it.
Yeah.
I jump around to a lot of the other channels, and it's interesting. There are a lot. The main takeaway is the other channels. It might be labeled a politic, topic. No one's talking about it. It's virtually just a lot of gamers just connected, and they're talking about something completely random. The only channels I think that have really targeted, pointed conversation are ours, the Conspiracy Channel, and the Vegan Room. Those are the only three I've ever, consistently, I would say. I know it's anecdotal, but we're consistently on topic. It's a complete mixed bag. You could join the politics channel, and they could be talking about something completely random that has nothing to do with politics at all. Like some TV show they're watching, or the weather, or whatever, sports, whatever, completely random. And then the worst part too is there's 8 conversations going all at the same time, and say if 3 people are talking about sports, they got the weather people turned down to 0, and they're just over talking that group. And the weather people have the sports people turned down to 0, and they're talking like they're not in the channel. It's the most chaotic, crazy stuff that I've ever heard, And if you look at the moderators, if that's the main channels, they don't really care as long as it's no TOS violation. It's a complete free for all. It's a crowded party where you just walk into a room and there's 40 people in the room, and everyone's talking about something different. Or they're all talking on their own phone with someone who's not in the room.
Madness.
Welcome, Flat Earth Debate, live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Neil, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
Welcome. Good evening.
Silence.
Don't silence them. We've only just started. That's very rude, John. Hello, Chocolate. Good to have you. checking. Obviously not. Okay, well, as I said before in the pre-show, for those of you members who've watched up until now, we do actually have an agenda still in the politics server moving through 2025, which is to go back to basics in terms of how the deception we have found ourselves in, past tense, came to pass, and what tools they were using to convince you were on a reified sphere moving around in an orbital motion about the sun in a model called the heliocentric model by Globers. Not actually a model, no such beast exists. Nevertheless, the way that came to fruition was with words that are utilised from science. Words like hypothesis and theory are bandied around to convince the person hearing those words that there is some empiricism ascribable to the words of men talking about the world flying around the sun. For that reason, we will be moving forward through this year in politics on a Friday, talking about science and the scientific method, hopefully to drill you guys in recognising what science isn't when you hear these science words. So that's going to be our purpose while we're here doing live shows in 2025. We've been discussing this on shows like Ballbusters and obviously Flat Earth Debate when we're not in the politics server, but just to make you guys aware why we're here. If you question our motivation for coming along when everybody, without exception, that's on the Flat Earth side in this server seems to recognise that Earth is measured flat. And that measurement will be producing the globe reification that a lot of our opponents potentially still believe in. For those who are in the know about Earth being measured flat, understanding the basics of how your potential opponent was duped into believing they're on a sphere, knowing how science works means you can identify when science isn't being used. There you go. That's my opener. Almost 50 people watching my live show. We've only just started. That's good. You share the show. Smash that share button. Stick it on Facebook.
Good morning.
Ah, finally, Chocolate pipes up. Good to have you, Chocolate.
Good to be here.
Politics, in case you couldn't tell.
Good morning, politics. Good morning, 24/7.
Chocolate. You came up the other day when people were talking about why, even like the question was, if you know that globalists aren't going to answer the questions, and they're just going to distract and just try to shut things down, why have them in the conversation at all? And one of the examples was brought up is because sometimes you'll get them, like to just say something that just you're like, wow, really? And your the example of you getting Dr. Wallace to say that the womb is a zero gravity environment, and then when the baby's born, they have to adjust to the spin and curve of the Earth, so they can't walk or talk for the first 8 to 12 months.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that screenshot. Yeah, I remember him saying that. I still have that somewhere. Hilarious.
That was the story was that, hey, getting them to talk, just starting a conversation, even if you disagree with it, because it will just highlight that they're, to go on what Nathan said, their worldview is neither scientific nor logical. It's this weird sort of conglomeration of faith-based beliefs that they just ad hoc into these very odd statements.
Well, your belief in magical spinning water ball will make you say crazy things. Just par for the course.
I think that there's a lot of convolution between the term measurement and experiment and hypothesis and theorem or calculation. There's a lot of confusion in people's minds about what those words mean.
Yes, and we will cover exactly those things over the course of the next hour, depending on how many questions arise. Maybe we could do a bit of housekeeping just to get people warmed up. Is there any scientific evidence of gravity?
Do they have a phenomenon to even start the process with?
It's a good question. No. Not for 110 years. The former claimed to be mass attracting mass Newtonian gravity, a supposed phenomenon of all things having a bias towards the ground. Case for 110 years, though, so no phenomena to observe. A nice little segue question. That you, Endless. Hello.
That was me. Yes.
Wouldn't that have been asserted as a natural law, so it would always happen? Everything goes down. Would be the assertion there.
I like it.
It's asserted as a natural law.
Okay, well, we'll start there then today. Differences between laws of nature and scientific evidence. So what John's saying is, if it was the case that all things tended towards the ground, as was asserted with the mass of Earth attracting the mass of pencil when you drop it, in Newtonian gravitational terminology, superseded 110 years ago by fourth dimensional space-time. In that claim, you've got something that would be describing that which is asserted to occur always. It doesn't occur always. You know, if you don't believe me, look up at the clouds and you'll know that all things aren't tending towards the ground. 110 years ago, that was what it was asserted to be. That wouldn't be an explanation for the cause of that claim to be, but isn't, phenomena. So if it was the case that everything tended to the ground and you described that everything tends to the ground, you know, you'd be describing a law of nature, not scientific evidence for the 110-year out of date mass attracting mass gravitation that we don't actually have. Props, John, and thanks for the segue. Go ahead.
The namesake of the mass attracts mass idea, Newton, didn't even make the claim that everything was attracted to the ground. He recognised that gas did not behave that way.
Yeah, and as is the case with out-of-the-box thinking utilised to give better conventions or descriptions of things, people like Newton, or in the case of other heliocentric aspects, you know, Kepler, these are very smart people being charged with coming up with new ideas or ways of perceiving things, mathematically or otherwise. When push comes to shove, they're not stupid. They're not going to believe their own nonsense in that regard. When reified, it becomes nonsense. If you're trying to simplify something to a convention that's useful, it doesn't necessarily mean that you ascribe actual reality in physical terms to your convention that you've invented. So, yeah, a lot of the namesakes for some of these conventions that are being abused in modern times, Newtonian physics in this instance, it's neither. And he wouldn't even accept it himself, right? He'd be quite offended if you were to try and foist it upon him in physical terms, exactly as the case taught in re-education level up to university level. And it becomes pseudo-bent space-time and Einsteinian gravity, right? Everyone else is lied to with this nonsense that not even Newton wants to have ascribed to him in physical terms.
I mean, there's a range to it, though. Like, even these smart men, so-called smart men, like you'll have Tycho Brahe saying, yeah, but those stars would have to be massive. Or you'll have people like Huygens going, no, using numerology, I can absolutely work out that Venus has the same radius as Earth. So even these smart people had quite large blind spots, it seems.
I love the Brahe example because that's a question of tone, which doesn't necessarily come off on a page if you're reading that. But if I say the same thing in two different ways, yeah. So if I say, well, it'd have to be enormous. You can tell from my tone that I object, right? If I go, well, they'd have to be enormous. You notice how those are the same words, but very different meaning depending on how it's said. So
that's really the whole. That's really the whole thing, isn't it? Because their worldview is this like series of nested if statements and some pseudo logic. Like, if the Earth is a sphere, then there's going to be these consequences. And so that's how you end up with just utter madness. You've got 500 years of craft that they've built up over time, and yeah, they've just dug their own hole, really.
You're brilliant. You've segued me in beautifully. So what are we hijacking? Taking if and then statements, which are the basis for science, and speculatively suggesting a cause or a phenomena you observe. Hopefully covered that you need phenomena as a step. It's the first step. Observe phenomena and ask why that's happening. When you then formulate hypothesis, you're formulating an if and then statement. If what I think causes that phenomena, then the phenomena. Well, if you can turn that, that's a hypothesis, otherwise known as scientific prediction, into a statement, you've then got, instead of speculatively, this might cause that, you've got, well, this causes that. If this, then that. Yeah? So it's a rearranging of something that's part of the scientific method to offer at the end of the process, empirical outcomes, empiricism, taking only the hypothesis, turning it into an explanation. So rather than it being what it is, a supposition. That's what a hypothesis is. When you say, if this, then that. That's your alternative hypothesis. Saying, if this and that, with the null alongside it, which is if this, not that. You've got to figure out which of the two will be the outcome. If you just ignore the null and say, if this, then that, suddenly you've got a just so story. You can say, that's my hypothesis, and suddenly it sounds like science.
It's like a weird combining of inductive and deductive logic to form this sort of very specialized, very arbitrary, abductive logic that they really can't explain or take questions on. It's just these random quips and blurts. It's like sky, therefore ground. You know, like, just on and on. You know, like massive government conspiracy, therefore not conspiracy. Like these sort of back and forth, like swatting a fly in the middle of the room and never landing the blow, because their worldview is really so subjective and so out there that they can't ever get to a conclusion, because then they would call into question how they got there. And because they didn't really have a starting point.
It's understandable when you put, some like a solid fact into an if statement. Can really confuse yourself. Like, if Earth were flat, then, well, let me just make something up. And if that doesn't happen, then it's not flat. Like, if I were a man, I would be shaving right now. I'm not shaving right now, so I'm not a man. That's where they're at.
This is a skill that's universally translatable into lots of other different subjects. You can describe it easily when you're being hoodwinked in other aspects of life. Bullshitters love to use this terminology. Yeah? I also noticed something that's interesting, which is when people who have got actually very good data are second-guessing how good a job they've done of data acquisition, they'll self-deprecate by saying something isn't science. For example, somebody will measure something, say it's audio. I've been looking at microphones and audio chains and things at the moment for my show, which is just what I do. But as a result, let's say someone's measuring a microphone. When they measure it, they might say to the audience when presenting those measurements, these aren't scientific. What do you mean they're not scientific? You mean you haven't controlled well in an anechoic chamber? Even if you did, it wouldn't make them scientific. But they're kind of letting you know that maybe these are to be taken with a pinch of salt because there could be some issue with the measurements that you've taken, but they're measurements. They're not ever going to be science. But by contrast, when somebody does do a really good job of making the same exact measurement, but in an anechoic chamber that's good down to 100 hertz, suddenly that's a scientific measurement. And I used a scientific microphone. What, you mean it was calibrated? It's like none of these things are science. It might not necessarily mean that you can that would be the fallacy if you're to call foul on it simply because the ascribed word of science doesn't make the actual measurements that they do have not right. They're still legitimate measurements, right? So, ultimately speaking, people do it in a much more egregious way when they're doing it with just so stories as opposed to their measurements that they want to sound better. So my measurements are scientific measurements. No, they're not. They're just measurements. They're very good measurements. Might be very accurate measurements, but they're never going to be science because science establishes the cause of phenomena in nature. When you've got people who want a just so story to be ascribed to mathematics like orbital motion, you can say that it's the science of Kepler. Can't question whether or not we're moving around the sun. This is science. Therefore, what? Empirical when you tell me that's the case? Hello, Kim.
Well, that's when they get the.
Hold on.
That's where they can. Sorry.
I was just saying, hey, go ahead. Reflected.
Well, that's when they start getting the terms like a theorem and theory confused, or observation and measurement, calculation and hypothesis. They start confusing those terms in their mind so that their measurements are science.
They can remember little bits of their lessons, maybe, because there's components to it, like controlling your variables. They're aware that there's something to do with the method in there. And it's like assuming each piece individually is science, whereas it's the whole process is what you need.
Yeah, they'll take one aspect of the scientific method and apply it to something like troubleshooting. Well, I'm controlling all the variables, only altering this one thing. Like, yeah, you're still just troubleshooting, though. There's no naturally occurring phenomena that you're trying to vary and manipulate a presumed cause and make that effect occur based on you varying something else to make it occur. Because that's science, and if you're not doing that, it isn't science. It's not to say that there aren't a high degree of value to be ascribed to any given measurement. If it's done in physical reality, it's just a measurement. Now, those can be extremely useful and offer empiricism with statements alongside it. For example, measuring Earth flat, something that's demonstrable in terms of how it's being measured. And then you evidence an elevation angle measurement in terms of what you're actually doing when you measure with respect to Earth. Elevation specifically being with respect to Earth. How high things are off Earth. So we're talking Earth measurements, angle being the acquisition of a star measurement in this instance. So you give a qualification that someone can understand in reality about a measurement. I overstep the line if I say, therefore, scientifically Earth's flat. No. We've got a measurement. What about if I get a really expensive, massive 50-foot sized angle measuring tool that's beyond ridiculous in terms of its accuracy when measuring an angle with respect to the plane of Earth's surface and a star in the sky? Would that make it scientific measurement of the angle off a plane? No, it's still not going to be scientific no matter how swanky my machine is. You overstep the line when you turn what is still empirically describing an angle. It can't be anything other than an angle. It's elevation, obviously that's with respect to surface, because it's the surface level that you're talking about when you're measuring it. So we've got empiricism to offer in these mathematical statements. Just not science. didn't trigger a single soul.
Yeah. Well,
the issue comes when they start to try to give you a definition of nature versus natural. So they want to include the nature part, which nature includes human. But it's really, it's just a flip flop they want to do when they don't understand that natural, in the actual natural science, the natural does not, it says no human intervention is not it's not there.
Yeah, you're saying the difference between natural and synthetic. If you've got something created by man, that's to say man-made. They want to know if that can go through the scientific method. Well, because men are natural and a man made it. No, a man made it. It's synthetic. It's not natural. What's wrong with that? Why can't I put that through this method? The answer being because you already know what caused it. A man made it.
Before we go by it, though, we'll take those measurements that we were discussing just to the point we were making previously, and they'll apply a calculation using those measurements to invalidate the measurements themselves, and they think they have something. That's kind of the scary part. I need to give an example with that.
Yeah, go on.
Right, you measure an angle to the sun, and then you calculate how much the baseline of your angle is curving. Based on that angle, it used a flat baseline.
It's absurd when you break it down like that, isn't it?
Absolutely. Like, if you look at another subject, like EV equals nRT, I don't think anybody's going to go, well, that's just a calculation. No, it is a calculation, but it shows how measurements relate to each other. And it always holds true. That's fine. They don't, EV equals nRT does not contradict the measurement of temperature, the measurement of pressure. Understand where I'm going?
It's just ascribable whenever you've got a pressure and a volume. Whenever there's a gas, you can apply that.
It's just like a description of what is, rather than, why.
Exactly. It's back to the difference between describing things, which is laws of nature, and often they'll be incorrectly called scientific laws. They're not. Science would be the acquisition of cause or effects that are observed in nature. Laws just describe that which occurs always. So, describing something isn't explaining causality. What caused this to happen, that can be acquired through the method known as science. But like I say, go on.
And thus Newton claimed no hypothesis. He was just trying to describe why everything fell down, and it doesn't.
Exactly. When he specifically says, I found no hypothesis, in a letter to at least someone or other, forgetting the name of the guy he was writing to, in any event, when he says that, it's because people who think outside the box still know there's a box, right? And they're like, yeah, this is complex stuff. This is how I would description of things going to the mass of the Earth that has a mass, and all things that have mass are going to be going towards it. Ultimately, in reality, I'm not going to feign any hypothesis about this. What does he mean? He means, well, he's not going to suggest causal influence. That's what hypothesis means. And he describes it, Newton, that is. So, Yeah, the same I would hope applied, although I've not got a specific letter to give or ascribe to Kepler in that regard. I would expect these very bright individuals been charged with better understanding motions of lights that are measured off a flat Earth, know that they're not capable of reifying their own mathematics into physical existence when they come up with this out-of-the-box way of looking at things, like having the motion of Earth, bifurcating a sphere, that's bent the lines measured to create it, when putting it in motion around a light we call the sun. That's pretty out there, and I say it with half a smile because it's to be admired. Even the people who are inventing these out-of-the-box mathematics must know that they're not capable of reification as the Western and dominant parts of the world in general have done with these so-called models. I say so-called because that's what our opponents call the globe. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. Lots of us here seem to know that, and there doesn't seem to be many globers in here today, maybe. But they're all just keeping very quiet. Find out, but there's almost
now that you made that.
One more shout out to action. So almost 100 people watching the live show. Please share the show if you haven't done so already. 2 clicks to stick it on your favourite social media platform, be it Bebo or MySpace or whatever it is that you like to use. Just a button under this video that says share. So click it on whatever you use, be it Facebook or MySpace or X or whatever you kids use these days.
Now that you made the statement the Earth is measured flat, if I apply a calculation to get the height of a star using that measurement and it doesn't work, which is wrong, like me applying the calculation, the measurement.
The measurement can't be wrong, can it? It's a measurement. Your application thereafter can easily be wrong. Furthermore, as you would often say, you can't violate the measurement with the calculation. If the calculation violates the measurement, then the calculation's wrong.
Yeah, and I started thinking about who's that guy that the ballers love him. He's the one that said if theory disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Was that Michio Kaku?
No, it's not Michio Kaku.
Feynman.
Oh,
Feynman.
Feynman.
It is.
Yeah.
You got there first. Yes, it is Feynman.
Yeah, I think that's what Feynman meant. Because your theory is, if you're talking about science, theory is based on hypothesis. So why would it disagree with it, right?
It can't.
But, right. But calculation.
Did you say that right? Because of I think did you say experiment right? Not science.
Yeah, if it disagrees with experiment, then it's wrong. Like he's in that statement, he's summarizing the outcome being empirical. And if it disagrees with something that's empirically validated, then the thing that's disagreeing with it is inherently wrong. John's saying the same thing. If your calculation, this is taking it out of the scientific context, but if your calculation disagrees with the measurement, then it's wrong. It's just that simple.
Right, and
The law of non-contradiction, which underpins it all.
To be wrong would be a contradiction, yes, but just I think John's just got one further point, and let's just. But yes, go ahead, John.
If I took PV equals nRT, but instead made it P minus V equals N over RT, it would not show the relationship between those measurements, and therefore is wrong.
Right.
Sometimes they'll come in, they use a quote from someone, one of the universities, where they talk about science is the definition of science. And it says in their observation, and then all of a sudden, then they stop the quote. And when you go and you read the actual source, it says observation and experiment. But they leave out the second half of that sentence because they need to try to do this idea that observation can replace experiment. Or you can do experiment without observation. And they feel
It's oversimplified as well, Crit.
It's not the first time.
Yeah.
It's not the first time they've tried to leave out an experimental part of that. Matter of fact, they've even tried to scrub it off Wikipedia and things like that. Literally had to use a Wayback Machine to go find it, saying that it's observation and experiment. Isn't that insane?
Well, experiment is the actualization of hypothesis. That's what an experiment is. But when they say observation, that's oversimplified, because it's not just observation. Because you can observe concrete nouns. You can just look at something just is. Can't then go through a process of establishing cause, can you? Because nothing's happened. So it's like, well, not just observation, specifically observation of phenomena occurring in nature. That is to say, observing natural phenomena. That's step one. Now, once you've got that, you've got half of a hypothesis already, because the naturally occurring phenomena is, in a hypothesis, dependent variable. Now, the only then addition to that to make it a full hypothesis is your supposed cause of that. So you've got, if A, I supposed cause, then B, phenomena you observed at step one. It must be something that you observe. In other words, it's not a phenomena till you actually observe the phenomena. Oh, making stuff up as phenomena and saying, well, I mean, I suggest that this would be the case. There's a force, magical force. Luke was given it. Yeah, it's got to be a naturally observed phenomena for it to be comporting with step one. Not a phenomena until it's an observed phenomena. Then you can suppose a cause, then you've got a hypothesis. What's a hypothesis? A scientific prediction. You predict, suppositional, A will cause B. Well, an experiment is you saying, let's see if A causes B or not by varying A, or independent variable. Vary it and see if it causes the thing you observed in nature. If it does, you've empirically validated the cause of the thing you studied in the first place, observed phenomena. If you don't, you still empirically validate hypothesis because it has a zero difference result called null. If A, not B. If you vary A and B doesn't happen, put a tick next to that part of the prediction. You varied it and it did not happen. Proved that is not the case. You still empirically validated that prediction. A didn't cause B. If A, not B, tick. That's proven. And no matter what the outcome in the scientific method, you have an empirical outcome at the end of hypothesis actualization, otherwise known as experiment. You perform an experiment, you either prove the cause or you prove something isn't the cause. Only one can be true. You can't both cause and not cause something at the same time. Therefore, one or other of those two, null or alternative hypothesis, will be validated at the end of the experimental process. Very powerful tool.
And
I'm done. Go ahead.
You said the term prediction, and that immediately will, in a lot of people's minds, bring up what's next in the pattern as being a prediction. Just so people know, pattern recognition is not a prediction. It's pattern recognition.
Yeah,
I think.
Go ahead, Chocolate.
People. I think he should say that again for the people in the back.
Pattern recognition?
Yeah, because I think that's important. I think that's one of the parts of the brainwashing that's gotten to people. I think just because, they see a pattern. And that means they predicted something. Say it again.
Right. Well, pattern recognition is taking events as they have happened and noticing what will be next in the pattern. It's not a prediction when you You know, you have the pattern. It's like a post-diction that remains true. It doesn't even make sense to call it a prediction. Prediction is, well, if I do this, then this will happen.
Yes. Whereas in a hypothesis, your prediction is what will cause the phenomena you're studying. That's what you're predicting. Then the experiment validates, that's to say, it confirms whether or not your prediction was correct or not. That is, if validated, a prediction. I predict this, that's A, will cause at, that's B. So I predict my causal influencer, when varied, will cause the phenomena I observed at step 1. That's a scientific prediction, otherwise known as hypothesis. John's pointing out, watching the clock and going, you know what? It's 11:59. I predict 60 seconds. It's going to be midnight. Science! Now, made a prediction. No. You recognise the pattern in a piece of mechanical instrumentation that we've developed and ascribed a convention to. It's got a circular pattern to it. Doesn't mean you've made science happen when you predicted that midnight would come after 11:59. Recognising patterns.
Recognition can be useful, though. We're not disclaiming it or anything like that, because, like, say you're measuring the angle to Polaris and how much distance you travel, how much time you wait, would be how much distance you travel changes that angle. You know, you can use that to find your way around the Earth. It's useful. It's not science.
Yeah, very useful. It's a step too far to call it science. Often when people lie to you, they know that a good shortcut to getting people to trust me, bro, is to start calling things scientific when they're not. Call it an experiment and suddenly people will say, all right, well, it's obviously proven something then. What are you proving? Well, I'll just describe a story to what I've proven. I mean, the process of maybe looking at a machine or a light in the sky, that'll be called the experiment, but I'll make my own conclusions after the fact. It'll sound like science, because it was an experiment. Right? No. But knowing what science actually is means you can identify when you're being led astray, deceived.
And all we had to say was, show us that. And it changed the whole thing. Everything went from the body of science proves everything. Oh, science doesn't even prove things. First. And all we had to do was say, can you show us some of that science that you're talking about? Thanks.
Yeah, like the opener. Any scientific evidence of gravity? Are there any ballers in the woodwork? About 3/4 of the way through the live show, haven't had a single peep from any ballers. Amazing.
I don't think we've said anything controversial to their worldview just yet, because they've not actually thought about the implications of the factual statements we've made.
There's almost 100 people watching, so Earth being measured flat is obviously not that controversial to ballers, it would seem. Maybe they're in the know and they know Earth's measured flat to create their ball, as we ascribe importance to currently. Knowing that Earth as a ball has come from flat Earth measurements, I would assume that would trigger the uninitiated ballers greatly, but maybe everyone in here is not smart and knows that anyway if they're a baller, and they just know it's a belief and they know they've got to measure Earth flat to have that belief. But they're cool with that. Beliefs are for, everyone's entitled to them.
Well, if part of my rhetoric is that there is a local plane that I'm acquiring my angles from, do I believe or assert that it's a plane that I'm standing on?
You don't have to assert it though. If it's being utilised in that way, isn't it kind of redundant?
Yeah, but that's part of the statements they make is we'll just throw in terms like local and think that it's still curving.
I see what you're getting. Right, you're saying guy rides in on a horse, and where I say, well, you don't have to identify that you're on a horse. It's not like you ride into town and go, I'm on a horse, by the way. See this? This is a horse. See my horse? It's a horse. You don't need to, yeah? But what you're doing is saying that they ride in on a horse and go, excuse me, this is not a horse. In fact, there are no horses. Yeah?
I'm sorry I'm laughing.
Do they ever...
Can't have horses on a
do
flat
they ever quantify what they mean by local?
Yeah, they mean the bit that they're measuring at whatever size it needs to be at that particular time is flat. And because it's a really big ball, local's the appropriate word to kind of, smooth over that non-bent, non-curving surface that they've just measured. Local's quite a broad term.
That was like a Get Out term. Right? It's not flat. It's just locally flat, right? It's a little bit flat.
It's not a horse. It's locally a horse, dude.
It's
It's a locally horse. It's locally horse. Yeah.
So when we're measuring the elevation angle to a star that's 20 degrees above the horizon, the bit that we're measuring, sub point, is like 4,200 nautical miles away.
Locally horse.
So it's just 4,000 miles of flat. Okay.
Locally.
Cool.
Nice. Locally. 4,000 miles locally. And when you think of the grand universe of ever-expanding nothingness that doesn't exist, then that's local. It's a matter of scale.
Exactly.
Wait, how are you
Just
talking
a matter
about
of
the universe, but you don't agree to planets out there? What?
So I'm muttering.
We have a problem.
Triggered a baller.
Yeah, hold on, Pickle. Just give a second. Collect your thoughts and
observation.
All right, go ahead, Pickle.
I just made an observation. You're making a wild, casual reference to what you think's going on in the universe, but you don't even want to accept there's planets out there. That's wild to me. Or black holes, or galaxy. Yeah, it's wild to me.
Wild to you?
You know about what's past that, but you don't agree that thing in between the thing you're talking about is there. That's wild to me. How do you skip that step?
Nobody did that.
Okay, so the ever-expanding universe. So we got flat Earth, and that's what's out there. Is the ever-expanding universe? Just
straight away, you've overstepped the line.
I said that doesn't exist.
Well, it's a question. So how did I do that? It's to you. The ball's in your court.
The description you've given of ever-expanding is a convention a man's come up with.
You used those words. I repeated what you said.
And before I've even ended the sentence qualifying your statements, you're a bit triggered and talking through the response. This is going to be difficult, I can tell already.
Is there a void in... Okay, you said the words that I invoked to ask you a question about how you skipped a step. So I didn't do anything but use your words to ask you a deeper question. There's no ball in my court, so if anybody's crossing the line, it would be you.
I answered it in my full sentence, if you would like to repeat it.
Yeah, so what do you think exists outside flat Earth?
Ever-expanding universe that we don't observe?
That we don't. Okay, so no offense, I'll scratch those words about the ever-expanding universe. I don't think you know enough to make comments past flat Earth.
Sure.
That's a nice point,
Okay, I don't think you know. Well, I gave him an opportunity, and he didn't fulfill the sense-making of it, so...
So then that's the solution?
Right. And then you said, and then you admitted that you didn't know.
And I'm waiting for him to, if he can jump in and fulfill that part that he didn't. Yeah, The leap in logic.
Everyone chill for a sec. Everyone just chill for a sec. What's your question?
Okay.
Exactly.
You have flat Earth, and I just heard him say the ever-expanding universe is a planetary systems, galaxies, black holes, like that's the stuff in between. So I'm just wondering how he made that statement so casually, with forgetting that he doesn't. What's his belief in the planets and the black holes and stuff, galaxies?
Okay, so if he was to say the word unicorns, you'd be all over him, going, "How can you say that word if you know that they're not real?"
Well, I would just say, hey, and then he would say, I was just mentioning it in jest if he was honest, and we move on. Has there been a response?
Go ahead, John.
Yes. Yes, there was a response. I said,
was mentioned in jest?
Ever-expanding universe that does not exist. Just like the unicorn
does not exist.
Does not exist.
Beautiful. We got the context. Does not exist. Thank you.
It was already given. You just thought you heard a gotcha and you wanted to jump in.
No, I asked you for clarification and you were the least talkative one. You see, everybody else talked and then you at the end gave me the context. That's what just happened.
Fair enough. He said you can't divine your thoughts either, so no, fair enough.
There's no reason to analyze me. I just asked for him to clarify. That's it.
Just so you know, it sounds really religious to my girlfriend who is a baller, who I let hear these conversations ever so often. When she hears Nathan for, I don't know, at least an hour talk about measurements, what science is, what science is not, and then you come in and say, you don't believe in galaxies, and you don't believe.
Wait, who are you talking? Are you talking to me?
Oh, it doesn't. You don't have to respond to me. You can't respond to me, but you've been.
I need you to clarify who you're talking to.
Yeah, you've been useful to my baller girlfriend who thinks you sound religious after having listened to Nathan talk about what science is.
Yeah, when I ask a person a question, if somebody thinks I sound religious, thank you for your useless commentary, bro.
If it didn't apply to you, I don't understand why
he was talking to me. So it did. It was just definitely was talking wrong. So I don't know why you're responding to me. Yeah, I don't know why you're responding to me. I think I did what I needed to. He said what he needed to, and I did too. I don't need a third party like
guys, hold on. Make a space for Nathan.
No, just back up. He said something to me. I asked him, and then I responded. It's over. We don't need third parties hopping in.
I'm trying to smooth it over, Sham. The reason he said it in that way.
Are you going to interpret for him?
You said belief, didn't you?
What? I asked the dude a clarifying question about the expanding universe. He said it didn't exist. We were done. There. You guys are adding extra drama for no reason.
Okay.
I was talking to John, not any of you.
Fair enough.
But I said it when in the original statement you questioned.
I don't need to repeat that. You said it, bro. We're just rehashing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah. I really want to move on. Yeah.
Sham.
You could demo this.
Hey, Sham, were you listening to the context of that conversation where he made that statement you questioned?
You could just prove that instead of telling a story and then saying, because someone did bring up your story, he's wrong.
Bro, what are you doing, man? The convo's over, man. I just wanted him to clarify. That's it. Don't try to get me to extend anything.
You brought up something you have no proof for.
I asked a question, bro. I didn't bring up shit. What's wrong with you?
Oh, relax.
You didn't bring up the ever-expanding universe.
When a person asks a question, they're not bringing up anything. Are you slow?
Or is that you? Is that you?
Just relax.
Y'all are cooked. I'm relaxed. I'm wondering if you're mentally ill by keeping this flame going that doesn't need to. Yeah.
I don't know why you're so pent up. Just relax.
Just move on. Do you know how to do that?
Trying to. You just stop talking
about it. He's triggered. Either he wants to have a conversation or not. Clearly, he said something. The other guy said something. We're now doing all the meta discussing it. Bro, do you want to continue in the conversation or do you want to fade to black? Which one is it?
I want you to stop talking to me, bro.
It's okay. He doesn't have anything to.
He doesn't have to leave. Oh, good. Anybody else got anything they wanted to ask or clarify? Feel free.
I was just going to ask Sham if he could, if he knew what the context was. What was the conversation that led up to the point where you asked a question? Do you remember what we were talking about? That at John, tongue-in-cheek, referencing the ever-expanding universe.
Alrighty then.
You will never find out that.
Maybe not, but I think we'll be okay. We'll live. Anybody else?
I think we'll just talk about locally flat areas and giant locally flat areas.
I think we covered that, right? It's all a matter of perspective and scale. Therefore, if you want to compare
Yes, we're
to
very tiny.
an ever-expanding
Just
universe.
little specks.
Yeah, tiny.
And then it's just a matter of
We have
scale.
some
What you consider local.
We
right?
have some very big rulers, though.
Solar system.
Like, it can't be horse.
Right.
No, at that point, once you've acquired that which you require, that's flatness, there is no horse.
Do you guys want to hear the most convoluted thing that I've read this morning? Well, all year,
I suppose so.
Not enough. Not enough. No excitement. I'm going on.
Please, Eli, I can't wait. I can barely contain myself.
All right, you pulled my thumb. Okay, so I thought to Google, is sea level parallel to? Listen to what it says. Yes, at any given point on Earth, the sea level is considered parallel to the horizon because the horizon is essentially the line where the curvature meets the sky, which is visually perceived as a flat plane at sea level, meaning the two lines are essentially aligned. Key points: curvature of the Earth. Horizon appears flat because of the Earth's curvature, and at sea level. This line aligns with the water surface. Observer's height. The farther away the horizon appears depends on the observer's height above sea level. Technical definition. While technically not perfectly parallel due to the Earth's slight obliqueness, the difference is negligible for most practical purposes. There's a couple of things that stand out to me. Obviously, you can't have sea level and the horizon parallel if the horizon is curved. Or if sea level is curved, that's just ridiculous. Second of all, they say the horizon appears right. They also say that the observer's
Just the audio towards the end of this live stream. I want some more, Eli.
And the other point, the farther away the horizon appears depends on the observer's height above sea level. That's just a blatant lie because you can validate that that's not the case. So it's just like a cluster.
There's one of them. They basically said the reason we measure it flat is because it's a ball.
It's ridiculous. It's just so blatant.
That's what it said. When it came to the AI summary, basically saying in the AI summary, the reason it's so flat and measured flat is because it's a ball and that.
Yes, that's wild. Man,
My horse is a giraffe.
Yeah, there is no horse. The reason it's so horse is because it's not a horse.
Okay, if Earth is a flat plane, as long as it's flat in a spherical way.
Yeah, that's what AI summary is. Just remember, the reason we're measuring it so flat is because it's a really big ball. Obviously.
I told you it's part of the rhetoric.
Another good.
Nothing about what we've said is contentious.
You sound like a true.
Another good AI summary is if you look up mean sea level is a horizontal plane. And it says, yes, mean sea level is considered a horizontal plane.
because it's a really big ball, and that
purposes of
the
calculation.
only reason it's considered a really big plane is because we're on a ball.
For this summary, the only reference they have to spheres is, although the Earth is not perfectly spherical, mean sea level is conceptualized as a flat horizontal plane for the purposes of measurement. It's not a perfect sphere. That's why mean sea level is a horizontal plane.
It's not a perfect sphere. That's why we measure it flat and that.
For the purposes of measurements.
Just for the purpose of measuring, it's going to be flat. For the measuring bit.
Has to be.
Let's stop working at the really is level, guys. It gets difficult when you get down here to the really is.
I'm gonna go ahead and read this. Matter of fact, is sea level a horizontal plane? It says, yes, sea level is considered a horizontal plane as it represents the average surface level of essentially flat plane across the Earth's surface, used as a reference point for measuring elevation and depth. Key points about sea level. Definition: sea level refers to the average height of the ocean surface between high and low tide, acting as a horizontal plane. So it's already talking. Look at that, Bev. Oh my God, look at that. You got highs and lows, but for all intents and purposes, you get a mean, and that's considered just a horizontal frame of reference for how high or low things are. Wow. That's crazy. Boy, oh boy, I love this.
Earth needs to be flat to reference how high or low things are. That's right.
Oh look, wait. Important consideration. Hold the phone. While considered a horizontal plane, the Earth is curved. So the true sea level slightly varies depending on location due to factors like gravity.
That's a contradiction in terms.
You gotta love the disclaimers and the fine print. You gotta love it.
It seems like AI's been programmed with 1984 doublethink. I just got to remember that each person that comes across this talk of measuring flat and Earth as a plane being measured, just remember it's not flat, it's curved. Just so you remember that. Got a nod to that at the end in my AI explanation for you, the Dumbo who's had to Google this and has been voiced to AI explanation. Just so you know, it's only being measured flat because it's like really big and ball shaped. Just so you know. 1984, man. I can't believe it.
If you type in "is level a flat plane," well, you won't get a yes, even though it's told you over and over again. It most certainly is. Yeah, it will never. I don't know. I mean, this has been bothering me for a couple of years now. So
no, but look, it's probably. Here's why it shouldn't bother you, because when you ask it, what I just asked it, is sea level, is sea level a horizontal plane? It says yes, but when you ask it, is level horizontal or a flat plane? It says no. To a fifth grader can go, huh? That's a contradiction. It doesn't. See, we didn't have that before. Something so simple to put side by side and tell a human, look, you're beyond 5, you're old enough to figure this out yourself.
I thought that's what I was kicking a stir up about. I'm glad you found it. AI saying it though. That's cool. Hello?
Hello.
Just having a moment of silence for the globe and for expanding universe.
I think it's everybody might be taking in Eli's reference to AI, which is interesting.
If you say to it, level is horizontal, is a flat plane, it says yes, level means horizontal, which essentially describes a flat plane, parallel to the ground. If you, instead of asking it a question, you tell it, level is horizontal, it reacts differently.
Yeah, just like questioning someone's belief and giving a statement of fact invokes a different reaction. That's why we've not had a lot of triggered people today.
You can only have parallel on really big balls.
Key points to remember. Horizontal describes a line or plane that is parallel to the ground. Level indicates a surface that is perfectly horizontal, meaning it is flat and has no slope. Plane refers to a flat surface where any straight line drawn between 2 points lies entirely within that surface. No controversy
You all
there.
just don't understand large spheres.
Jaron quote.
He didn't say sphere anywhere in that. Why would somebody bring up sphere, I wonder? You know what I mean? Nothing in what he said had the term sphere in it, did it?
Just because you don't understand large spheres like I do, I'm the only one who understands large Home Depot spheres.
Right. The fact that someone would bring up a sphere after making that statement of fact would make them look crazy at that point, wouldn't it?
And why are so many people still following the dude?
You guys
Word large is doing a lot of work there.
You had the Home Depot song, Endless?
No, not that one. Last song I heard was the Where Are the Guns?
Earth is like a Home Depot. Eh?
Oops, sorry. I'm not plugged in.
Someone will take it out for you, I'm sure.
I mean, the word large is really doing a lot of heavy lifting for them. It's a bit like the word local. It's, how large a sphere are we talking? I mean, the globe claims a specific size, like a testable size. Large is a bit ambiguous.
Yeah, large balls can have local parallels. You never heard of a reciprocating zenith angle? Oh, you man.
Where radius approaches infinity.
And beyond.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to describe the Earth as a really big ball. You just have to invoke something that can't be expressed naturally to explain the natural world.
AI also says that are also parallel to each other. Typical zenith angles parallel. AI even says you can consider them to be divergent, but that wouldn't really work out for measurements and navigation purposes.
Gonna need right angles for that.
Do the ballers actively avoid the server on a Friday afternoon now?
Seems a bit like that, doesn't it?
I wonder why.
Watching one of QE's live streams the other day, and they had people like McToon critiquing what we do, and it happened to be one of the shows we were in politics, right? You've got McToon saying, "Oh, he's not got control of the server, so he can't mute people." Like, hang on a minute. Isn't your whole shtick that I mute people who are on a Friday? I've got no control of this server. It's certainly not mine. Not that I own a server at all. There's no ballers. They're actively avoiding it. Well, I don't have a mute button. What's the problem?
What was the other bit, Nathan? All of the flat earthers in politics all grovel at your feet. Oh, Nathan, you're so great. Hold still while we pat ya. Jeez, I hate McToon. Fair dinkum.
I haven't experienced that. When did that happen?
That's what was on that stupid video. Go and watch it again. You'll make yourself sick.
I know what you're talking about.
That
Everybody know
same
what he's talking
video
about.
that you're talking about, it was on this, mate.
McToon and various others.
That all the Discord fellas grovel at your feet, yep. With you and your mute button.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Penny's finally dropped. Yeah. Unbeknownst to that critique, I'm in a foreign server where I'm not in charge. You're not groveling at my feet. I'm a guest here. How dare he imply that all of you are like my minions? How rude.
That's exactly what he did, though. He brought up that you don't have the mute button. I've said moot instead of mute so much that I've stuck in my brain now. But now that you don't have that, we're going to see what happens, you know. And then when that doesn't happen the way you want it to, you just say that all the people in that Discord are somehow enslaved, Nathan Oakley. You know, that's how you just rationalize. Just keep rationalizing it that way.
I could just imagine McBoogerita coming in here. He gets in here, 8 seconds later, he's muted. Where's Nathan, McToon? Where's Nathan?
He won't do that. He's confessed that he finds the weakest flat earthers so he can make them look stupid. He won't go for the top shelf.
I think it says a lot about his intelligence that he recognizes his own limitations and how.
Yeah, but you can only play the easy teams so much. Eventually, you're going to run into a good team, and they're going to expose you.
Hey, Neil, are you saying that we should take someone that's new to this subject, train them up, and then push them at McToon?
I'll go.
You're on the panel. You're on the B+ panel. That'd be a hard sell.
Oh,
I think a better use of your time would be going through the list of podcasts that Weiss went to and being a guest on those and giving those people the proper information. He's got a whole list of people who are open to the idea of having a talk with flat earthers.
Are you saying I should clear up Dave Weiss's mess, mop up after him when he's gone out and poisoned people?
Well, not you necessarily, but anyone who's inclined to. It's mostly small shows. I'm sure they're interested in having.
Wait a minute. I'm tired of that whack. I'm tired of that whack A sentiment, Nathan. You won't be cleaning up his mess, but like in poker, you'd be cleaning up in taking the eyeballs from him. Why isn't that a better perspective?
Okay. He collected eyeballs. Poker.
Why isn't that a better question? Because you're joking about it. I know you're dead serious because you keep joking the same way. But if people like Whitsitt and people like Dave Weiss can siphon off viewership from you because these people have us and our arguments at first and then ran with the audience. Why can't you do that?
Can I what not do?
You're jumping between two hats, Nathan. Nathan's jumping between two hats right now, and it's not fair.
No,
In your
Nathan runs a
YouTube
daily
hat.
show.
Hold on, Neil. I don't.
we all know that
I
he's
clearly
right.
don't understand the question or objection, and John's clarifying it. Just let him. Go ahead, John.
There is two hats that you wear: your YouTube hat and your Flat Earth hat. Your Flat Earth hat is offended that you would have to go anywhere to tell anybody anything. It's just statements of fact. Your YouTube hat wants viewership, and that's the one that Eli is speaking to, is that these platforms have the viewers, and they're willing to have a discussion with flat earthers. Why not go? It would get you the viewers.
Will.
So
Want to have a book in hand before you do that?
Like
sorry?
David Weiss could be kind of like the fluffer. Afterwards. You know what I mean?
Right. You got your kids, they're out playing in the neighborhood, right? And then they go out and do something stupid. You have to go out there and talk to the adults. Now it's time for the adults to talk and go back to playing with his really big ball.
The Corleone family has a lot of fluffers.
Okay, right. This is going to sound really selfish, but that's life. And I've got something to sell. I'll be more inclined to do that. It's to say, if it's just going out mopping up Dave Weiss's mess for the greater good, I haven't got enough time to do that. Come out there and market
No. Book or no book. What I'm talking about is strategically, when there is a large audience present, you picking up those subscribers. You're looking at it as mopping up his mess. No, you just can happen to be somewhere at the right time. Your name already rings enough bells for you to just siphon off those subscribers, doing the same thing you do anyway. So that you can't separate yourself from YouTube. That's all you are. I mean, it is what it is, right? You've made it that way. So how the hell can you sit here and say, no, you damn well will be taking your YouTube and cleaning up his mess? Because you're never going to be somewhere not recording, right?
No, I guess not. I mean, if I'm sat in this chair doing what I do, then I'm going to be recording. I mean, I'm going to hang around here in politics for a bit longer because we haven't had much discussion out of Ballers. So even though we're still live, just a hint that we are still live, please don't swear. Yeah, I'll hang around a bit longer, drag it out so that we give the audience what they want. But yes, you're right. If I'm going to be somewhere, I'm going to be recording. What's your point?
You're selling your show if you go on to speak to them, to someone now. You'd be selling your show that we're doing now for someone to come and listen to the baller jump in and try to attack me for mentioning one of his religious terms. That's what you would be selling.
Yeah, well, I just want more to sell. I've got the book. I just feel more like I've got a purpose if I'm out there flogging the book. It's something that you put a lot of work into, so it seems like a waste if I'm not taking advantage of selling it when I'm out there. You know what I mean? It's like, if I only had the time again, it'd be great if I'd have had the book to flog when I'm at this person's or talking about the subject. You know what I mean?
Pardon me. You've got 10 years. How long has this show been running? Like 8 years, 7 years? So this show is not worth advertising then? Is that the statement
I'm not saying it isn't worth. I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying we've got something that's currently in the making that's marketable. So no harm in saying, yeah, okay, I agree with all of you, but I've got all the more reason to do that if I've got a book to go out of. Plus, it legitimises my reason to approach them in the first place. Because what do I say? Oh, by the way, I noticed you just had Dave on. Yeah, he did say quite a few things that are wrong, as opposed to, hey, I've got a book about the subject you also talked to Dave Weiss about. Maybe I can talk to you about that subject also and my book that I want to plug. You know what I mean? That's all it is.
A lot of the shows on that list that we went through are quite small channels, so it's potentially quite good practice to get a presentation down. You know, as you work your way up, get a bit more notoriety, and then have access to larger channels. And all the while, you would be building a larger and larger audience. It's kind of got a, you know, a snowballing effect to it. And instead of maybe for a little bit that would be a daily or weekly show, or like once a week, one of the shows from once a week for Fed. Most of those podcasts would be fine with you also re-hosting or recording it.
But yeah, like the reason that you didn't have anything to sell, I don't think that's true. At this moment, you do have something to sell. You have an open panel forum where people can come and discuss this topic. Not debate it anymore. The debate's over. But we won't tell them that. But to keep it honest,
sure,
discuss
this topic. In years gone by, there's perhaps a lesser reason to promote the show to bigger channels. Now I just feel it's we've got more to brag about on bigger shows, so therefore it's more worthy to actually try and achieve that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see your point too. I just, and I'm not saying you're wrong. The only thing I was saying you was wrong about is when you said, when I have something to sell. That's what the only reason I spoke of is you do have something to sell now. That's not, you can't use that as an excuse. But you can do what you want to do. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't think that's enough,
and
there's no, you know.
You're consistently selling yourself in our likeness for viewership. That has been the truth and the same since you started doing YouTube. So the reason and the purpose you would do, however you would do it, I don't even know. I haven't even thought it. However you would go and siphon off these members from other people's viewership. The whole point is you're doing that for more subscribers, so that you have more people coming in the live show. Especially when we come up against an even bigger channel, just makes you look more authentic because people like big numbers.
It's not a very grand cause, that's all.
To get bigger numbers and bigger subscribers.
Yeah, it's not exactly unique, is it? Any YouTuber wants that.
Yeah, but that clout gives you clout. The bigger number gives you clout and gives you access to other audiences.
Yeah.
Success begets
and you
success.
did say that was the goal. You did say that was the goal. And, you know, we've already determined that you kind of can't not do the kind of thing that, for example, Whitson has done or Dave Weiss has done. We've seen what they've done. They started at zero like you, but, you know, in respect to everything that we do, you know, we've stayed in the same server. Thank you, Betty. Is it Betty? Is Betty's server? You know, and we appreciate all that. What you haven't done is ventured out. Dave Weiss has taken his platform and has gone everywhere. Whitson has taken his platform and our arguments, and he's gone everywhere. You're just saying I don't see the need to do that. Well, then what are we doing this for, man? I'm grow or not?
Okay. You tell me how to do that. All the 6 degrees of separation. If you know somebody, tell me and I'll contact them.
Does anyone still have
right,
Weiss's app
I'll
installed?
take that. Thank you.
Because he has a whole playlist of shows he went on. They would be a good place to start contacting.
I love this assumption that just because Dave Weiss has been on something and they're receptive to Dave Weiss, yeah, I'm sure he's built those relationships and found a way in with those individuals. Doesn't mean I'm going to get them. I wouldn't know
What it does show is that
hold on, just one sec.
it doesn't.
Just one sec. If you've got a list of Dave Weiss's shows, does that come with a list of emails for all the people that I'd need to contact to get on those shows? Of course it doesn't.
Most of them are just small YouTubers.
Right.
A lot of the early ones were just, channels with like 3,000 subscribers or, a few thousand subscribers here and there. Various conspiracy channels and things like that.
Me and Eli will do it. Do you have a way to post the link to what you're talking about? And me and Eli will be Nathan's involuntary promoter for this. And thank you.
Does anyone have Weiss's app still installed? Because that's where that playlist is. He has a playlist that's linked from that. Because I just checked his YouTube channel, he doesn't have it publicly available on there. Private, it was. I haven't used the app for a couple of years at this point. Does anyone here have it installed?
No, I deleted
Probably
it.
not. Yeah.
Oh my God. I feel dirty. Am I going to have to buy this app?
No.
Get the information.
No. I'll sacrifice my phone. I'll install it.
I mean, I have paid for the app at some point. I'm not going to lie and pretend I haven't, because I did.
You don't need the app. You can just go on flatearthdave.com and hit interviews, and there's all his interviews.
Oh, beautiful.
Hey, I'm so glad we're plugging Dave and his app. That's like.
Nathan, can you contact Eddie Bravo? I'm sure he'd happily put you onto people.
I'm actually in touch with Eddie Bravo, but I keep in touch with him on a more friendly level, which is to say, he's got an argument he wants answering, I'll answering it for him.
Yeah, you're sharpening his tools. I'm sure he'll happily reciprocate and put you onto some good shows. Or put you forward.
Maybe that'll be my starting point. Again, one of the things I've been talking about him is about the book and its progress, which is to say he's been not kept in the loop, but he's aware that that's coming along. I mean, no doubt, that he's going to want to talk about it once it's actually something that's useful.
Yeah, you want to save the big shows for when you've got the book to plug, but getting into a fighting fit and a shape with these little shows might be useful.
I'm good. I've done that. Go back and look at.
I meant like.
I've done it. I've been there, done that. No offense to the smaller YouTube.
Are you going to have going to have a sort of presentation associated with the book, like specifically built around the ideas in the book? I mean, is the intention to do multiple, like a lot of different shows once it's available?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, Dave's got his repertoire, as we're talking about Dave, and he'll rattle off the same old garbage. Me, I don't do that. I don't have a script. So, no. Yeah. I'll happily talk about this subject all day long with anybody that wants to talk about it. And if I've got something to self-promote, my channel, subscriber base, or, as I'm more keen to do, promote a book, because that's something you can physically offer to them. You can say, look, I've got this book. It's going to benefit you. Which people are selfish, right? When I assess these things, I have to empathetically put myself in the position of the person I'm approaching and ask the question they would ask. What's the question they would ask? What's in it for me? That's what people ask. What's in it for me? When I approach them and go, If I come on your show, I could grow my subscription base. Response to the person that you've just put that to. Oh yeah, what's in it for me?
I got an answer.
Enlightenment. Yeah, John.
An interesting show.
I have a different and unique understanding of the world that we live in that you've never heard. And if you're interested, I have that.
Yeah. I can sell myself as a very special snowflake, and they can turn around and go, "Aren't you just a flat earther?" Yeah, I am.
Listen. Killer Priest podcast. That was one of the largest viewed streams he had. Now, you can't play ignorant. I'm telling you now, and we all know this. When regular channels, quote unquote, channels that don't necessarily talk about flat earth, their numbers blow up. So why are you there cleaning up Dave Weiss's mess? Because he originally came on to tell people how the earth is flat, and then he left a hungry taste. He left a hunger, okay? He didn't do the job. People are still waiting for that. The guy that connected me to Killer Priest specifically said that. And we're waiting for Nathan to do his sciencey thing. That's what we want to see. So when you say, well, what am I going on these channels for? What do I have to offer? I'm nuts. I have to offer actual flat earth proof. Evidence, axioms, measurements. I can tell you why they've lied to you about science. What is science? Really? What's not science? What's a model? What isn't a model? These are things that Dave couldn't help you think through. You're welcome for all of the views that you got from me just merely being here. That's what happened.
I don't disagree one bit.
So going back to the initial point that nobody is no longer contentious, and Elijah will put that list of shows that are open and looking for flat earth information, and we will pour you out to them. Right?
Excellent. Sounds good. I don't know about the terminology whoring me out, but that sounds good.
Yeah, it really kind of let me down a little bit when I spoke to Joe Rogan's manager, and he told me to piss off. But the fact that I was able to speak to him, the fact that I was able to speak to him means that there is a door. I just didn't have the right credentials to get through that door. You know what I mean?
All right.
That's not that Jamie guy, right? That does his be in the back. That guy. But I could see him getting a little. He gets triggered by things like this. So.
Rogan's handler, you mean?
Eddie Bravo is the way to get onto Joe Rogan.
You're going to have more luck with people like Sam Tripoli and other people in that side of the...
Yeah, the Tinfoil Hat podcast.
Yeah. I potentially have an in with like OBDM, who does... Midnight Mike does a show with Sam Tripoli and used to do Union of the Unwanted as well.
There may be a lot of problems, though, in what we're discussing, because a lot of the channels we're going to be going to are conspiratorial ballers. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And it seems like the more conspiratorial a person is, the harder it is for them to take on the information we have to give.
You're not necessarily just talking to the host, though, are you? You're talking to their entire audience.
Of course.
There's only ever going to be a small percentage of people who are willing to listen to this particular set of ideas.
Hold on. Kiwi got jokes. Hold on.
Hello, Kiwi.
I'm Nathan Oakley. I'm a special bitch.
No swearing, please.
Can't talk to our Hoy like that.
Yeah, that's. Is anyone else besides John about the information about the scientific method in this topic, or was he the originator? So you were the originator of that information in this topic.
I don't, didn't Brian do it a couple of weeks before John even got here?
That would actually make John a special snowflake. Just that.
I was a Nathan Oakley wannabe yesterday evening in politics.
No way.
Yes.
Okay.
Guru was accused of being subservient to the student. Yeah. I see.
Just want to be like Nathan Oakley, I was told last night.
Now that you mention that, I just realized that I'm no longer parroting Nathan and Kiwi. They see me as my own man. So, congrats to me.
For those who need it in a Star Wars reference, it's like somebody saying to Yoda, "You just want to be like Anakin."
No, it's Darth Vader saying the student is now the master.
It was pretty funny. He went on and on about it.
Who's he?
I can't remember his name. Somebody would have to, in politics right here, somebody would have to state him. I can't remember.
I've left it an extra half an hour on the live show because literally we haven't triggered a single baller. Near an hour and a half.
I did, but he immediately ran away.
Change your time up.
I don't think it's time. It's nothing to do with timing. I'm going to round out the live show. So with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. So if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. All that good stuff. It does actually look like someone smashed the super chat right at the very end. So let's just shout that person out before we do in this live stream. So a shout out to, if I can find where my actual, where's my... That's out fudge. Nathan, stop being fluffing stubborn and making excuses. You're acting like you're scared. You got this. Now take it on the road, damn it. Okay, I'll endeavour to do exactly that. Thank you so much for the pep talk, flat out fudge. Really appreciate the support, and thank you very much once again for the super chat. Once again, if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Primary streams, then stay tuned. I've been Nathan Oakley. Another massive thank you to the Politics Discord server for making today's live show possible. Massive thank you to my G Plus panel, and we'll see you all in the next video.
That would have been a better show if there wasn't so many cupcake moderators muting everyone so nobody comes around anymore.
Room's always full. What are you talking about?
What you talking about, fake Fleur?
You don't seem to be muted.
Plus the room's always full.
Give it a minute.
Jolly good, Ben. You can be the first up to have a conversation.
Your mic sucks.
And you wonder why you get muted.
I know why I get muted.
Why you get muted?
Because DJ is afraid of me having a voice.
That's absolutely not true.
Yeah, he's afraid of me having a voice on this platform.
That is not true.
Okay.
Don't worry, let him talk.
Well, you
Don't worry.
did get the point about the mic, correct?
Everyone's scared of you.
I was going to say I am actually scared of him.
I just heard your voice on this platform.
Don't worry, DJ will protect you.
Ideally, this guy does not need to be having a voice on this platform.
Shut him down.
This is a gravity refraction server when you leave.
Refracted gravity?
Yeah, refravity.
Is it reflected or refracted?
Whatever you want. That's what it is.
I like it with the L. I like some reflection.
I had a serious Graham Muncher last night, man. When I first popped in, it was glorious. He went down for a 10 count. He started galloping. I slammed him on every single thing he said. And then he wanted to keep on going. Pat, get out of here. And remember, Nathan is a special bitch.
Hey, did he go Black Knight on you, where like you cut off his arms and legs, and he was just a nub, and he's like, "Oh, I'll chew your ankles off."
Yeah, it was more than arms and legs. It was arms, legs, torso, head, toes. It was pretty funny.
If there was that much faith in the Christian community, I think the entire world would be Christian.
His name was Hush. Do remember that name? Hush. That's his name.
Hush, hush. Thought I heard you calling my name now.
That's why I remembered it.
Wow.
Did he get that name by what he couldn't do?
I love how you tell him to get a citation.
Say again?
Say that.
You go.
I guess not.
I'll go.
Well, you said Gish Galloping a minute ago. Gish Galloping is when they go into like just spouting out the mouth like as many and as baseless assertions as they can. Is that what you're talking about?
Jumping. It's sort of a Gish Gallop. It's jumping from topic to topic, and he wasn't really making claims. He was asking questions. Would go to a topic, I'd destroy him, and then he'd ask one question with that subtopic, and then would move to the next topic. Like, for example, brought up the second law of thermodynamics because he was stating something that about outer space, and I said, well, that's a standing second law of thermodynamics violation. And he said, who came up with the second law of thermodynamics? Like that has any bearing? He got it real quick. Clausius, Lord Kelvin, Carnot, and Cara Theodore. And then he stopped for a second, then he went to the next subject. It was a lot of fun. It was like whack-a-mole.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Gish Galloping is new to me. I didn't understand that as a term.
Well, they charged he's Professor Dwayne Gish back in the day with Evotards for doing such like that. I seen it maybe once or twice where he did it, but he was king with it. He'd jack him yard. So they termed it Gish Galloping.
Isn't that kind of like a fancy term for scattergunning?
I didn't hear that.
Wouldn't that just be like a fancier term for scattergunning?
Yeah, sort of.
I always thought it was a Brit thing.
I'm surprised Robert Utah didn't show up this morning. We were telling him he should show up. He has a new concept: circular triangles.
I think that so a thing that inherently doesn't have any angles to speak of having
I don't know.
three
You'd have
angles.
to ask him.
Well, I can't wait.
He said circular triangles. I just said, shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. I'm not talking to you. By tomorrow morning. Nathan Oakley Show.
Oh, yeah,
You still in politics?
I believe so.
You definitely are.
I'm going to go get Robert, brother.
You okay hanging around here for another half an hour or so? Politics?
Yeah. Again?
I wasn't asking you.
Yeah, no problem.
I was talking.
Really good. How's your work, QE?
What did you just say?
Don't worry about it. You're just trying to be like me.
Yeah, I know.
He said, as you were, soldier.
That came through loud and clear.
He sounded good, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
I still sound like shit. But anyway.
Yeah, QE, you missed my apology yesterday. I'm sorry, John. You missed my apology for how atrocious my mic when I'm on Bluetooth sounds. So I made a public apology because I didn't hear it until I rewatched one of the episodes. I was like, damn. My mic sounds like crap. So I'm trying not to use it. I got to find a better mic. But
yeah.
That's hard to do because you can't test them in the store, you know what I mean? And you just about got to do a show, be able to hear yourself, know whether it was any good, you know, like.
Exactly. And I don't have the noise levels I need to test it. When I try to speak when it's quiet here, but it doesn't happen very often.
It's because we're an echo chamber. That's why there's so many people arguing.
Adam.
There's the other part of the equation.
We can do some book writing then.
I'm too sick.
Really? I knew something was wrong.
If we're
I
not
was sick
rude,
yesterday, but I had to spend the day with the accountants. But
I was going to ask, how did that go? Was that fun? Everyone loves accountants.
Oh, it's just, yeah, especially when you feel like shit. Yeah, great fun.
I remember the first ever meeting with my accountant. At your advice, right, Adam? Like, get an accountant.
Yeah.
And I went with my wife, and I basically said, I never want to talk to you. That's what I basically said to her. Deal with my wife. She can deal with you. I never want to talk to you ever. Because I know that the only thing she's ever going to give me is stress, isn't she? There's no reason to talk to me. It's never going to be beneficial to have a conversation with her. Always going to be stressful.
It's normally just bad news, isn't it?
Exactly. When my wife says the accountant wants to speak to her, like, no, she doesn't. No, she doesn't want to speak to me. She might want to speak to you.
The shocking part is you two guys have accountants.
Why is that shocking?
I don't have one.
Okay.
That speaks volumes right there.
I don't know if that's trying to be some smirchment of us. I don't know what he's saying. Do you know what he's saying, Adam?
He's supposed. I don't believe. That's ridiculous.
I don't have one. Are you two guys special bitches?
You like that, huh?
I like it, especially when you said, I'm a special snowflake. I had to get in there, man. I just woke up, and that's what the first thing I heard. I said, oh, man. I thought you were going to say, I'm a special.
I am a very special snowflake.
Oh, I guess no book. Mm-mm. I told you it'd be June.
Well, we might still get it out for Easter.
Speaking of the book, are you going to do any pre-orders or signed copies or anything? I know it's a bit of a hassle posting stuff out, but it'll get you a lot of extra dollar.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something I can do. From I was speaking with the publisher. Yes, sky's the limit. I can do all that sort of stuff. It's not even that difficult from what I glean. Yeah,
fantastic, nice one. Hardback, paper book, or both?
Yeah, both, and we'll do an audiobook version as well.
Be some extra special ones signed by the authors.
Authors? Excuse me. Just
I want a Neil signed autograph.
That's right. I have to autograph a book for someone. I am special. I am the special snowflake.
Neil Consento.
Consento.
We were having a bit of a discussion about this the other day, Nathan. In all imperial countries, they should be sold for $39.59, and in all metric countries, $63.71.
Yeah, certainly that has been bandied around already, the $39.59 idea. Because it's an appropriate kind of price, or at least it is in pounds.
Do Flat Earthers get a discount code?
No, absolutely not. If anything, I'm going to charge them more.
It charged more.
If you're sending them to any non-globers, you should send them with some crayons to munch.
Dude, I'm getting mine double spaced. That way I have room for my red pen.
Do I have trouble with a red pen on this one? But welcome to.
I get that a lot, but it turns out usually not to be the case.
I think you have a rival for your mic, Chocolate.
Wait, did somebody suggest we just send them out with like a free crayon for the crayon hunters?
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. You have an extra thing on the front, which has a cellophane wrapper that says, in case of emergency, break cellophane and eat. And there's a crayon inside.
I tell you what, AI. I've been at some of the sessions where they're writing the book, and I couldn't even get in the mathematics of how they created the globe because I couldn't cite their or the origins of them. So the red pen's going to be, I don't know, that'll be a rough one on this book, I promise you.
We're going to be here for about another 15 minutes, so if there are any ballers that want to get their 2 pennyworth in, this is your last opportunity. Obviously, we'll be back next week. Either way.
One more thing, Nathan, regarding the book. I don't know what online platforms you can sell it from, but in the past with my bands, I've sold a CD, for example, I've sold a CD for $5 or pay what you will. So people can pay whatever they want over that. And 5 times out of 10, people would pay 15 quid. They'd pay you more than you're asking for. So that's an option.
Is there any way of doing that but excluding the poor people from having it?
No. That's like when you get your tax return and they tell you, would you like to pay extra taxes?
Or like when we're sold out the CD, we'll put the music up for free download or pay what you will, and people were still paying 15 quids and stuff like that when they could have just gotten it for free. That was off a platform called Bandcamp, but I don't know if there's anything like that for books or whatnot.
Yeah, potentially. Again, I definitely want it to make money. Yeah, that might be an option to do once it's been out there. I'll speak to the publisher. It might be even more selfish than I. We'll find out.
Just to hype the book a little bit more, it's hard to find that line between being informative and entertaining, making them fit together well. And from what I've seen of it, they're doing a good job.
Yeah, the bit that's valuable has come from other people. The bit that makes it a reasonable book to read with a structure about having a show, that's come from me. So when Adam was like authors, it's because, yes, there's lots of people around me that are actually looking for high quality citations, and Adam especially putting things into words with the assistance of QE and lots of others around us when we're going through these books, redrafting it over and over again. It does have authors, as much as I can scoff at Adam suggesting that his name will go on it. It won't.
I was referring to Neil. You've not missed a session, have you, Neil?
What's that? I will be there.
That's true, actually. Neil is, generally speaking, there all the time, isn't he?
I have to make sure the work is getting done properly.
I've actually contributed more citations than Neil. So no, and Neil don't go on the book.
No. It's about being in the book. If it's a discussion about being in a book, I do not need it. I'm just honored to be there and see masters at work. It's wonderful to witness.
I love listening. I do. I love listening. It's interesting to see how the group.
Excuse me, is there an individual here named Nathan?
No, there's no.
Oh boy.
Here.
Okay.
Oh, never. No. He's a special bitch, but he's not here.
No swearing, please.
That's not swearing.
Technically, it's not a swear word. Neither is the other one. Bastard. Oh.
I know a lot of Nathans.
Context makes it a swear word.
Nathan, are you looking for?
The context you're using it.
Yes, that is I. It is I, Nathan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Nathan actually here?
Yes, it's me.
I just wanted to ask, if you don't mind, what would you find to be the most compelling argument or piece of evidence supporting the belief that the Earth is flat? I just wanted to do research on the subject further.
It's not a belief. It's measured flat.
Okay.
Wow, that's some studious research.
That was quick.
So you get the kind of the.
Further explain, please?
There isn't really any explanation. If you take any measurement of Earth's surface, it will be flat. Furthermore, the belief or inference that it's something other than flat will generally come from Earth being measured flat and then a calculation being imposed further to that flat measurement. For instance, believing that you're on a ball starts with measuring Earth flat. For instance, the latitude and longitude system that's measured with elevation angles off a flat Earth create that system that the ball is based on. So if you believe, for instance, that you're on a ball, well, you'll need to measure Earth flat to believe you're on a ball. That's where the ball comes from, flat Earth measurements. It's not a belief. Earth's measured flat, just to reiterate the same thing I said earlier.
And it?
Stunned them.
No, I just wanted to do research further into this, but it seems as though you have a statement that you often regurgitate, and I guess no one has any insight on it. So I guess that's it.
That's the way you hand wave that. You just hand waved everything Nathan just stated to you, didn't you?
I wasn't here to argue or debate. I wanted something of subject material to go and study.
Isn't a
I wanted to
debate.
know his opinion.
Flat. It's not a debate. It's measured flat.
Stone, would you like an example of what he's talking about?
I'd like something to go look into, yeah.
Okay. I gave him one though, didn't I? Latitude, for example.
Latin long.
You familiar with latitude?
Latin long, yeah.
Okay. How's it measured? Okay. How does Google say it's measured?
I'm sorry?
This guy. How does Google say
I'm
it's
sitting
measured?
here eating food. I just want you to give me a subject matter I can go study.
Latitude. Latitude.
Sometimes you gotta tell
I asked you if you knew how it is measured. You're like, that long? Yeah, yeah. How's it measured? I said. Then there was a protracted silence, and I jokingly said, how does Google say it's measured? Implying that the silence was you Googling how latitude's measured.
No, I'm just sitting here eating.
And I'm still talking while you're replying to me, responding to you. Yeah, you've been given a subject to look at. Latitude, third time. Do you know how it's measured? It requires you to respond, like the yes or no.
Are you by chance able to just respectfully just like go on and like make it a snowball so I can sit here and eat and listen?
Well, dude, that's when you stop chewing and say, I don't know.
Be super respectful. Oh, sir.
Oh, I'll say, okay, all right, sure. I don't know.
Maybe you could be respectful by talking through me as I'm respectfully calling you sir. When I ask my question for the fourth time, sir, do you know what latitude is and how it's measured? Fourth time, sir.
I'll say what the guy said. I don't know.
You don't know what latitude is and how it's measured. Let me tell you. It's an elevation measurement with respect to a flat plane of Earth with respect to a star called Polaris. That's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement of Earth. I'm glad that you could respond. Your dumbfounded silence speaks volumes.
Okay.
It's not a debatable topic like you stated to him before. I don't guess it requires a response, does it?
Why does this always turn out into anger? I just wanted to listen, dude.
Nobody's angry. We were just telling you.
You're raising your voice.
Nobody's angry. You're just interrupting quite a lot. Nevertheless, I'll try and repeat that sentence that you just interrupted whilst you told me that I'm angry in the middle of the sentence that I'm pointing out. I'm not angry. I'm just telling you what you asked for. You said you wanted something to go and research. Yeah, with respect to the Earth being measured flat. Yeah, we got what you wanted and you've been given it. I mean, it'd be nice if we got some respect back from you and you maybe said thank you. You can go and look at our latitudes measured. I've told you
appreciations
at an angle, and in the middle of me telling you that, maybe you'll tell me that I'm angry in the middle of this sentence that you're now interrupting because you're disrespectful.
Oh, okay.
Not really. You're being disrespectful with your interruptions. That's disrespectful. It's not okay. It's rude. You're rude. I'm telling you, Earth's measured flat. You're not thanking me for the information I've given you.
I said appreciations about 26 seconds ago.
In the middle of my sentence, whether or not I'm angry, I'm getting angry with an idiot. You're an idiot. I can insult you and I can say that you seem triggered and angry and irritated. Why would you seem so triggered and angry? Calm down. Stop getting so angry, sir. Why are you so angry?
Wow.
I can do it too. Yeah, misrepresent you and claim you're angry when we're just having a conversation about something you didn't know, which is that Earth's measured flat. You asked for something to research. Have you gone and researched latitude measurement? Say, sir? Maybe you'd like to tell me I'm rude. Well, Earth's measured flat. Your globe religion that I think you've got, I'm just going to assume, came from those flat Earth measurements, the ones that you were pondering. I know that you're very keen to interrupt this statement. Maybe ask me if I'm angry. I'm not. Earth's measured flat, though. So be clear.
I think Divergent's providing more than you, so I'll take Divergent's word.
Jolly good.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
It's absolutely my pleasure.
I remember one time I walked into a kennel. It was a dog pound, actually. And I asked to see their dogs. They walked me down this hallway there was all this loud barking and these open fences that had like cages and that you could see through them, like all the way down through here. And I kept asking them where the dogs were.
Keep asking them if there's some way of researching dogs while you were walking through the kennels, right? Just asking if there's something you could research to figure out whether or not dogs exist. You kept on asking the person giving you the tour, is there something you could be researching about whether or not dogs are real in the kennel? Yeah, I know the feeling.
He asked the wrong
Happens to
question.
me all the time.
He asked the wrong question. That's why he was befuddled. He should have said, "Where's the dags?"
Dags, yeah, dags.
Dags. Dogs, you mean?
Yeah, I like dags.
It is Trump.
President Trump comes in here every now and again too, just to let you know.
Right, it's to say to this, right?
Did I hear somebody mention dogs? Because they're all dogs. Abu Gladi is dead. He died like a dog. He was crying. I said, don't cry, Abu.
Right, politics. Thank you for having us. It's descended to this, I'm afraid. So we'll see you next Friday. Thank you for having us.
You don't like my comment? I'm sorry. I'm working on my craft. And I said, don't cry, Abu. He cried. I wouldn't have.
Yeah, but before you go, so the other day I heard somebody say that GeoServer was created as a response to FED. That's factually inaccurate. It was directly created as a response to events that occurred in 24/7. So just to set the record straight.
No, all things happen as a consequence of FED. There is only FED. How dare you suggest otherwise?
Yeah,
I know that. I know that's the version that some people believe, and that's okay. I'm happy that they believe what they believe.
If you're suggesting there is a world outside of FED, wrong. There's no world outside of this cult. It's only the cult of FED.
Yes. You know how FED screws in a light bulb? It holds up the light bulb, and the world
they do
it.
Yeah.
Now the answer is they do it 2 weeks. They do it 2 weeks beforehand.
That's brilliant. We hold up the light bulb. The world spins around it as we hold it. Anyway, thank you for having us, politics. We'll see you next week.
Peace.
Yeah.
Oh, that went well. I was happy to hear a conversation about networking without anyone being accused of being a shill.
Imagine coming into a room, loudly chewing food, demand answers for questions, and just behave like that. Some people were just like not raised correctly.
Well, there is also this ancillary problem of people being asked to present a case, like for a flat Earth, and then rather than that person present the case to a conclusion, they want to incorporate the other person who asked into the process, which is it's not necessary that occur for you to be able to make your point. So some people just want you to make your entire point. They don't want to be involved. They don't want to do the work. They want to hear you do it, and you carry the conclusion, and you make all the points and set all the premises. And that's not unfair. However, if it's not clear that that's what you really want at the beginning, then the other person really isn't going to know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not difficult to just have a conversation with someone, though. Just rocking up and making demands, like he's signed up for some coursework or something, and he wants a lecturer just to hand him the knowledge. I mean, you got to meet the person where they are, and so you got to feel out what level of information can they handle. It's like it's not the most simple of topics. So where do you start? Like, how do you distill down years of knowledge into a little soundbite that'll make them happy?
But that's a problem as well. If you go the soundbite route, that's usually unsatisfactory. If you go the full exposition route without any base on what the person's actually following, that could also be the extreme. So somewhere in the middle is usually best.
I believe the question was, what is the best evidence for your belief in the flat Earth? And the response was measurements of Earth. And then it descended into madness for some reason. You've come into a room seeking knowledge. You've got a complicated topic to get your head around, but you chose to, I'll just have breakfast at the same time and I'll loudly chew my cud into the microphone. Some people
he's
might
gone
suspect
now.
that you're not a really honest person.
Yeah, he seemed to be wanting to undermine the whole discussion because after the measurements and him chewing some more, he goes, well, I just wanted to know your opinion. They just need to say belief and opinion, belief, and make themselves feel better. Go back to their cud chewing.
Yeah, they think they're going to do a little bit of a psychoanalysis on the old flat earthers.
Yeah, they think that's a power play. He's not the first to chew his food while talking to us. They think that's some sort of boss move.
No, that's a standard that's been going on for years. That's the standard neutral outcome seek, where it's like, okay, as long as I can get you in a frame that we're just exchanging opinions, then ultimately reality and what I've already decided it is hasn't been assailed in any way, shape, or form. So I can leave completely the same way I came in. That you have your beliefs and I have mine, and we're on equal footing.
Yeah, they want to turn it into mock debate.
Yeah, but to be fair, there's flat earthers that do the same thing. Being on the flat earth side of the populace doesn't remove the human condition. There's dumb flat earthers. There's flat earthers who derail conversations. There's flat earthers who couldn't be bothered to learn the reasons why they think what they think or how they think. It's represented in all camps. Flat Earth doesn't cure stupid, and it certainly doesn't cure moral conditions. What the heck?
Okay. Stone slid into my DMs.
I don't know. Somebody pinged me in here. It says, "Go ahead, give Stone the conclusion you wanted." The sentence doesn't even make sense. Let's ask, which conclusion? Oh my goodness, spell check. You're fired, spell check. Goodness, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. Painful. So, being accused of criticizing Nathan's response to Stone. Is that what I said, anyone? No, I said Stone didn't ask his question properly. I said it's not wrong to give it in this way, but the person has to be clear on that's what they want. And the other person doesn't even have to oblige. Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah, I can't, technicalities, but I think what I took away from the whole thing was what you said was some people, I'm paraphrasing, some people want the thing just packaged to them, the whole presentation in some neat little bow.
Yeah.
That seemed to be Stone. But yeah, Stone's a goofball.
Wow, dude. Well, I mean, there's a penchant of people completely misunderstanding things I say. Usually it's because they don't pay attention. But whatever, what can you do? It's not possible to have perfect means of communication with all parties because people have different connotations.
What were you
What's
saying?
that?
I wasn't listening.
Oh, I was just saying that some people, they want, when they ask somebody for, to explain their position, they want the other person to say the position to a conclusion and not be involved in the process, right? Like they don't want to be asked questions, be a participant in your argument. They just want you to make your case. And so in a conversational setting, sometimes that's not going to happen unless you're clear that that's what you want in the beginning and the other party, is willing to do it. Right. So then I was told that I'm criticizing Nathan's response, which is inaccurate. But whatever. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was recorded, dude. Go ahead. Go rewatch it. Oh my god, dude.
You're such a trouble.
Oh, now I have a fake laugh. Wow. Oh, man. I don't know what to do anymore. Some people just can't be helped. Now I'm gonna have a fake accent tomorrow, probably. Some people just gotta grasp at straws, bro. Grasp at straws.
That's his fake accent. What's his real one?
Well, I did notice this, and people have told me that in the past, they asked me, "Are you and Indio brothers?" And I was like, "What? Why would you think we're brothers?" And they were like, "Well, you sound the same." And I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" And I couldn't tell until I listened back to some of the streams. And when me and him are on our crappy mics, he generally has kind of like a subtle lisp. And when I'm on my crappy mic, I have my S's almost sound exactly like his. And then I was like, okay, now I see what you mean. It's on your end of the audio, like through the bad mic. It definitely I see what you're saying.
Where's Robert v. Utah?
He's out fighting Utah, bro.
He says he's the world's strongest glober and nobody can defeat him.
I don't know, man. He sounds like he's 120 pounds, man.
He also said one time that we need to prepare the next generation to be a spacefaring human race.
The next generation.
Yeah.
That's only like 20 years removed, dude. We're not going to be a spacefaring race within 20 years. What is wrong with that guy? even in his own like idealistic worldview, that's not no 20 years away, brother.
120 pounds with 120 gram cranium capacity. I mean, we asked him what his best scientific proof of the globe Earth, and he said Cavendish. So, go figure.
The world's strongest glober, no one can defeat him, huh? In what? A cognitively challenged battle?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so there actually is a term called AI aversion, where people have an aversion to AI. I guess that's what they are afflicted with when they come after me.
Yeah.
But what it says is that what it is that so the average person, let's say they use regular methods of study, and then somebody else uses AI to do all of their work, and so the other person is looking down on the person using the AI because they're basically getting all their answers from, just like the artificial intelligence apparatus. So they're attributing less than human status or NPC-like status to the AI users, considering themselves to be like the real humans or the original humans. That's very interesting. Oh, by the way, for the audience, it's perfectly okay to have differencing of opinions about how to deal with people, individuals, argumentation, conversations, etc., etc. Okay, nothing wrong with that. And it's fine to critique each other based on those differing opinions. Like, it's no harm, no foul, no blood in the water, no friends need to be sacrificed, okay? And if you guys don't understand that personally, then you need to look in the mirror and, check yourself. That being said, I'm off to eat some food and make some money.
Hey guys. So what's going on in here? You guys know that the Earth is not flat?
What?
Who says? Who uses it? Who uses Earth as not flat?
Science. No.
Did you say science?
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Can you not hear?
So science doesn't have its own mind or its own
does.
voice.
And you do.
Science is not a person.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. It's a method. How do you equate
no,
a
it is a
method
person.
with a person?
No, my name's Science.
Yeah, this guy just said his name is Science.
Okay, so what science utilizes the globe Earth?
All the right ones.
Okay, so that's all you have is just some ambiguous terms.
All right, then what do you have that supports that the Earth is flat?
It measured flat, observed as flat, and practically used as flat in all situations by every technology known to man. All the technologies we have, utilizing anything
tidal currents
on, above, or below the surface, are all utilizing flat, horizontal, flat, stationary, contained Earth.
How do you explain tidal currents?
How do I explain, what did you say, tidal currents?
Yeah.
What do tidal currents or the motion of water in the oceans have to do with a spherical Earth?
Well, if the water is flat and the water is going in one direction away from land, where does it end up?
What are you talking about?
No, he's got a point. You should answer.
What's going on there?
Yeah, the water moves in all different directions, so that doesn't make it a sphere.
So like
sometimes the tides are moving towards the land, and sometimes the tides are moving away from the land. So what's your point?
So, like, at the end of, like, you know, the land or whatever, where it's just water, does it just fall off like a flat vertical face and then just, like, what goes into space? The water just falls into space.
No, you've fallen for the flat Earth Society
It's just
nonsense.
So is his buddy. They both came in at the same time. Stroll time.
Yeah, it's okay. We could diffuse that very easily. We could diffuse it with logic, so it's very easy. No, we're not a disk in space. There's no edge where the water falls off. Earth is flat, stationary. That you get the stationary part. It's not moving, and it's contained, completely contained.
I mean, it's sort of like a what would it be? Like a sheet of paper? What are we shaped like?
Contained. No one's claiming a shape here. It's a topographical plane. Yes, we have mountains, valleys, rivers. There's topology of on the surface. So no one's saying it's a 2D flat surface. And no one here is making a claim of shape at all. That's your claim. If you claim the Earth is a globe.
No. I'm not making a claim. I'm asking what shape you think it is. That's all.
Say that again. You want to know what we think it is?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, I just explained it's observed as flat in all situations. It's measured as flat in all situations, and it's practically used as flat and stationary in all
I don't think about it. So there, I just flat, and that's how you use it in the end. Nothing to think about.
Damn, this is thought-provoking.
Yeah, those things are not an opinion, by the way.
Oh, you only deal in fact?
It's a fact that Earth is flat and stationary and contained. These are facts. Everybody knows it. Everybody uses it, including your beloved NASA.
Is everything else in space flat as well, or just Earth?
NASA claims the universe is flat, so I don't know. You have to ask them about it.
Yeah, the universe is only what is inside of the Earth system. There is no outer space that you're trying to claim.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, right, that would mean that no matter where you're looking from, no matter how far it is, you could see it. So why is it that when you're higher up, you can see more further out?
Yeah, you made a couple of claims there. You claim that basically what you're saying is that if Earth was flat, you could see forever. This is not true because the gases that are above the surface are opaque. They're not clear. For instance, on a foggy day, let's say
He's never looked over a valley on a sunny day.
Yeah, let's say
if they're all one opaque shade, right? How would a height difference make any difference then?
Because these are known effects that happen above a flat plane. When you rise up, you could see further. This would never happen on a globe Earth, because if you rose up and you were on a curved surface, what would happen as you rose up? What would happen to the horizon on a curved surface?
I think it more doesn't have to do with that, and it's more about like the light rays reflecting off of that surface and the air temperature.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer since you wouldn't answer. So on a curved surface, as you rose up, the horizon would continue to drop down below your line of sight. This is not what happens. What would happen on a horizontal surface when you rise up? For instance, I'll use a flat table, for example.
Yeah, but it when
you rise up above a flat table, you can see further closer to the end.
It doesn't make sense that it would drop further below you because you're still at the same distance away from it.
If you're rising up, you're not the same distance away from it. Hello.
Yeah, but you're talking vertically, not horizontally.
And you are.
Yeah, if you're vertically moving away from the curved surface, the horizon would drop further and further down below your line of sight.
Yeah, that's true, but how can you see more then?
Because it's a flat plane. That's why we can see more.
No, it's not. It's curved.
No, it isn't. It would measure to be curved. It doesn't measure. Water doesn't curve.
So why in space does water turn into a sphere and not a flat plane?
Because when these fake space organizations go into their studio,
so every space organization on Earth is a conspiracy.
They create artistry like Rob Simmons. I'll use Rob Simmons as a hostile witness. He said he created the blue marble with artistry.
Yeah, okay.
They take flat images and they paste it all together and they create a sphere with it. So
I have a question. What would they benefit from doing that? What benefit would that give them to fake against everyone? Say no.
Well,
it's a sphere.
Obviously they got you to believe it, right? So why wouldn't they?
They got you to do all kinds of stuff in the last 5 years.
$70 million a day or more. They've built you out of your tax money, and it doesn't matter what country you're from. NASA still gets funds from you. They don't care. Like your taxes are funneled into space organizations, whether you like it or not. And so if they get $70 million a day to fake space, and these people like yourself blindly believe it, without asking for any proof at all.
No one would pay them.
I'm still talking. I'm almost done, though. Why wouldn't they lie if they got sheep like you that just go along and believe everything they say?
Why the fuck would they fake it? Like it just still doesn't make sense.
Why would they fake it? Because they can and they get away with it. You're a perfect example of it.
Hey, what about is the moon flat as well, or is that like spherical?
If you're saying that, like, is Earth the same as the lights in the sky? First of all, why don't you develop a parallel between the two? How is Earth like the lights in the sky? Is it lit up?
It's lit up by the sun.
If you look up to the lights in the sky, no matter how powerful of a telescope, do you see trees and valleys and rivers and fish, cows, people?
Man, I just asked if the moon was flat as well. That's all I'm asking.
Do you see any of those? Well, you have to draw a comparison between the two. If you're saying that Earth is like the lights in the sky, well, let's draw a comparison. How are they alike?
See any of that in the Sahara?
How are they alike?
How is what alike, sorry?
How is Earth like or similar to the lights in the sky?
Why are you calling them lights in the sky? They're called planets and
Because
stars.
that's all you see them as.
Not if you look through a telescope. You don't.
Yeah, only if you look through a CGI computer program.
No, you can use the telescope.
You look in your
That's
own telescope,
just
you see lights in the sky, that's it.
No, you can literally see the spherical nature of the moon when you look through a good enough telescope.
Yeah, you know the human eye doesn't have the ability. The human eye doesn't have the ability to see spheres.
Yes, what?
You cannot tell. No, you can't tell the difference between a circle and a sphere.
So if you're saying I'm holding a crystal ball, I won't be able to tell if it's a 2D shape cut out of paper or if it's a 3D sphere.
No, we're talking about stars. You can't tell if stars or planets are three-dimensional because a telescope is not binocular, so it only sees in 2 dimensions.
No, but
so if you say you can see a sphere through a telescope, that's wrong. You can't. It's only 2-dimensional. It's not binocular. Only got one.
Look at the moon through a telescope, and you can see that it's sphere. You can't.
Are you paying attention to the live stream? I'll post something for you that'll give you an example of how the
I don't need a fucking live stream. I've seen it in real life. Fucking degenerate.
Seen what? Seen what I'm about to post?
Through a telescope.
No, I'm going to post something for you.
I don't care what you post.
To allow you to see how the human eye can't tell if it's a sphere or not. Now, check that out, please.
No, I'm not interested in looking at your, conspiracy articles.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're here to fucking waste time and not learn anything. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so when you mentioned something about being able to tell if something is a sphere or not, we have an example right in the text chat, and you refuse to look at it. So very good. So cognitive bias is what you have.
Can you explain the image to me? Because I did not hear what you were trying to explain earlier.
Yeah, it's in the text chat.
Yeah, I can see it, but can you explain it to me?
Well, yeah. It's showing that you have flat surfaces that look like they're spherical, and you have spherical surfaces that look the same as the flat surfaces. So what it's basically demonstrating, that's important, demonstrating, that your eyes can't tell the difference.
Do you get what he's saying, Sunshine?
Call me Sunshine again, I'll rape you.
Sunshine.
The one on the far left is a sphere. The other 3 aren't. But the human eye perceives them all as spheres by looking head on. And what did you say about if I call you Sunshine again? Did I hurt your feelings, Linda?
But you can tell the difference between the 4 of them because the cast shadows are all different.
Oh, really?
That's why I didn't put the video one, the animated one. That's why I just put the photo one, because I wanted you to ask them, tell me which one's spherical, because obviously they're so arrogant and they think, oh, I know exactly which one it is. They would have been wrong, though. But then Fat Man, he posted the animated one, which shows you which one's a sphere. And now all of a sudden they know what's up.
What is yours?
Huh?
You put the animated one in too. You both put the same one.
No, I put just the still photo. No, or maybe I didn't. I don't think so.
They're both the same.
I'm watching both animated ones.
Oh man, I put the wrong one in. I have 2 right next to each other. One's just a still photo, then one's the animated one. Whoops. On my screen, it's not even moving though. Maybe I have to click on it. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe.
Sometimes the GIF won't move for you.
yeah, I just clicked on it, then it started moving. I meant to just put the photo one. My bad.
Anyway, so we got no answer as to how the lights in the sky are similar to the Earth itself. We got no answer. Let it be known that they did not answer that question. All these things are very telling. It's not so much what the Globers say, it's what they also don't say.
So I've got a question. Why is it when you watch ships come into port, you can see them not all at once, but as if they're coming up over horizon?
Okay, well, let's take the reverse of that. If you have a ship that's leaving port, going out to sea, and you're watching it with your naked eye, and it completely disappears from your view, right? Got that first part? Now you can no longer see it with your naked eye, right? So it appears to disappear bottom up as it's leaving. And then once it's completely disappeared from your sight, you pull out your P900 or a zoom lens of some kind, and you zoom back in to the entire ship, waterline and all. So are you trying to say that zoom lenses zoom in around a curved surface?
Yeah.
No, I didn't say anything about lenses.
You didn't say yeah. You did not say yeah.
I mean, sir, you're not going to answer my question? Like, it was a genuine question.
I answered it. When
you answered it by asking another question.
It's the same thing. It's the juxtaposition. Okay, so when a boat is coming in, the same thing. So let's say the boat is coming in, and first you zoom in with a camera. You zoom in, you see the entire ship. Then you see it come in, like remove the camera, and you only see part of the ship. As it comes in, you see more and more of the ship. Now take the reverse where it's going out. It's the same thing. If it's going out and you zoom back in to the entire ship, what's the difference? It's the same thing.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. Why does it look like it's coming up over a horizon or going down over the horizon?
Okay, I'll explain it. The reason why is because these are well-known effects of what happens on a flat surface.
Angular resolution.
Yeah, there's a couple things involved. So we have RC boats on a small lake, 1,000 feet across. These are tiny, RC boats, maybe like 6 to 10 inches long, and sticking up above the water just a couple of inches. We have a cameraman that's posted at 1 inch above the water. And as the RC boats go to the other side of that 1,000-foot lake, it shows them disappearing bottom up on a 1,000-foot lake. That's not enough distance for it to be Earth curve. So I'll ask you, why is it the RC boats are disappearing bottom up in 1,000 feet?
Well, I don't know. That's why I was asking the question.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to explain for you to connect the dots is we showed these things happening above a flat surface. These are actually well-known effects of what happens above a horizontal flat plane. Now, if it was a curved surface, once something disappeared over that curved edge, there would be a physical occlusion or blocking of your view of that object. Because if you use an analogy of your finger, if you have a basketball in front of you or a beach ball, you have your finger in front of you, then you move your finger up to the top of that ball and then to the other side of the ball, you can no longer see your finger. There's no way you could zoom back into your finger once it's passed beyond the curve edge. So by zooming in to these objects that have previously disappeared is proving that that's not a curved surface. Otherwise, you would never be able to zoom back into it.
Does that make sense, dude?
So we know, and the distance.
So what you're saying?
Go ahead.
So what you're saying is, with a powerful enough lens, I could stand on the coast and see the opposing continent.
No, nobody's saying that at all. You got wind, snow, fog, rain, all types of stuff you would have to blast your way through to see that far. Come on,
assuming there was no obstruction.
Excuse me, did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? Use some critical thinking skills, please.
That would be too far away. Things appear to get smaller as they get farther away.
Notice how I didn't address the point and he just went off into absurdity.
How is it absurd to ask a follow-up question such as, with a powerful enough lens and assuming there's no obstruction, you could see the opposing continent?
The air is an obstruction. The air itself is not clear. It's opaque. So you don't see forever, not even with the highest resolution device, optical device, you don't see forever. It eventually, no matter how high power of a zoom you have, it runs out of resolution. So angular resolution, eventually it'll be too small of an angle for you to perceive with any kind of optic device.
Okay, well, assuming I had all of the tools and capability to pick a direction and just continue in that direction, what would happen?
Now you're talking
Go in a circle. Humans go in circles no matter what.
Are you talking traveling in a certain direction?
Yeah, like what is there an end? And if so, what happens?
Well, no one's been to the end or the limits of Earth and come back and reported to us where that is. So, yeah. So if you're let's say you're on a boat, you're traveling east or west. East and west are circles around the magnetic center.
Yeah, he's got nothing. Nice try, dude, anyway.
Nice try on what? Like, you're assuming I'm trying to be adversarial, but I'm just asking questions I don't know the answers to.
No, that's okay. We appreciate that. That's fine.
You didn't address the first point. You skipped over it, which was the direct answer to your question. When I see boats going over the horizon. So the answer was, yes, we see boats going over the horizon apparently. But with this high zoom camera, we can bring the boat back into focus. Therefore, no curve. No horizon.
Yeah, and I didn't try and dispute it. That's why I asked another question.
Horizon's not... Okay, but just acknowledge it then. So that debunks your claim there that the boats disappear over the horizon.
I'm not making any claims. See, this is why I'm saying you're assuming I'm trying to be adversarial when I'm not.
No, I think we've given you some things to think about, though, that's a good thing. I mean, you got some things to think about, though, right?
Yeah, I put one of the RC boats videos in the text chat 56 minutes after the hour. So you can check that out. There's several of them by this group. I think they're called Sky Free.
Did our guest see what Amish posted here in the chat with these grids about same distance, same diffraction limit, same distance, sky compression? Did you see that?
Are you talking to me? I'm trying to catch up with side chat right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm talking to you. If you scroll up to 50 minutes past the hour, you'll see what Amish posted, which, I mean, it's very helpful. It's very helpful reference and understanding why things appear to disappear bottom up, right, over a flat surface. So, any questions, comments, concessions?
So, like, what would be the point in lying about it?
Well, you ever ask a liar why they'd lie?
Well, I imagine it's different for the lie or the person, but like, what do the powers that be gain from lying about whether or not the Earth is flat or spherical?
How about this?
I
I have
I don't know,
one.
about 100 billion a year. That's what, about 100 billion a year or more.
Here's
That's what
one
they gain.
Yeah,
Here's
I can
one
give you a
reason.
few answers, but they're
Profit.
only speculation.
Profit.
So the
Here's
first
one
one
reason.
being what Foxy mentioned, the money issue, right? Lots of money to make some CG images, promises of going here or there and never going. That's one reason. Another reason would be to disorient you as to where you are and lie to you about where you are so you feel like you're insignificant. An asteroid could hit us and wipe us out at any moment. You're no more special than a speck of sand on the beach. There's other planets out there with you on them and other people like us. So it's a lie. They're hiding the creator. That's another reason, right? Hide your purpose from you, make you feel insignificant. Go ahead, Sonny.
I mean, I don't know, maybe it's different for others, but I don't see my purpose changing whether or not I'm on a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. My purpose is going to remain the same. And
Okay.
the governments are going to take your money regardless.
Yeah. Okay. So the profit motive was mentioned. Now, how about this? If you don't think it affects your life, how about that they get to control every resource that you use from the time you're born till the time you die and create artificial scarcity. So therefore, make all the resources you use and every generation in your entire family going back as far as you want to go to increase the cost of all of those resources to make you believe that it's scarce. They can tell you that you have to go to work 8 hours a day, that you have to make a certain amount of money. So you're controlled by everything you use in your entire life. They control the cost of things, and they control how much money is worth. So they've got you coming and going at both sides of that. So they control your entire life with the value or the cost of these resources, everything you use.
Yeah, dude. I mean, if it's just water off your back, why does it matter to you why they lie? Why even ask?
Well, because I believe that everyone does.
No, remember you said this matters not to you either way. So why would you care their motivation?
I'm struggling because, like, you know, the government's gonna government regardless. People have a drive to obtain power. So, like, are you saying like resources are infinite and they?
Well, they have you convinced that they're the opposite of infinite.
Yeah. Do you realize? Sorry, Denlock. Do you realize government means to govern the mind? So they're governing your mind. They're giving you what to think, what to do. First, we're taught to walk and talk. Then we're told to sit down, shut up, and listen. We do 8 hours a day in an educational system for 12 years. 12 years of our life gone. Them telling us what to think and how to think it. And then you get to saddle yourself with a student loan or a mortgage. You know, the system's not set up to help you. And all they're doing is telling you they're growing lettuce on the ISS for the 150th time. It's really going to help mankind while they're ignoring the homeless issue, several other issues, you know. Eggs are $10 a dozen, but we're going to Mars. Don't worry about it.
Can I ask you something, dude? Do you think we're alone in the universe? Do you think we're the only life form in the universe?
Thought.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, I mean, I guess it's different for me, like, because like I kind of like grabbed a piece of land in the middle of nowhere and just started doing my own thing, and like that's why I'm coming at it from like, what does it matter? Like, the government's gonna be tyrannical regardless. There's never gonna be it, so the status quo will always.
Here's how it matters. Once you know it's flat, you can pick out every lie almost immediately that you see coming down the line.
Hello, Dr. Duct Tape. Do you think the Earth is flat or a ball? I wasn't paying attention, so I just heard you talking like a couple minutes ago.
I mean, to be honest, I'm indifferent. Like, it's not a thing that I've devoted much thought to.
But being honest,
that's why I like sitting in here and just listening.
You don't feel like you're moving right now, do you?
No, if you were to ask me, do I perceive the world as flat or spherical, I'm going to be honest and say I perceive the world as flat because I move on a flat plane. But, like, I don't give it much thought. Never has that question ever influenced something in my life, whether or not the Earth is round.
Well, it does, and you don't notice it. You know, if you live in the USA, you're paying taxes for NASA, and they make $25 billion a year, so it does impact you. Not to a great extent. Maybe you're paying like $1 or $2 out of each citizen's taxes for that, but it does impact you.
Well, I used to be in the U.S. I moved to middle of nowhere, Canada. Daddy?
Oh well, you have the Canadian thing too. I'm pretty sure they subsidize that. I'm from Canada too.
Sorry. Soon to be Americans.
Yeah, dude. They're going to manifest destiny on Mars. I can't wait.
Take over Canada, and you're going to be the 51st state, and that's going to be the end of that.
I actually got something for you. What if scenario? Say you got a piece of property, right? Dr. Duck. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mic check. Okay. Yeah, so let's say that the government one day shows up at your house because they say they need eminent domain. They need to build an electric vehicle factory because of global warming. It's to save the environment. It's for the betterment of mankind. How would that make you feel? The whole globe idea and global warming are one and the same. So if that's bullshit, then what are you left with?
It's funny when they say all this green energy stuff, because to actually produce these batteries, to produce these solar panels, the amount of carbon that they say is produced when you're creating these items like the solar panel or the semiconductor, or sorry, not the semiconductor, the batteries or the charging stations, it creates just as much carbon. And I don't get why they're focusing so much on, I know this is irrelevant, but I don't know why they focus so much on the West, because China and India are the main producers of carbon, but they want the West to suffer for 90% of the carbon production.
2/3 of carbon emissions right there.
Which is nonsensical. They're just playing with their citizens who are not paying attention to the real scenario that they're being presented.
But I mean, that's the point. It's like, I mean, the government will always piss on your leg and tell you it's raining.
But if they need all this money, what are they actually going to be doing with this money?
Most likely, they're probably just lining their pockets with it. That's why billions of dollars disappear every year.
Okay, so that's why they would lie. Now you're starting to understand their motivations.
You know, I don't know if you've talked to AI Ardent before, but I talked to him a couple days ago, and he gave me a very, very good argument for the CPS thing. Like, the government gets subsidies for, like, you know, CPS. You go to a foster home, they give the child such and such money, and when you spend the money on the child, the government itself gives itself money equal, like, to 66% of that, which is ridiculous. And you have all these missing children scenarios. I don't want to get into the details, but you can do research on that because it's pretty disgusting. Dr. Duct Tape, have you seen NASA footage of what they claim they're at, like, when they claim they're at the ISS orbiting around the Earth?
I mean, yeah. Hasn't pretty much everyone?
Can you look in the side chat? Do any of you others here know the guy Eggshells Are Flat? I posted this third GIF one day of the harnesses. Like, you can see the man in the harness going in the background, and it's cropped out so you can't see the full video, and the man in the left lets go of the microphone, but you can't see the whole thing, so you can't really see where the harness is. And he was trying to argue that even though you can't see the whole microphone, there's no harness there. He was trying to imply there's no harness.
Yeah, Eggshells is cracked.
The wires for these harnesses are so thin, so very, very thin. And they're hooked up to this very sturdy plate that's like body armor that sandwiches your chest and back.
No, Amish,
two
but
plates usually.
To look for the thing that's like he picked the thing that's most cropped out, that microphone that you can only see like half of it, and he says, "Oh, but what about that microphone? You don't see the harness on that."
Yeah,
it's cropped out most of it, dude.
He's not playing with the full deck. That's why I banned him earlier.
Oh, I didn't think he was banned.
He's a squatter. He basically stalks us and follows us around the internet and tries to interfere and contravene. That's all he does.
I've noticed that. I see, like, whenever he comes in here, like when it's less populated, he just sits in there muted, and then when he finds something to just pick on, even though it doesn't really make sense, he'll just go for it.
He's a sniper, sniping and derailing. And he's not the only one. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of these characters that do this. It's mental illness.
And somebody told me that this guy Eggshells actually wrote a book or something. Like, so he's well versed in the art of weaseling, you know?
Oh yeah. They spend a large portion of their adult lives stalking us and weaseling their way out of conversations in order to just, for the audience sake, try to weaken our position using plausible coping mechanisms.
I mean, like,
they end up destroying their own minds this way.
If I may add to that,
if they want
They
to,
also-
why don't they show curvature? Why don't they show gas pressure without a container?
if I may add to what you were saying, they also say outrageous things about us. Some of us, like, it's insane.
They try to dox us. They try to call our employers. They try to call our spouses and friends. I mean, they try to find your social media profiles on other platforms. They try to link your identity. They take clips of what you're saying and they try to data mine information to figure out where you live. These people are freaking dangerous.
Yeah, jealousy is
Some of them have upturned people's lives, innocent people, like Brian Mullen, balls out physics. Almost got him fired from his engineering job, calling his employer. These people are sick, and I have no patience or time for them.
Am I right to assume that most of you, if not all of you, believe in a creator?
I think it's fair.
Another way to look at that is that we're aware that we don't come from a single cell amoeba. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, we didn't create ourselves.
Yeah, rocks aren't our cousins.
You know, just to clarify, I'm not saying Eggshells is party to any of this going on, but he's exhibiting the same behavior that people like this who've done these things do. And he also hangs out in forums where those people have done these things. He's just an example. There are many others like him. He's by no means unique or special in this case. He fits the same template, the same Jungian archetype of individual that just appears over and over and over again, following us around like an autistic puppy dog. I mean, it's borderline harassment, if you ask me. Yep, so that's why these people tend to get banned. And unbanned and banned and unbanned and banned. What sucks is you get newcomers coming in who have no idea that this has been the case for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years of these mentally ill people doing this to us. And what's their first impression? They see these people coming into our discussion forums, causing some chaos, but being somewhat polite about it. And we start kicking them out, and it gives the impression that we're a bunch of closeted echo chamber flat earthers who don't want to reach out and talk to people. Not knowing that these are people that have been doing this for years. We've had the same discussion with them again and again and again. They reset like NPCs. They will get their asses handed to them in a debate or discussion about a topic of their choosing, and they'll come in the next day and talk to the same people and bring up the same issues as if it never happened. It's mental freaking illness, dudes. And we live stream and record everything.
Ground. So can we agree that the government sucks and it shouldn't be trusted?
It's completely independent of Earth being flat.
Well, I mean, not really, because
I don't know. They fixed a nagging pothole near me recently. That was good.
They do provide fire services. You know, if my neighbor's slapping his wife around and I don't feel like going tapping him, the cops will show up and arrest him. You know, there are some benefits to government.
Yeah, I mean, you could have a flat Earth friendly government too. Why not? I don't think there's a real concerted effort on the government's part to conceal the true nature of Earth from us. I really don't. I think most of what's going on is like a big urban myth. They don't have to actively deceive anybody when people are so self-deceived working in government that they think that they are sharing truth and the things that they learned in school themselves. I'd probably suggest well over 99% of people at NASA don't know the Earth is really flat. I think they believe it's a globe.
Oh, I think the astronauts know.
The astronauts have to be in on something. They could still think Earth is a globe. They could be told that their efforts are actually part of some denial and deception PSYOP campaign to conceal the true advancement of American technology from the world.
That's what some people refer to as the black warfare. Come up with some crazy technology that enslave the people.
I was just going to say, in the vein of what you were saying, since we are bringing up the topic of government and what, I genuinely do not believe that everyone in government is cold-hearted and heartless and doesn't care about issues. I believe that the people at the top like to grandstand and say, we're going to do this for the homeless or the hungry and get the headlines. And the people in government that really want to help people without any of the glory get sandbagged and stonewalled and told we can't do it, it's not in the budget, blah, blah, blah. But then when the bricks really start crumbling, the guy at the top will be like, I'm going to save the day and I'll do this. And he takes all the glory. But it never really solves any of the problems.
Along a similar vein, I could see somebody being at the top of NASA potentially and saying, hey, new astronauts, new astronaut cadre of astronaut graduates, welcome to the team. We have something to tell you. We don't really have something like the ISS up there, guys. It's really a denial deception campaign. Our technology is really not that advanced. You're going to be in pools and vomit comets the entire time. The reason for this is we haven't really figured out how to build any of the shit that we claim is up there to operate in the manner that we say it does with falling around a gravity ball. So go ahead and put on your astronaut training suits, go in the dunk tank, swim around. We'll do all the edits. Go in the vomit comet, play with droplets of water as the airplane's falling, and we'll record it and we'll pretend it's in space. The whole point is to project power and prestige and technology that we don't really have so that our enemies think they have a much higher bar to reach in order to compete with us. And then we can sell military tech at inflated prices. Sound like a plan? Has nothing to do with flat Earth globe. And these astronauts, most of them military officers, understand this. Like, yes, sir, we got it. There you go. Nobody has to be concealing flat Earth for that to work.
I said all I'm hearing is fuck the government.
Well, okay. I mean, you wanted to know. I gave you a plausible narrative that involved a so-called conspiracy that's actually for national security purposes and has nothing to do with flat Earth, and yet would give NASA a reason to fake everything that they're doing. Earth could still be a globe, guys, under this paradigm. And yes, I'm a flat earther. I'm just providing, in the free spirit of discussion and providing wider context, I'm offering you this perspective. So now it's also possible that some people in government may know. Maybe there are people at the top today. There may have been more of them in the past. Who knows? And you know what? This place is probably a lot more complicated than just a flat plane and, a dome sky or whatever. I think there's a lot more crazy shit going on than just this. So getting people... Sorry, what?
Sorry, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Did you hear what Newt was saying? He believed the Earth was like a Riemann sphere, like with a complex coordinate system.
Yeah, I was talking to him about that, and
I asked him to explain it to me, and he wouldn't say anything. He said that was like ridiculing, like something like I was ridiculing him or asking him a stupid question for asking him to explain it to me.
I put what he said in simpler terms, and he disagreed with it, and then proceeded with word salad. So I don't think he really knows what he's talking about. Also, why he's not here.
No, sometimes he gets really, he talks like really conceited, like rude.
Yeah. Where I was going with before is I think this realm is far more complicated than many flat earthers give credit. And with that in mind, there could be phenomena that we just can't explain that seem paradoxical in some ways. And it could be such that the people, quote unquote, at the top who know the truth, whoever those are, those people may very well know how deeply complex this reality is and say, you know what, fuck it. We'll just let everybody think it's this 3D ball in outer space because it's so much easier to have people be satisfied with that answer than to go into the complexities of what we think this place really is about. And that there satisfies and answers most people's questions. And we can get everybody united and on board with one story. It resolves some of the paradoxes, and there's no way for any of these people to verify whether or not it's completely true. So we'll just go with the globe, guys. And it could be perfectly sensible and reasonable. If your goal is to provide answers to a curious public, to project power you don't have, and maybe unite everybody under one cosmological worldview, which does contribute to peace and stability of societies, especially if you're trying to amalgamate a culture like America, where you have multiple people from multiple backgrounds coming in all together, multiple religions and everything else, and you need to give everybody one common baseline set of principles and a cosmology to believe in. This is it. This is the new imperial cult. This is the new imperial religion. Just like there have been in every civilization going back through antiquity. This is the modern version of Helios drawing a chariot of fire through the sky that we call the sun today. I got to get some lunch.
Amish, you there?
Somewhat, but wind noise, and I'm in a shopping center.
So, I don't think people like mathematical physicists or mathematicians, I really don't think they know whether the Earth is a ball or not, unless they've been like given some deep information, because they just go by the globe model and just write equations on a board all day.
Right, they shoehorn their observations and data into it because they accept it at face value, because they think somebody else in some other discipline has already proven this to be the case, even though that is not the case. You know, we like in a roundtable, we go talk to people who claim to be from these disciplines, to have their domain knowledge and expertise in these fields to be able to answer these questions. And everybody we talk to defers to somebody else, some other department, some other industry, some other agency, some other discipline has this figured out. And nobody's been able to pinpoint it.
In fact, to add to that, in my read, I found that there was a gentleman who created a valve for the cupola to open and shut the outer awnings, and he quit NASA. He told them it probably, I don't think this is going to work, but this is the best I could come up with. And he quit NASA and he went and he started his own company. And I can't remember if it was Bart Sorbrell, but somebody went and sought him out and asked him about that. And they told him that NASA went with it, and he couldn't believe that they used that part that he created to actually go on to the cupola.
Funny. I mean, we do have within our ranks people who do have domain experience and knowledge in this case who could speak to these things if they wanted. So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I guess you could say you find the opposite's true. You find more skepticism the deeper into these fields you get. That people have the most claimed knowledge of these things tend to be less sure than the randos that we talk about on these matters that come in through Discord.
Yeah, because there was another interview where just a regular, everyday John Q. citizen was doing a tour at NASA, and he was in the cupola, a display of what the cupola is, with Don Petit, little brain Don, and he was questioning how they open and close the outer awnings and whatnot. And he said, how many of those would be in the cupola? And he goes, well, we have 7 windows, so there'd be 7. And then the citizen says, what do you do if there's a leak? And Don's like, I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a procedure of some sort. They'd probably seal off the cupola. It might require a spacewalk to replace the part. Like, just a total joke, man. This guy's supposed to be up there on the ISS, and he doesn't know the procedure if a leak happens in the cupola. That's insane.
It's called really good engineering, Don Petit said. That's how we fixed it.
Yeah, from his own mouth.
Yeah, I mean, you almost have to get into the nitty gritty on some of these topics, which people try to actively avoid because it makes their brains hurt to think about. But things like, let's talk about the operation of valves and seals and flaps and everything else in the kind of environment that they're in. How do those work? How do they repair and fix things on the fly? Do they have a machining room up there? Because if you go on a boat, like in the Navy, they've got rooms where they can craft and build things that they need to make these repairs on the fly, because things are always fouling up and going wrong with valves and seals and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I remember a micro asteroid or whatever punctured a hole. They fix it with epoxy and duct tape, something like that. They fix the hole, no problem.
No problem. Yeah, just slap some tape on there, spit in your hands, off you go.
So, how do satellites work? If not orbiting?
I think that kind of depends on a case-by-case basis what platform you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't use satellites for anything.
So, like, you can talk about.
It's because of satellites, a relatively new satellite network, that I'm even talking with you right now.
Yeah, like Starlink, right?
Yeah, before Starlink, internet was not a thing in my area.
So ultimately, what's going on is you need to position your transceiver such that it's angled at a fixed point in the sky, right? And that fixed point can't be below a certain degree of elevation, and it can't be above a certain degree of elevation. It has to be situated just right in the sweet spot. So riddle me this. How is it you can maintain a stable connection to these assets if they're flying at 17,500 miles per hour in trains that run periodically and cyclically from time to time? How is that working out?
I'm sorry, what did she say?
Right. So the question is how does Starlink work for the internet? Well, I'm saying first, you bring your Starlink transceiver home. You got instructions for setting it up, and it has to be positioned and angled very, very much precisely a certain way in order to increase your gain, to minimize path loss to the constellation of satellites. Well, riddle me this. If these things are flying 17,500 miles per hour, completing an orbital circuit around a globe every 90 minutes, doing 360-degree somersaults with each orbital period, how is it that you're maintaining smooth and consistent internet transmission, sending and receiving packets consistently?
I don't know.
Yeah,
definitely.
Good answer.
But I imagine they're, they have connection with each other as they go zooming across. But no, I was asking what is actually happening, not like in the flat Earth world. How do satellites work? Like how?
Well, I kind of led with this, and what is actually happening is you're using an elevation angle to a point in the sky, right? So you have to make sure that you are above a certain degree of elevation relative to the horizon to minimize path loss, and you can't be too vertical either, because I guess the field of view is going to be less available directly overhead as it is if you are angled outward. You've got more of the sky available. That there's an elevation angle. You can only contact satellites that come within this very specific, so they say, this very specific range. I mean, that's using altitude and azimuth angles. Those require flat horizontal and vertical references. No curvature.
Okay, so
happening beyond that, I mean, that's speculation. It's proprietary. Go call Google.
Well, so how would you theorize? Because I mean, something was added to give me internet that was not present before. I guess I should have phrased it better. How do they maintain the satellites in the sky, without orbiting the planet.
I don't know. I don't know how I could check that. I don't know how anybody
signal
could
comes
independently
from the
go check
ground
what's
station.
going on.
Google Loon.
Your signal comes from a ground station. It doesn't come directly from the satellite. So the system, they'll tell you, the signal comes from the satellite to the ground station and then out from the ground station to the dish. So the dish is not picking up. The dish is picking up waves from the ground station.
I mean, there may very well be some exotic technology at play. You know, some kind of exotic pressure zone way up there where these satellites can operate and move in such a fashion. But it's not. We know they're not doing 360-degree somersaults around a globe.
We were talking about tethers in the atmosphere and stuff like that, and it would be possible to tether satellites or some sort of cameras or whatever to these balloons, and they just stay there.
Well, okay, so
over
then
the ocean or whatever.
what am I seeing when I see a giant grid of lights moving across this night sky? If not the satellites.
That's what I wonder. Tell you what, I was reading some Kentucky newspaper. It said, go outside tonight at 10:30 after it's been pitch black a while and you can see Starlink trains flying overhead. And I'm like, really? Really? So can somebody diagram that out if Earth is a ball? Can somebody diagram out Starlink satellites reflecting sunlight from being just a few hundred miles above Earth's surface at 10:30 at night?
And how come you don't lose the signal once they go by?
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Radwin. Like that, there are things that don't make sense that nobody's answering. Nobody has answers for.
That's because it's a light show for y'all. Now they have drones they can do light shows with, in 9,000 drones in one light show, not just 100 or 50.
I mean, you guys are aware that Starlink was a direct outgrowth of the Google Loon project, right? Like investment firms like Fidelity were bragging about helping advise on the sale of Google Loon to Elon Musk. Yep.
What is Google Loon?
It's a worldwide balloon satellite program.
So they would have used that for Google Earth and stuff, yeah? Google Loon? Mapping and all that? Google Earth?
Google Earth got their imagery from airplanes.
Airplanes does Google Earth and cars.
Oh, okay.
Now they just have to get images from the real estate companies when they fly over portions of land. So it's pretty much done every day all over the place.
It almost seems to be like two versions of public NASA. version number 1 is what most of us are familiar with. It's presenting this cosmology of satellites in these gravity well free fall orbits of Earth. And space shuttles just floating peacefully through zero gravity in the sky. And then you've got version number 2 of NASA, which says, no, it's not any of that. Gravity's bullshit. This is all like plasma and magnetophysics and electrodynamic propulsion technology. That stuff is not as obvious, but still public facing.
Well, whatever it is, thank you, Starlink, for connecting me with the rest of the world.
Video of Starlink during the day and just looked like a drone pulling some balloons about, about a mile up in the air, not even. And it's just look like big grey balloons.
Well, if it's shooting at satellites 250 miles in the air, you got one hell of a microwave oven in your house. I wouldn't be within 100 feet of that thing, maybe 200, 300 feet of those antennas, since you think that that's shooting a signal up that high.
Yeah, Radwin, you know what I'm talking about? Like those old like Inmarsat phones or Iridium phones. They weigh like 5 pounds. They got the fat toilet paper tube antenna on them. And they'll fry your brain if you don't hold them correctly.
That'll fry your head right off.
Yeah, those were sat phones and had been sat phones, and they still exist as sat phones. Well, now with the software update, your iPhone can supposedly talk to these same satellites. And I'm like, how much wattage of power is my iPhone putting out? Because those things were like 20 watts that you hold right up against your head.
Yeah, I don't talk on my phone. I talked today, first time on my phone probably in 8 months.
Yeah, so now with an iPhone update, I'm not kidding. There's like a satellite icon when you swipe down and you hit it, and you can start this process of trying to locate a satellite in the sky and connect to it, and you can do rudimentary text messages and some very low data rates to it. Like how's that used to require, like last year, a freaking 5-pound brick and a dangerous antenna that you hold close to your head. So hell if I know what's really going on.
Yeah, something sounds made up.
It's just like the space race, right? They go from balloons to rocket-assisted balloons and rocket-assisted balloons and balloon-assisted rockets and balloon-assisted rockets, and then all of a sudden, bang, no balloons. Self-orbiting space junk.
No balloons, but the biggest consumer of helium in the world.
And, oh, by the way, it isn't just no balloons. We've really been doing balloons all along, too. We've been doing balloons and non-balloons.
And now
this whole time.
NASA is saying now they want to start researching using balloons for everything again or something?
Yeah, so it's like back to balloons. You go to the earlier space race days, and they'll tell you that they were launching balloons 1,000 miles high at 17,500 miles per hour in orbit. Balloons doing this. And then you can read, balloons can only go about 120 miles high before they pop. Well, what about the balloons that went 1,000 miles high, folks? You can still read about those too. Which balloon technology are we talking about? Are there like 2 different balloon technologies now? Like, why say you can't send balloons above 120 miles today, when in 1962, they're sending balloons up called Echo 1 and Echo 2, and the Air Force was sending the OV-1-1 through 1-11, whatever series. There are all these balloons like this going up 1,000 miles high, they said. Or are they just lying about sending balloons 1,000 miles high?
They're
probably lying, yep.
Are they gonna
I mean, wasn't the space race just a means to bankrupt the Soviet Union?
No.
It's more than that.
Are you sure?
Positive. It's to get you guys all on board. Still going on today.
Maybe it's to conceal doomsday weapons development, and part of that development requires taking advantage of certain features of reality and Earth's nature that the public can't know. Otherwise, they'd figure it out. I mean, you can speculate all day about this stuff. Ultimately, what matters is I can go outside, I can drive a few miles away to this large body of water, and I can have a friend mirror flash me from 3 miles away at the water's edge. No curvature there. I can go out and I can debunk NASA with a $30 mirror from Home Depot and a friend on a Saturday morning. That's what's amazing about this. I mean, beyond that, like asking questions about what is truly going on, I don't know. And to be honest, I don't really care that much. You know, I don't need like whistleblowers to tell me the truth about Earth or anything like that. I don't care to. I don't want anybody doing this. I don't need that drama in my life or in this community's life. So, you know, any idiots out there thinking of like breaking the law or whatever, just kindly fuck off.
I was just going to add to your debunking NASA with here. Trick people with frying pan planets, pancake planets. You know?
Just a deep breath. Take a deep breath and thank God for your contained existence.
I want to know what NASA found in the oceans to make them suddenly change what they were for.
Yeah, so like what's next? Where do we go from here? I don't know. Just talk to people about Earth. See what happens next. There's really no plan. We don't have an organization. There's no leadership. There's nothing like that going on. We're just a bunch of nerds on the internet who have a common interest. Is this even good? I don't know either. A lot of people are hearing about flat Earth. You can go to TikTok and X, but find lots of flat Earth content that most of themselves. Most of it's misrepresenting what we talk about here every day. Most of it is just internet boomer escapism. I mean, for a while, people were trying to say that they thought Donald Trump may have been behind the flat Earth movement. Other people were saying the Russians were behind leaking the flat Earth. Other people said the Masons. I mean, you can find all kinds of crazy ass speculation. And it doesn't matter. And it's probably not true either. But where it's headed right now, like most flat earthers online seem to be complete idiots.
I resemble that remark.
But you don't resent that remark?
It was just a joke.
I know it's a joke. I'm joking too.
All right. Well, it's been fun, but I think this is enough internet for one day.
I'm going back to the office. I'll be listening.
I've got chores I need doing. Like living in the middle of nowhere is rough.
Dude, are you like in northern Canada or something?
Yeah, rural Canada. I'm about probably a good 8 to 10 hours from the border, just straight up the coast.
Got lots of mosquitoes?
No. Lots of ticks, though. But not right now, thankfully. Now, the settlement we live in is about 300 people. And it's, even though you give up a lot of the conveniences of modern life, like, being able to just like drive to Walmart or something to get the shit you need instead of waiting months after ordering something. It is much nicer. Like if we were to lose power, I mean, I can guarantee with 100% certainty at least 3 of our neighbors would help us.
Sounds like you're ready for what's coming.
Well, see, and that's my thing. It's like, whether the earth is flat or round, I don't really, it doesn't ever come to mind. Like, it doesn't matter. I mean, I suppose if you have a problem with government lying to you, I suppose it would matter to you then. But the government lies about everything.
I have a problem with anyone lying to me.
And I can guarantee you everyone is lying to you at some point.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they get away with it forever and I allow them to once I know. Oh, you've been lying to me?
Fair
All
enough.
right, I'll cut you off. I don't need to listen to any more of your crap. I don't want to waste any tax. I don't want to waste any tax dollars on your so-called space programs. So that's, what I mean?
Right, but you don't have a choice in it. You don't have a choice in that matter.
Well, I have a voice, and by sharing my voice and exposing the lies, hopefully it comes to an end at some point.
Yeah, well, so, like, I guess I'm getting at is, like, even if, like, everyone became enlightened without the drive and the spine to do something about it, the government will maintain the monopoly on violence.
Look, I live in Canada, okay? The government would never invoke an Emergencies Act and trample over innocent Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. It's like what is the point of it? Like, other than, sure, you now know the government's lying to you, but what's that do for you? You still got to pay their taxes. They're still in charge. So, I don't know. I guess it's a very pessimistic outlook, but I just fuck the government. That's why I moved to the middle of nowhere. Now I just need to come up with like $300 a year to keep my land.
See, the idea is to be as independent as possible and need government for as little as possible. Oh, I need a passport? Okay, I'm going to go to government, get my passport, and go on a trip. Other than that, you don't really need government as long as you're independent. You can always walk around and say, I only have this, or I only got that, or I'll never have this, or I'll never have that. Or you can fucking change your inner talk and realize that it's a world full of opportunity and abundance out there. That even if you have to start out working a couple part-time jobs and a side hustle or whatever the case may be, that as long as you stay positive and keep your, head above water, be smart with your money, you can get ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, like I'm living the dream, man.
It's not all doom and gloom.
I'm living the dream.
We do need to unify as a unit. So no, we're not paying $8 for a pound of butter. You know what I mean? That's unacceptable. No, we're not going to have plant-based meat in our grocery stores. That's unacceptable. We want better regulation of our farmers.
I mean, now if you were to tell me, like, hey, look, the flat Earth model provides a better format for the Farmer's Almanac, and like they're telling you it's this to prevent you from really growing crops, and you could give me then I'd be like, well, fuck yeah, now I see a reason to ditch what I've been told. But other than that, it's like, it doesn't matter to me. I know based off of the seasons when to plant what, and based off the seasons when to hunt what. So that doesn't change based off of whether the planet's flat or not.
One of my favorite tracks is Don't Let Them Steal Your Mind, Alex, conspiracy music guru. It's a great track, and even before I found the knowledge and or truth of the stationary flat earth that I'm on, I still chose to do the proper thing. I still didn't have this, oh, well, there's no God and I'll do whatever the fuck I want type attitude. I wasn't like that anyways. But I'm happy that I found the truth. It took me a lot of research to pull myself out of the cog dis and pull away from it. And I'm happy I have. It's helped me, regardless of people that don't talk to me about it or over it or because of it. I don't care. Those people weren't really friends anyways. We can't have an open-minded conversation about a topic and disagree or agree and still be friends. You know, like, see you later.
Well, I mean, you know, it wasn't just because of the internet that I know of flat Earth. I mean, one of my neighbors up here is a flat earther. I don't know if that's a derogatory term, but I'm going to use it because God told him that this is how it is, so that's how he sees the world.
Like, I have one friend that I don't speak to anymore, and it was more after I came into the flat earth knowledge. But beforehand, we disagreed on certain things as far as punishment for certain crimes and whatnot. But we still talked to each other, even though we didn't agree. He felt it was better for the taxpayer to incur the cost to keep a douche nozzle alive, and I feel it's better if they put them down. And I'm not talking about the what if cases. They might not have. Talking about the there's no question they did it cases. Why keep paying to keep them alive, you know? But we were still friends, even though we disagreed on that. But as soon as the flat earth stuff came around, that was pretty much it.
I mean, I think, you know, we should bring back banishment and capital punishment. There's some, I'm all for that. There's a lot of unused land out there that we could just be banishing people to. And be like, hey, you're on your own. Whether you live or die is up to you. That'll actually cost us less than execution.
Yeah, different countries deal with things differently. I believe there is one country, I'm trying to recall, like some days I forget to hit record on the photographic memory. I could be wrong, but I'm going to guess Portugal, where they send certain criminals off to an island and just drop them there.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't Russia drop people in the like center of Siberia and shit too?
Russia's got, I believe it's called the Black Dolphin prison, maximum security prison. The prisoners are have their like they can't even see when they're transferred from one place to the next. They're bent over. That it's crazy, man, and it's the worst of the worst that go there for sure. And if they were to escape, they would perish because it's in the middle of nowhere. And you're not escaping anyway. So that's the end of the line for you. And then the States have the ADX. That's a supermax in the States, out in the middle of nowhere. Even if you got out of the outer perimeter, you'd still be in the middle of nowhere. And they got a lot of the worst there. And then you got Gitmo. There's all types of locations, right? Black sites which exist that aren't even on the books. Might as well call it a black hole on the surface of the earth.
Complete derailment, but you know what's wild to me? Yesterday, it was, do you prefer Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Myself? I'm more. Is it? I don't know if it's because I'm in Canada and it's been Celsius for so long, but.
Yeah, all right, Fahrenheit. Celsius it is. Yesterday it was negative 25. Today it is 11. Between 8 and 11.
What a contrast.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that is a fucking wild temperature swing. Like, it's wild to see, like, snow melting right now. And it's the beginning of February, where, like, normally this shit wouldn't happen until, like, mid-March. Do you believe the government has weather control devices or a means to control the weather?
Most definitely. There was in my research, for my 9 months of research, I think it was a BBC documentary or blurb from a documentary. It was over, I think it was in the UK, and it was a giant cloud making machine that was owned by NASA. And they switched it on and created clouds for a little while, and then I think it was 20 minutes to a half hour later it was raining. So there's no doubt that mankind has the ability to manipulate the weather. Not to mention the fact that we have the ability to, like, stop destroying ourselves. You know, we have the ability to get people out of bad situations and put them in good places. We have the ability to get water to people that need it. We have the ability to do a lot of good things. Just doesn't happen. The machine works in a different way. At least until, you know, a couple of billion people pull their head out of their ass and start thinking for themselves. See, I tend to have the attitude that if someone needs help, you help them. That's all there is to it. If you're in a position where you might not be able to in the moment, you don't beat yourself up over that either. Like, you don't want to be putting yourself in the poorhouse trying to help others, but you don't turn a blind eye either. You do what you can where you can. We all have a voice, you know. It's okay. Some people might not agree with your opinion or your views. That's fine. They don't have to, you know. There's people that I enjoy listening to and hearing their information, and I know they don't have the same views as I do on certain topics and or subjects, but that doesn't negate me from getting the information and disseminating it and or using what I can from it. the one thing all of us can steal and never be thrown into a prison for is knowledge, information. You know? It doesn't hurt to become more knowledgeable. I guess it's what you do with that knowledge.
All right. Well, y'all have a good one. I got shit to do. Take it easy.
You too. Don't take any wooden nickels.
Hello?
Hello?
Welcome to the room. How did you find us?
The Flutter server.
Is that Frenchie?
Yes. Vous got my accent.
Mic check.
Hey, Clay, what's up?
What's up, man? How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, just chilling. Let's gonna have some breakfast soon. How you doing, bro? What time is it over there?
7:30 almost. Gonna have some
dinner.
Dinner soon.
So it's 5:30 here.
Crazy. You wake up very early.
Yeah.
Hardworking man, right?
Oh, you don't.
Oh, I try not to work too hard.
If I may ask, what do you do?
I'm a therapist.
What?
A therapist.
Oh, what? And like a therapist?
Counselor. Yeah, mental health.
Ah. So you're the guy that sits in the what is it called?
Yeah, in the chair and just goes, yep. Right. Oh. You don't say.
Is it a?
It's a bit more than that.
Is it a lot of burdensome? You know, when depressive people are in front of you every day.
Yeah, it's all online. I don't have a practice or anything. It's all done online. But,
okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it is.
I guess you hear the worst things, right?
Yeah, that's right. So you got to shake it off for the next person, I guess.
Right. And ever met a flat earther?
Yeah, I met a few.
That's interesting.
But Yeah, I changed careers about 10 years ago. I used to work in corporate and stuff, and kind of just went, I just had enough of it. I just, yeah, had to stop and do something else. Went to a careers council, and they said, you should be an art therapist. I said, what's that? They said, check it out. And I checked it out, and I was like, wow. So I did a diploma, a couple of years, advanced diploma. And I'm not very good at reading in school and stuff, so that was pretty hard to do, but got through it. Got some qualifications, and I want to do youth counselling because I've done some youth counselling, and I want to do some work with schizophrenics because I heard about this program. It was really effective, and so I've been doing that work with a few schizophrenics, and that's worked really good. Motherfuckers are busier than I am now. Like shit. So yeah, they've gone from 0 to hero. It's been good.
Well, as long as you have as long as you enjoy what you're doing, that's what matters, right?
The money in corporate was really nice, but I hated the job. It was yeah. Got sick of working with psychos and stuff, corporate psychos. And unions are just as bad. It's like corporations versus unions. They're both as bad as each other. Yeah, so I just got sick of it. Shame I didn't do it earlier. Like if I didn't find out earlier, like, you know, and when I was in my 20s, you know, so I'd be probably well established by now. Because I've only been doing it for 10 years, I'm not established yet. I was about to walk in for a job, and then in 2020, it was a good job too, but, you know, things happen. 2020, and yeah, didn't happen.
Things happen, but the flat earthers did not go along with it.
Yeah.
If you're a flat earther, you 100% you know, used your brain, I guess. And obviously we were right? Everything that we said back then about this going on came 100% true. And even the normies know that, you know, even the normies, because in the normie TV they're saying it. Obviously they're not giving credit to the ones that already, you know, prophesied the very thing that they're now dealing with, but we knew it. We knew what was up. And you know why I'm saying this? Because there have been many people that confessed that to me, you know, that they actually, you know, they wish they would have never done it, you know, the stuff in regards to what happened in the past 3 years. I don't want to be specific, but I guess you know what I mean.
But yeah, so I did the art therapy course. It was fantastic. It's really good. I was the only dude there. There's only probably about 4 dudes in the whole school. So it's really female dominated. But it was good. I do other stuff. I do a bit of gardening work, a bit of work with the mechanic a little bit. Just to get a bit of, a bit extra. We have a good scheme in Australia called NDIS, National Disability Incentive Scheme.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if you've got a mental illness, you can get funding to do basically whatever you like: art classes, swimming, freaking whatever you like, music lessons, anything. You think makes you think it's going to help you mentally, the government funded. So I get a little bit of work from that. So they can say, oh, I want to see an art therapist. So they go, yeah, cool. So here's whatever. So I get a little bit that way. So that's a good scheme. It's like, what do you want to do? They're like, oh, I want to do archery. And it's like, yeah, cool. Yes, yeah, we'll pay for your archery course or whatever. Get you some bows and shit. Whatever makes you happy kind of thing.
What do you think about the government in Australia?
You don't want to know. What government?
Well, I don't know. I actually never really thought about the government in Australia. You don't hear much about Australia here in Germany, to be honest. More like US or Russia.
Australia's kind of like a testing ground. So, they tested nuclear weapons here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's just a testing ground for America and Britain or whatever. Like all their mines are owned by England. Put it that way.
That's a huge country.
Yeah, and there's a lot of mining that goes on, quarrying, but all of it's owned by England.
What I find fascinating is that it's literally such a huge country and, not really much occupied in there.
Could be. They had a big scheme to build pipes from the north where you get tropical rains and spread some of that water out into the middle, and yeah, you could make more areas populable.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of water, right?
Up in the north, yeah.
Like equal to Florida, right? Like these ponds, hundreds of ponds, thousands of ponds. I guess 100,000 of ponds, right?
There's alligator crocodiles up there. There's something you got in Florida too, alligators.
It's actually crazy how big this planar surfaces we live upon. I think we can't really even wrap our mind around it truly, to be honest. Just the sheer scale.
Yeah, we're told the sun is 400,000 times bigger than Earth. But, it's pretty big. You look at the sun, it's just a little circle in the sky, so phenomenologically, it's way smaller than the Earth. What we see.
Yeah, I think everything heliocentrism claims is just, probably the opposite is true. It's kind of like with government, everything government says it's true. Mostly the opposite is.
And if the moon is really 250,000 miles away, then, well, it doesn't look like it.
Right.
It definitely doesn't. I mean, yeah. But yeah, I liked the money in corporate, but I didn't like the job. And now I love the job, but yeah, I just got to be patient for the money. I was close. I was going to be like case worker in like halfway house. So you get these cases where these dudes come out of jail and they go into this halfway house and they get a caseworker, and the caseworker's like, "Hey, bro, what's going on? We're going to get you a job or get you whatever." And then you work with them and you stay in the house too. You stay in the house a couple of nights a week.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that was good. That was a 3-figure job. But anyway, I'll keep trying. But yeah, corporate was pretty good. Saved a bit of money. Super was huge. Really good super. So but yeah, corporate, they need people who are okay with firing hundreds of people and not be upset about it. And there's people there's people that are, yeah, you're fired. Fired. I love it. Yeah, but all the work in corporate is just dealing with other people, managers in different departments. It's not the customers. What your job is to do is really easy. You can do it blindfolded and half asleep, but when you're dealing with all these different managers and the politics and all that, it's a nightmare. And that's where your energy goes.
never knew anybody who gets paid to dick around with large language models and mess with geometry to figure out the secrets of the universe.
Something tells me he's not actually getting paid to do that. It's just a hunch.
Just a hunch.
Yeah.
I honestly don't get why people keep coming back when they really don't want to learn anything. And they're just like, just
didn't want to flex in front of flat earthers. There are a lot of stupid, boneheaded flat earthers, and smarter people like this like to come in and flex. That's all it is. It's an ego trip.
It's crazy to me. I find that there's like a division where some Globers come in, they're honestly interested in the notion of flat Earth, and there's a give and take and a back and forth of like learning and exchanging, and then other people are just simply, I don't know, it's just like an ego wall where they can't even admit that they don't want to accept any new information, and they're like, just Google it.
Yeah. It's funny when a person is right there, but you have to talk about your idea. So the reason why I keep coming back is because you guys give me novel ideas. Even a photo can be very useful, like the one the guy posted earlier, and I thanked him. I immediately even posted a YouTube video of very complex mathematic visualizations, and I showed a screenshot of how I just used his picture, right, to integrate it into something that even relates to what I've already been talking about. I can do it that quick. So I think you aren't used to going around and like trying to get information out of novel conversations. So you don't respect it. You think it's BS. So that's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, who else can we talk to that does what you do?
Tons of people do this. There's actual YouTube videos of people. Well, I'm a human being, and I don't like to like dig behind the scenes, but there's people who literally put bots in rooms all day listening to conversations, doing analytics and all sorts of crazy stuff. There's thousands
what do you
videos.
do that's better than them? What do you do that's superior?
I'm here. You can hear my voice. I'm talking to you.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, what are you doing functionally?
I think you were laughing about nobody paying me for doing the thing that I'm doing. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I know, but what are you doing that's better, functionally better than all these other guys that are doing the same thing as you?
There's not many people doing something like what I'm doing. Like people, I'm very broad in my captures, so like, yeah, that isn't common. I mean, here, man, there's private research groups all over the world. There's dainty ones ran by like some old guy who's about to kick the bucket who just wants to pass it on in some weird city, some weird area in Tampa in Florida. Yeah, boom. You could have a guy sitting up in a house that someone donated to them so they could further this autistic research. Yeah. Until they kick the bucket and they pass it.
That's true. That does exist out there. Yeah. That does exist out there. Huh? I didn't think about that in this regard.
And it just scales, man. You go from like eating ramen and some cabbage that some guy gave you to like having a whole research group of people, private, by the way, not even publicly traded, but just people funded. I think it's this way because like what else is there to learn, man? LLMs pretty much are outpacing even researchers. LCMs, large concept models. OpenAI just released its OpenAI Researcher. That's built off the backs of researchers specifically all across the world using their product, them putting them in a corrugated fence, studying how they actually work through the models with the language they use, taking it, creating a heuristic, and then running it back to the AI, and the AI can now pretend to be these people. So the researcher,
that's right. That's where the money is.
Yeah, so then now this product is in your hands. So do you research the mundane that you were doing before? No, because you already know others can easily do it now. You go for gold. What is the nature of my existence? Consciousness. Is there a deception going on? And you just start to crack through it, man. It's not hard. These tools are excellent. They're excellent. So give it
I mean, that's a whole philosophical ball of wax, isn't it? I mean, can an agent truly know the nature of the principle?
The agent isn't there to prove it. That's egotistical and lazy.
Oh, that's what people are doing now.
No, they're using it like a fine-tooth comb to comb through data so that their higher brain can then process something way higher than it used to, at a higher rate than they used to, like 40 times faster getting to results.
Yeah,
I give it to the summer I give it to the summer before, like, a lot of the deception that you talk about and others, dude, the autists are going to unravel it. They're not interested in money after all. So what do you think they're doing? They're locked up looking for truth all throughout human history, into the future, in astrophysics. Where's God? Are there aliens here, there? How do pulsars integrate to our reality? They're all day long. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we do. We're a bunch of autistic nerds just obsessed over this flat Earth idea. We've got our own private research behind the scenes.
I like to use all my credentials, and as much as you like to think I care so much about them, dude, I use LLMs and LCMs all day long.
Yeah, why not? I do too.
Run at the rate that they do. Well, you should be getting to the bottom of things rapidly. I wasn't joking about that second law, whatever thing. I've moved on to like 4 or 5 other things since then, dude. And it actually integrates, funny enough. So I'm just gonna, this weekend, slam it all together. Literally, I just asked it today, hey, do you have access to those 4 sessions where we went through the Senate? Yeah, I do. If I asked you to merge them all constructively, would you be able to do that? Yeah, and it gave me a breakdown on how it would do it. I didn't even instruct it, and it looks perfect. So, yeah. See, you could just keep creating little objects of theory and just slam them together. Whatever sticks, keep going. Jesus, bro. We're going to discover a lot of things, man.
Yeah, it's like engineering.
An autistic engineer who likes to dabble in everything is probably the best widget spinner for these systems, because they'll just spin weird combinations that nobody else will. Now you understand the frontier of discovery. It's some autistic Harry Potter wand waving with the LLM.
And soon we won't need the autistic engineers anymore, because you guys have done such a great job.
That's cute. You always need us. Otherwise, the AI will probably eat you and kill all of you.
I'm wondering when they're going to discover curvature.
That sounds more of a threat than an actual outcome or consequence, if you ask me.
It's both.
Oh, it's Matthew Lawrence.
Also, cool question.
Yeah. An autist would even probably program something in, so if you tried to do that, the AI would turn against the rest of you. Yeah, see how it's now both? Yeah. Come on, man.
Hello, Matthew Lawrence.
You're gonna try to get rid of the smartest people who created it? Dude, they would code in a destruction mechanism or something.
Oh, yeah, they'd have like a dead man switch.
No, you would just, as you approach it, they would wipe you out, not them, and it would protect them. See? Thinking, man. Always ahead of the game.
Robert V. Utah is here. Hello, Robert V. Utah.
Wait, speaking of which, have you ever thought about your creation like that? So if these Golden Dawn satanic worshippers actually drill down through the abyss of your horizon and try to grab the staff from Lucifer, I think there's a dead man switch, and that's when God pops in and eats him. You ever heard this story before?
What is this you're talking about?
Somebody asked me if I was in the Golden Dawn earlier, because of what I posted,
that?
So I guess somebody might know. Ask one of your flat earthers. You know, the funny thing about it, it involves Jack Parsons, the guy who put, quote-unquote, them into space. He was a heavy satanic worshiper. He got involved with Aleister Crowley and company and everything. Died at 37, blew himself up. He was the person who essentially laid the groundwork for JPL and liquid state rocket fuel. So his last book or work was called The Keys to the Abyss. It literally was about going down to hell and trying to grab the staff that God gave Lucifer. It turns out really bad for them in the end. They tried to do that. So I was just laughing about the folly of such an attempt. Well,
what's this staff
you
that
didn't know
God
that,
gave
did
to
you?
Lucifer?
I put a picture of it in side chat. Want to see it again?
Oh, let me look.
Let me scroll up.
I have to. How far do I have to scroll up?
Right.
Oh, I see
that one right there. Yeah.
What is the purpose of this staff?
Jacob's ladder runs all the way from heaven straight down to hell. He has the anchor in his hand. See it?
I don't see an anchor in his hand. I see a staff.
It's the staff with the serpent on it, bro. You don't know the story of Moses? Come on, man. You're playing with me. Yeah, so Jack Parsons wrote a book about your esoteric and company idiots who got a lot of their lore from Egypt about the Duat, actually going down in the Duat like morons and trying to grab that thing. So I think by this summer, these idiots are going to probably try it, and then we get to see if God is real, if your horizon is what you say, etc.
How exactly do they go to this horizon?
There's a lot of techniques. You know about dilemma? I know some people in here.
Did you say thelema or dilemma?
Dilemma. Thelema.
Thelema.
I've seen that before, but how does it get you to the horizon?
It's in Dune, dude. You know the Bene Gesserit who can get the ground shaking?
It's a lady.
Use cymatics? That's who they are reflective of. Right, so those people, right, essentially know how to go to your horizon and drill through it.
What do you mean by drill through it?
Well, you claim there's a horizon, right? You claim there actually is. So you go to that place in the conceptual sense, and then you use the conceptual tool to drill through it, because you claim it exists, so you should be able to use a hypothetical drill to drill through the thing that exists. Here, let me post a picture. Since you guys like horizons so much, you see it? Now you see the tree on the horizon. See the drill? Now you see the staff. Yeah.
Oh, so the staff is the drill.
Mm-hmm. You see my username?
Yeah.
Looks a lot like that staff, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now you understand.
So is that a gravity drill bit?
So now you see past through your horizon or your concept. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that means. So that thing's
nice
gonna
little twisty straw.
That thing's
Jacob's ladder runs along it.
No, that doesn't look like a ladder. So that's just
mediated
gonna
by
dig into the
pulsars,
dirt.
I'm convinced.
So it's gonna dig into the dirt.
I think you understand now. Good.
No, I don't. That thing's gonna dig into the dirt. What's gonna make it dig? How do you make it dig, and how far down is it gonna go again to hell?
And how does holding this inanimate object drill through a horizon? Are you trying to claim it as some magical powers?
Are you saying gravity's going to make this thing drill to the core of Earth? What are you exactly saying right now?
All right, so there's that, right? The operation manual.
That's water.
That's the operating manual?
Water. Water is the abyss. You don't need a drill to go down in water, do you? You need a drill in water. So when people say the horizon, they're looking out over water, why don't you take that drill and go drop it in the water? It'll sink right to the bottom on it. And just stick in the dirt. Like a yard dart.
Do you see what happens when it's active?
I see your yard dart.
I think one of your...
what does your yard dart do?
That one.
What does your big yard dart do again? Your big T metal, your big piece of T metal. What's it going to do again? So powerful. That big T metal is going to dig through granite and diamond and gold and everything, right? Just get right through, right on in there. Yep.
I think there's this too, right? Yeah, there's this too.
Can I get a little piece of that from my blender so it'll never break?
You need platinum. You need platinum to blend your food.
I need something to blend your food.
Oh, really? You want to cook for me? Yeah.
No, I just want to blend you up some rocks so you can chew them good.
Robert's here, dude. I wonder if I can get this guy.
I want to blend you up some rock food. Some of your ancestors.
Yeah, cook for me.
In a bowl. Some of your cousins, your rock cousins. Some gold and some diamonds.
I've always wanted to hire
No, I'm going to blend up some rubies and granite and gold and steel and copper and I'm going to dig through all that stuff. You guys say that drill is the magic drill that can drill through anything, brother.
Magic. Nobody said anything about magic. Why
Well, show me what it does physically. Show me how it drills through all material right now. How does it drill through lava, brother?
Right now? Right
yes,
now?
brother, right
on a voice
now,
app?
brother.
On a voice app?
Put it in lava, brother. Let's see what it can do.
Practical explanation.
On a voice
Lava,
app? You want me
brother.
to show you on a voice app?
We want to put it in lava, brother. Can you clean your ears out, potato head?
Hey, and also add some ketchup to it, please. I like ketchup.
Okay, so your gravity drill bit's not working anywhere. It's just sitting there, right? It's not even digging. The mass isn't even tracking the mass to the mass.
Yeah, we're on a voice app. Sorry, you can't see it. I wish I could project it for you.
I wish you could project an Earth curve so you could draw it. But
Yeah, the Earth is. And you want me to show you another
print it out.
sphere?
No, print it out. Print the Earth curve out as a material.
No, print curve. Curve is what we're talking about.
Yeah, print it out.
Do you have a canvas 24,000 miles?
No, you do, supposedly. Magic.
No, I don't. I don't need to. Do you have a flat
Supposedly you
Earth?
start at your feet, and that's where you start to find the curve. And then you go forward and forward, and supposedly there's a drop away from a horizontal, making a curve that you can produce called the material or the tracing of an Earth curve stencil.
No, you don't know how spheres work. There are no drops.
Apparently you don't, because you can't produce the sphere stencil. You're the guy who can't produce the sphere thing.
Okay, you want me to send it to you again?
You're the guy who can't produce.
Let's send you another. Hold on, here we go.
Robert, are you going to upload the Cavendish photos?
No, I never said I was going to upload any Cavendish photos, brother. You are the one that is requesting it. I never said I could.
We know you can't do anything because it's all magic and religious stuff. We know it's religion. That means non-physical, pseudo, Robert, pseudo.
You were in university with me?
We're going to call you pseudo Robert.
No, you're a pseudo. You're talking about words like magic.
Can you just print out the Earth curve for us and stop talking?
And all I need to do is show you a sphere. That's it.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I need the Earth curve stencil.
Thank you. Thank you for
I just need 3 foot, 10 foot, 12 foot, 100 foot sections of the Earth curve stencil, brother. And I'll click them together like Legos.
Thank you. You don't know what spheres are. I knew it.
Well, you're going to produce it for us. You're going to make that thing material.
You don't know what spheres are.
How could we without you producing it?
You don't know what
you can't produce one. What are we supposed to know?
You do not know what spheres are.
Well, I couldn't unless you produce it because they don't exist in nature.
Of course they do exist in nature. What? You ever seen a rock? A rock is a spherical object. What are you talking about?
Keep telling that to yourself, weirdo.
Oh, really? You didn't know rocks were spherical?
Brother, it's time for your medicine.
Robert, who are you talking to, dude?
Yeah, now he goes into the insults. He's never seen a boulder before.
Time for your medicine. We're not insulting. We're trying to get you hooked up with the good medicine.
Let me see.
Robert, it's okay.
It's okay, brother. You don't know what spheres.
It's okay, Robert. Rocks aren't a sphere. Can you draw the horizontal part of the sun? Because it's got to be so flat on the sun.
No, there's no horizontal.
So much bigger than the Earth.
It's a sphere.
Which sphere is bigger, the Earth or the sun?
It's a sphere,
Robert.
brother.
This is a test for you. Which sphere do you think is bigger, your magical Earth sphere that doesn't exist or the sun?
Oh, where's this word magic coming from?
Magical Earth that isn't a sphere that's flat.
Where is the word magical coming from?
Earth, globe. Globe is magical.
Okay. Oh, no.
Unpresentable, unprovable, untestable, unrepeatable, unmakeable, undrawable, untraceable.
Of course it is. It is drawable and it is traceable.
Yeah, cool story, guy who's never produced.
No. Story is just your feel-good word.
Well, that's why we want your material, brother. We're waiting to buy the Robert Utah Earth Curve stencil.
No.
And until it exists, the globe doesn't exist. Do you know how that works?
Show me
it's really that simple, Robert.
Show me a stencil of your flat Earth.
Robert, did you hear me? Until Robert Utah's Earth Curve stencil exists,
you can show me a stencil of your infinite flat Earth,
Robert.
Where's your stencil of your infinite flat Earth?
Robert,
where's your stencil of your
part of the globe?
Where's your
Robert,
where's your stencil of your
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, tell him to shut up.
I'm talking with a calmer, smoother voice than you, Robert. It's cooler than yours will ever be.
No, it won't. Because you believe the earth is flat.
I don't believe anything. Elevation only works on the finest horizontal line. The smallest horizontal line that's so thin you couldn't imagine.
No, the earth is a sphere, brother. The earth is a sphere. There's no horizontal.
You have yet to prove spherical elevation?
Yes, we have. We have.
Show us on your wall. Get your altimeter out. Show us how it drops below itself.
Are you putting a sphere on a flat wall?
Drop it from your feet down below your feet.
Yeah, what?
And
No.
it
doesn't need to be.
If it changes numbers, brother, then you're not on a globe.
Need, brother. That's in your imagination. It doesn't need
that. In reality, on your ball, where the globe drops away from your feet in every direction, supposedly in your mind, Magic Ball Boy, you're supposed to take that altimeter and put it at your feet, and it's supposed to drop down below your feet and still say where your feet are. You're supposed to stay at the same height, Magic Boy, Magic Globe elevation.
Which globe? Which globe elevation?
What is globe elevation?
What globe elevation are you talking about? That's not how
what is that? What is globe elevation, flat earther?
That's not how spheres work.
Flat earther, can you demonstrate globe elevation, flat earther?
Glober, you're standing on a globe.
Cool story. Can you physically demonstrate with a tool? Because we can't trust you or your senses, liar. Your senses lie, right, liar, Robert? We're gonna trust the tool called the altimeter, liar.
Practical demonstration.
So you're admitting it.
We need a practical demonstration of
stand on the ground.
How globe elevation works.
A practical demonstration is stand on the ground.
Globe elevation, Robert, not you hoping for the best and talking. Can we see what your tool says?
Yeah, just stand on the ground.
Trust you, Robert. Stop talking for the tool, Robert.
Stand on the ground.
You're not going to be elevation, Robert.
There's no elevation. There's no elevation.
You aren't elevation, Robert. Get the tool out, buddy.
There's no elevation, brother. You're on a sphere. There's no elevation. You're on a sphere.
Brother, you're not any citation.
You're on a sphere.
Dude, what is going on? How do you just come in here and act like a crackhead, like just yelling this out hours all day? Like what?
You can hear how he disrespected me, brother?
I heard it yesterday all day.
Exactly.
You're kind of but you're frantically.
I'm not frantic
saying
at all.
the same thing over.
I'm just he's the one saying the same thing over, asking for show the sphere, practical drop and elevation on your wall.
No,
Robert, are you not hearing like a flat earther, Robert? There's no elevation on a sphere. There's no horizon on a sphere. Welcome to flat Earth, Mr. Robert.
Oh no, there is horizons on a sphere. Infinite.
You just said there isn't. You also said there isn't an elevation on a sphere.
I never said that. I never said there's no horizons on a sphere.
20 seconds ago, dude.
You can't demonstrate it, brother.
I would never
demonstrate flat Earth, and you're getting mad at us.
Please, no, I'm not getting mad. I'm just expressing that.
Why are you mad? You can only express flat Earth physically with a real tool that only reads flat Earth elevation.
You don't know
how. Why are you mad about that, Robert?
There are no elevations, brother.
I just told you what it was, brother.
There are no elevations. There's no
drops. Acting dumb, right?
You're on a sphere.
So you get to act retarded,
and there's no elevations and there are no drops. You're on a sphere.
You just get to act retarded and say, "Nah." When the tool proves you wrong,
you're on a sphere.
Brother, we're not going to listen to you, liar.
We're not going to listen to you lie either.
Robert, you tell us not to trust your senses. You say, don't trust my senses because I can't trust them, guys. We say, Robert, we know you can't trust your senses.
D-Mod, you don't know how spheres work, D-Mod.
You're going to show us the elevation.
No, he sounds like a terrible, he sounds terrible. He's the one that is repeating himself.
Just post your demonstration of curvature. That's it.
Okay, let's do that. Let me do that, please.
I need the altimeter with it too, please, to go along with the curve.
No, you don't get to specify because
I definitely do if I'm the one you're proving it to, retard.
No,
that's how this works, stupid.
You do not know how it works.
You peer review to me.
You do not know how it works.
No, you prove it to me.
We're not allowed to criticize Robert's evidence. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
If you can't prove it to me, then you have nothing.
Right.
Yes, I have. Yeah, he's just mad.
I can prove horizontal elevation.
That he doesn't understand spheres.
Brother, they don't exist. How can you understand a non-existent imaginary thing?
You guys just heard him say spheres.
Brother, stop stuttering and get the sphere out and show us how it works with an altimeter. The elevation of a sphere. Up close and personal. No, we're not saying you're going to show. You're going to video it.
He does. He said he.
We're going to read the numbers.
He said spheres don't exist.
Brother, we're not reading books. We're not talking to nothing. We're going to get the altimeter out and run it across the curve.
This is the most brain damaged conversation all day.
Yeah, for real, dog. Talk to him, man. He said spheres don't exist.
Brother, can you just go get an elevation tool?
Ask him. Ask your room.
Go get an elevation reader.
Hello, everyone. Do spheres exist?
No.
And everyone will say yes.
I've never seen a sphere
I've
in
never
nature.
seen a sphere in nature.
You've never seen a sphere in your life?
No.
Can you just post one in the chat instead of like the back and forth? Just post it in the chat.
Yeah, post your spherical rocks that something didn't make. The ones that only gravity made. That's the only ones we want. We want gravity-made gas balls, gravity-made water balls, or gravity-made rocks. We'll take one of the three.
In the chat is the demonstration that matches the curvature calculation to the T.
That's not what you're supposed to post. You're supposed to post all your spherical rocks you found in the nature naturally.
4 foot observation, saw balloon.
So now you didn't find a spherical rock.
At 45 feet. That is what's expected and viewed. Everybody go watch the video. And flat earthers were on hand to witness it themselves.
Brother, what are you talking about? You were supposed to be showing us a spherical rock.
What is he talking about? 4 foot observation?
Of a spherical rock? I don't know how, brother.
Yeah, 4 foot observation. So if you are 4 feet at sea level, and you're trying to view an object 10 miles away, you will see that object.
Dude, Robert, Robert, they asked you for a specific thing that you said that there's a nature, which is spheres. Can you find one for me?
Oh, you guys don't, I've never heard of boulders? Oh, okay, hold on, let's post some boulders.
Can you pose a sphere? You know what a sphere is, right?
It's getting weird at this point, man. Just put the picture up.
Yeah, it's getting very weird at this point. They're asking
He said
for
boulders. You think boulders are spherical?
Of course, boulders are spherical.
Boulders are like rocks, bro. What are you talking about?
Rocks is not a shape, brother.
Yeah, so can you give me a shape of a tree? Right?
Yeah.
There isn't, right? So where's a sphere shape that you're looking for?
Yeah, suddenly Earth has a shape, right? And everything else in nature is like not an ontological primitive.
Yeah, an ontological changing of the subject is asking for a shape of a tree. That's what an ontological example.
These ideal forms do not exist in nature, and that's also the point of these ideal forms.
Shape of boulders. Okay, let's do boulder example. Boulder video.
Not an ideal shape at all.
Boulders video. All right, here we go. Let's post some nice videos that show boulder. Here we go. This is a perfect one. I love this one. I love this. This is nice. I'm gonna post a shape of a boulder here for you. Wait. Oh, not that one. No, hold on. That guy.
That one doesn't look like a sphere.
No.
Can you find a sphere one? Show me a sphere one.
No.
Can you find a sphere boulder?
Spherical, brother. Spherical. Come on, keep up.
No, where's the sphere boulder?
The Earth is spherical.
No. Where's the sphere boulder you were saying you're gonna find?
No one ever claimed.
Oh, so now you're claiming you can't find spheres in nature, then, right?
No. You're changing the subject.
What?
You're changing the subject.
I thought the whole point was that they were asking about spheres. When you said you haven't seen a sphere in nature.
I can't believe you're going to do this for hours again.
There you go. There you go, guys. That's a video of what the Earth
is. That a sphere?
Looks like.
Is that a sphere?
Those are spherical objects.
That's not a spherical object. That's a freaking weird boulder-looking shape. And it's not sphere.
The Earth is round. Let's not deny it.
It is spherical. The Earth is spherical.
It's spherical. It's spherical. So no sphere.
It is an oblate sphere. That's what we've always said. That's what scientists have always said. It is a oblate sphere.
So now you're going back on your claim.
No. I'm not going back on my claim.
No.
I've never ever
It's
said. I've never said. I've never said.
those
I never said the
spheres.
Earth is a perfect sphere. Did I ever say the Earth is a perfect sphere? Did I ever say that?
So no sphere in nature then.
Yes, there are spheres in nature. They're just not perfect.
Okay.
Exactly. Thank you very much. No scientist on Earth has ever claimed the Earth to be a perfect sphere. No one has ever done that. Go and find me a quote.
You haven't seen the picture
from a scientist. Go find me a quote.
You haven't seen this. You haven't seen the quote unquote pictures.
No one has. Big one.
So what's those pictures that they supposedly have from the space station?
That includes the air and the water, brother.
So no sphere like the sphere that's supposedly showing nature.
No, what they're showing you is with the air and the water. The rock has air and water around it, brother. That's what makes it look nice and perfectly spherical.
Why is
you understand me?
Evidence photos a perfect sphere?
Okay, right. Because remember, water curves and air curves. That's why it looks perfect.
Air curves, okay.
Air curves, yeah, right, yeah.
Air curves,
Water
wow.
curves.
You guys didn't know that air curves. You guys didn't know that air and water curves.
Under gravity, right? Air curves and water curves under gravity. I need some proof.
Yeah, of course it does. Because guess what? The water molecule is not a linear molecule. Therefore, it curves.
All right, show me how gravity interacts with the molecular bonding of water.
No, that's big man. That's a different subject. We're not talking about that.
No, it's the subject.
No,
you're
that's not
saying
the subject.
gravity is overcoming the way that hydrogen and oxygen like to bond with each other. When the force of the Coulomb is like 40 orders of magnitude greater than what gravity's claimed to be. I'm going to need some hard proof now.
I already gave you hard proof. The Earth is a
No, you
spherical
didn't.
object. Yes, I did.
You gave me a claim. I want to know that that's valid. How do you validate the claim?
No claims. No claims. No claims.
No claims? Okay, I guess we can move on to someone else.
Yeah. Move on to someone else.
All right, good. I'll talk to you later.
Aren't your proclaimed evidence photographs of a perfect sphere? Why are they perfect sphere in your evidence? No.
Nobody's talking? Dang.
Oh, it's this troll again.
What do you mean? I'm not trolling.
Last time you came in here, you were.
I was never here. I don't know what you're talking about last time.
Now you're lying, too.
What do you mean?
So, according to Robert v. Utah, boulders are spheres and air curves. Charlie's back. Hello. Oh, he left. Hello, Charlie, you're back.
I heard my name.
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
Do you have any proof of the ball?
Several.
Alright, let's see him.
High definition video of it being strapped to rockets going up in the sky.
Let's see him.
If I link you a 4-hour long SpaceX video, like
I probably won't watch the whole thing. Donald C is back. The man who measured the curve of the Earth but had it stolen by broken thieves. Hello, Donald C.
I don't require you watching the video, right? I require you telling me why the video presumably is fake.
All right, let me see it.
No, I mean, just tell me. If I pull up a random, like, 4-hour-long SpaceX uninterrupted live stream, like,
just put
what are you going to tell me?
Pick your favorite one. Put it in the live chat, in the side chat.
Okay. How about the one where they launch a Tesla Roadster?
Just whatever one you want.
Is laughter your response? Is that your response?
You're gonna go with that one. That's your best pick.
Sure. Why not?
The Tesla. Okay, chuck it in the side chat. Go forever.
Where's the 4-hour one?
I think this will be a good one. I would have chosen that if I was you.
So this is just the video of the Roadster in space for like 4 hours. Oh, did I not paste the right link?
Hey, DJ, I don't have my Tesla Roadster folder handy, do you?
That's the one. And then the
I got some
launch.
stuff.
By the way, for context, I work for a satellites communications company as an engineer. So every day
I'd love to talk to you sometime.
Every day I send up radio signals and receive them back from geostationary satellites. Every single day.
What are those air bubbles in space?
What
Is there any chance we can get a hold of pitch data of the satellites as they make a rotation around the Earth?
What do you mean pitch data? Like location data? Yeah.
No, pitch data, attitude data at the gimbal.
Attitude data at the gimbal. I don't know what that means.
Uh-oh. The sites are doing a rotation around the Earth, right? In the case of GPS, it's about twice a day. So they should be doing a 360-degree somersault to maintain orientation. I just want the pitch data.
Look how real that car is.
You think the satellite needs to actively turn?
Sorry, did I miss something?
I asked you a question.
Yeah, sorry, I must have missed it.
You're under the assumption that geostationary satellites need to be actively turning to be facing the Earth?
To maintain down.
No, you're wrong.
Dude, I'm seeing it's either air bubbles or lights fading in and out of existence. This is a great video.
Right, so you're saying it's a fake video, right? Like it's either stage or CGI.
It's fake. Absolutely, it's fake.
Buddy. Okay.
It looks so fake. It has to be real.
Yeah, that's right. It looks so fake. It's got to be real.
All right, Bo.
Why wouldn't geostationary satellites have to turn?
Because it's an inertial. The inertial reference frame remains facing.
So, what, like the orbital path of Earth doesn't exist?
Of course, it exists.
So it's not inertial.
It is inertial.
No, it can't be.
It is.
If Earth is moving.
Hold on, I don't know what Earth moving has to do with this.
Oh, it has everything to do with it. How do you make sure your satellite's moving with the Earth?
How do you make sure the satellite?
I'm surprised you never thought of this before as an engineer. Just saying.
I've thought about it before, but I'm just stupefied by this.
Why would you even say it's inertial? Like, it's got to be accelerative, especially if it's going around in a segment of an ellipse.
No, if you were to learn general relativity, you would know that
relativity's factored in here. No, they're not. You don't use relativity for any of this.
You would know that orbits are inertial reference frames. This is the disagreement between Newton and Einstein, right?
Oh, I'm aware of the disagreement.
I don't think you know even the basics of even
the idea that you could treat this as inertial.
If you accept general relativity, it is an inertial reference frame.
You physically have to launch a satellite and put it in a position and make it match the orbital velocity of Earth and its rotation.
Correct, but once it's there, it's just you don't have to like actively correct it to face the Earth. You just don't.
Well, it has to change orientation, and this should be registered at the gimbal.
Right. So
there's a flywheel, usually the magnetic flywheel that ensures a proper orientation in satellite systems. I want that data.
The geodesic that the satellite follows is an inertial reference frame. That's just like what GR says.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening in reality.
To impart a force.
You had to put it there.
All right, buddy.
Right, you had to put it there and it has to maintain a position. And it has to be constantly accelerating to do that.
All right, buddy.
Well, yeah, because like it's gonna have to change with respect to the sidereal motion of the stars, right? All right, so no data. Okay, why don't you carry on with your Tesla proof?
So your silly bubbles in space are actually just ice because bubbles all travel underwater in one direction. Those ice crystals are going in every direction, so it's not it's ice.
I don't think they even accept that it's not CGI. In which case, why would there be bubbles in CGI?
Yeah, why would they put in failure points into a CGI thing?
I don't know.
Nothing they say makes sense. They don't have a coherent worldview. I mean, on their planet, the sun can't even set.
I'll tell you what, if you can validate the roadster in space.
What do you mean validate the roadster in space?
Validate it.
What do you mean by validate?
How can you verify that that's where it was?
Because pictures of it's not good enough.
How are you going to verify those pictures?
You know what's funny? I'm watching this Tesla Roadster apparently rotate, but the angle of light isn't changing at all. The light's staying in the same way.
It's like it has a single story.
What are you talking about? What do you mean the angle of the light isn't changing? You can see it change.
No, I mean like the reflection of light on the car.
What do you think the shadows moving across the car mean?
I actually don't see that. I'm looking at it right now.
You don't see shadows moving across the car?
No.
Okay, so if I give you a timestamp and there's shadows being cast on the car, then moving slowly with the rotation of the car, you'll admit that you're wrong. Right?
I mean, that doesn't fix what I'm looking at right now.
No. Answer my question. Answer my question.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm busy looking at this video.
I'll ask you again. If I can show you a timestamp part of the video where there's clearly a shadow moving with the rotation of the car, you will admit that you're wrong. Yes? Lay off the weed.
Hey, I smoke weed and I think the Earth is a blaze spheroid.
Well, apparently not if you smoke too much of it.
Bro's off that Fenty pack. I want you off that Fenty pack. Tell me, bro.
Well, I've got another Glober in here.
Bro, another Glober. Who's a Glober, man?
Yeah. You clearly.
I'm global. I'm worldwide, bro.
Yeah, and then we got some other guys here looking at ridiculous, obvious, fake-looking footage, claiming it's real and defending it.
Dude, come on, man. Flat Earth, totally 100% any day of the week.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, if you're like flat-footed, you probably believe in like the flat Earth, right?
Your brain is rotten, my friend.
I'm just saying, bro. That is the truth of the matter. What type of shoes do you wear? Were they made by the Flat Earth Company?
Yeah, this video is fake.
Are you going to answer my question?
Just saying that. How did you come to the conclusion it was fake?
You can tell by the pixels.
The pixels in your nigga chin. Yo, what the fuck's going on, bro? Stop using profanity, bro. We need to cut.
So what do you guys think about Witsit? Have you all disowned him? Is there anybody here that thinks that Witsit is not being truthful regarding the final experiment?
We think you need to show your nigga balls right now.
Bro.
Witsit is the godfather of flat Earth.
Very proud of Jeranism.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Witsit, he clearly lied about blowing out the vape smoke and claiming it was foggy breath. That's all I know.
Wait, I mean, but you mean something by saying that, right? Like you're implying that he didn't actually observe the 24-hour sun?
Like, no. Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Okay, so how did you translate that into something completely different than what I said?
Yeah, because I asked you, how do you think that he was telling the truth when it comes to the 24-hour sun? And then you say, well, he lied about the vape smoke. But to me, that means that you don't believe him about the 24-hour sun.
That isn't what you said. That isn't what you said.
It is what I said.
You've just changed what you said. No, I don't think he's lying about the 24-hour sun.
Okay. I mean, I specifically asked to talk to somebody who believes he lied, and then you spoke up and
yeah, I told you something he lied about. Oh, I shouldn't say 24 hours.
All right, my bad.
Truthful.
So whether or not he lied about a vape pen doesn't mean that.
Yeah. To be clear, what I wanted to know about is if anybody here believes that he lied about the 24-hour sun.
Plus, he's on your side. We don't.
Okay, so if there isn't, do you all agree that pretty much every flat earther said that there can't be a 24-hour sun on the flat Earth model?
I don't think pretty much every flat earther said that, but yeah, I've definitely heard flat earthers say that before. Yeah,
multiple times.
That on the AE map. Yes, you're right. Not flat Earth model. Whoever had a flat Earth model, can you please stand up? Anyone here has a flat Earth model?
So you admit you don't have a model?
Yeah, 100%. You don't have a model.
So you can't make predictions?
Yeah.
Do you have a model?
No.
Yes, I do.
You don't have a model.
Can you please show me your model without predictions?
What do you mean without predictions? A model
with all predictions. With all predictions, can you post your model?
No, I can't give you all predictions.
Oh, so you're telling me you don't have a model?
I do have a model.
Can you please post it?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
With all predictions, everything on it.
Predictions are not what models do.
Wait, hold on. So now you can't be predictive?
They predict, but they can't. A single model cannot make all predictions. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, so you don't have a good model then?
We do. It cannot make all predictions ever. It can't make all predictions ever. You're
That's
not
a picture, dude. What are you talking about?
It's actually a Wikipedia article.
That's not a model.
Spherical Earth
that's a model?
absolutely is a model.
You think this Wikipedia article is a model, dude?
It's descriptive of the model.
Kidding me right now?
Yes.
So no model.
What is a model?
A model is a set of mathematical rules with parameters such that you can make predictions based off of it.
I think she was asking the Flurs.
No, that's fine. That's a good definition.
So I posted a link to Stellarium astronomy software. It is a model of the solar system, which includes many predictions that you can cite. Doesn't have all predictions ever. That's not what models do.
Yeah, you can't really predict things with flat Earth.
No, you can't.
Oh, really? So you guys are able to confirm drop over distance, are you? The curvature,
Yes.
right? The R value.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead. Post your evidence of the radius value in the side chat.
My evidence of the radius value?
Yeah.
Or drop over distance. Which did you want? Because those are two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go.
I'll do
go
the
for
drop over
radius
distance.
value.
I can get that one. You do the radius.
You guys can pick either of those things.
You just picked. I'm doing one. He's doing the other.
So I think the easiest one that comes to mind is Aristophanes' experiment, right? Which I think measured the radius of the Earth up until like a 10% error or something like that.
Begging
No,
the
he didn't
question
measure-
fallacy.
He didn't. Yeah, he didn't measure. He didn't measure the Earth.
He did.
Like
He calculated the radius
measured the
given
Earth.
a few assumptions, right? Assumed that the
given a few
assuming that the light
assumptions,
rays from the
just
sun
sneak
are
that
being
in there.
parallel, right? And then knowing the distance between two cities and the height of two structures,
And just
giving the difference in given the difference in shadow angles, and using
me.
some basic trigonometry, he could calculate the radius of the Earth. So yes, I would call that a measurement of the radius of the Earth.
Go ahead. Okay, so where did he document this information?
Some scroll. I don't know what to tell you. What do you mean? Where did
Where's
you
the
document?
scroll? Can you post the scroll? Post the.
Can I
copy of
post
in
the
side chat?
scroll?
Yeah.
I actually don't know if I could do that. Let's see. Aristophanes.
Yeah. Prove to me that he existed.
Prove to you that Aristophanes existed. What is? Whether?
Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Let's stop.
Yeah, this is how
You know that globers
you're starting
all
to
over
freak
the
out, are you?
you know that globers all over the internet have done Aristophanes' experiment like on YouTube.
Okay. So did he do it? Did Eratosthenes do it?
Oh come on, you're so fucking bad-faced.
Yeah,
Dude.
this is how they dodge like.
Really?
Yes.
So you guys
Yeah,
are
you should be
claiming-
ashamed of yourself.
Okay, so if I said some guy named Johnny did this particular experiment, but I can't even prove he existed, you guys wouldn't call me out.
Don't you think it's a little bit more relevant whether or not you can replicate his experiment?
Okay,
Over
so
whether or not he
just
existed?
just you be good faith and say, okay, we don't have any of Eratosthenes.
Okay, are you going to answer my question? I'm going to ask the question again once you're done babbling.
You're going to answer my question.
I'm going to ask the question again once you're done babbling.
No, he asked you first.
Yeah, you're gonna.
I'm going to ask it
you're gonna
again.
Go on mute.
It doesn't matter.
No,
you're
you're
going
gonna
to
go on
mute.
mute.
Ask again.
Right? Who wants to answer the question? Anyone? Right? If you're going to deafen, you can leave. Okay, can't hear that, but that's what's going to happen. So.
Well, the existence of Eratosthenes is not important to whether or not the experiment is valid.
Maybe not, but it's just a starting point, right? So if you're going to say that this guy Eratosthenes did this particular experiment, maybe he didn't actually do it at all to begin with, right? We can get into the flaws behind these quote-unquote experiment. Yeah, it does matter. Right, this is showing the first level of intellectual dishonesty from you guys. You guys are quoting this guy did this particular thing, but maybe he didn't even do it. You can't even prove he existed, right? You just admitted that he has already assumed that the Earth was a globe. He assumed parallel sun rays. There's a whole bunch of other assumptions involved.
He made was
Right, even your own globe Earth scientist.
Wait, isn't that how science works?
Even no. This isn't. It's not even science, dude. Right?
Wait, don't you assume? Wait. Don't you say, okay,
No.
if the Earth is round, right, then we should expect this. Isn't that how science works?
No, because you would have the same result on. So just say you have the same thing set up on a flat surface, right? And you do the same math that Eratosthenes did. You're going to be able to work out the circumference value of the flat surface, right? Do you see the problem?
Value if it's flat.
Yeah, but if you assume, right, just say you do the same thing in a room in your house, right? You do the same thing as what he did, right? You measure the distance between two sticks, right? And one of them is directly beneath the light source. One has a 7.2 degree shadow. It's over on the other side of the room, right? And then you assume parallel sun rays, and then you assume that the floor is curved, is spherical, right? And then you do the same math that Eratosthenes did. You're going to be able to work out the circumference of the flat surface, right? And if you guys can't see the problem with that, then you're either intellectually dishonest or you're stupid, right? Even your own globe Earth priest, Neil deGrasse Tyson, agrees with that.
I don't understand how science works. So, in order to do science, you have to make an assumption. That's what a hypothesis is. So
You don't just make up some bullshit.
No, you don't. You make an observation, and from that observation, you draw a hypothesis.
You don't make a baseless claim. You don't assume that the Earth is a globe.
So, no, he didn't assume it was a globe. So
yes, he did.
No,
yes, he did. You dumbass. He did assume it was a globe.
And you
yes,
let me finish my talking to you guys.
Donald.
Is just one of the most frustrating things.
Yeah,
in the world.
look. Oh my
if you
God,
would
dude.
just let me finish my sentences, you would understand what I'm saying, but you just don't want to understand what I'm saying, so you won't let me.
You just said that no, because I don't like people bullshitting, right? So you said he didn't assume that the Earth was a globe. Yes, he did. He did assume the Earth was a globe.
No, he assumed that the sun was far away and that the light rays were coming in mostly parallel. That's all he assumed.
And that the Earth was a globe.
No, that's what he measured.
Yeah. No, that's not what he measured.
He measured.
No, he measured the 7.2 degree angle of the shadow, and he had pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe. Donald.
We don't need whoever
he wasn't trying to work out whether the Earth was a globe or not, Donald.
He was trying to measure
the Earth was a globe.
He was trying to measure the surface.
No, he wasn't trying. No, he wasn't trying to measure the surface. He wasn't trying to do that, Donald. No, he was trying to work out the radius, or the circumference value of the Earth that he already assumed was a globe, right? He already assumed that.
He didn't know whether or not it was curved. That's what he was measuring.
Yes, he did, you dumbass. You're completely wrong right now. You can look it up. Look it up. Go look it up right now.
Measuring whether or not there was curvature. So when he
wasn't. That's not. Donald, go look it up because you're making a fool of yourself right now.
When he first made the observation, there was a well in Siam or wherever that had no shadow on a particular day, but had shadows every other day. But he understood that there was not that phenomenon where he lived. He understood that there had to be a difference. There was something different. So he went out and measured the surface.
He already assumed that the Earth was a globe.
Donald. He did not know what it was. That's why he went out and measured.
Yes, he did.
You're just saying the same thing over and over that I'm telling you you're wrong about. You have to either say something else or show some evidence.
Eratosthenes is often credited with believing Earth was a globe when he conducted his famous experiment measuring the angles of shadows in Cyan and Alexandria. Look it up anywhere.
Don't tell me to look it up. What is the source you just read? What is the source you just read?
I'm just reading off ChatGPT at the moment.
Oh, ChatGPT.
So where's your source? Okay, so Eratosthenes, this is your claim. Eratosthenes didn't already assume the Earth was a globe before he did this. Is that your claim?
He went out to measure because he knew there was something off. He didn't know whether or not it was curved or not. So he went out and measured it.
So I can give some sources now, right, to go along with this starting point that we've just read.
I mean, if you got the sources from ChatGPT, you should check them before you give them to me.
No, because I've looked into this before. I just didn't have the sources, right, saved. When I researched this previously, everything that I read, right, and even Neil deGrasse Tyson said that he assumed that the Earth was already a globe. Right, so I've never heard anyone, except for you right now, claim that he didn't think that Earth was already a globe. That wasn't an assumption. You're claiming that he only assumed parallel sun rays. That's bullshit. Why are you lying? I'm assuming you're lying right now because nobody claims that he didn't already assume Earth was a globe.
He did not assume it was a globe. He went out and measured the surface. So he knew that there was something up. He knew that there was something not right. He didn't know what was not right. He thought in his head, well, if the surface is curved, this would happen. But he didn't assume it was a globe. He made the assumption that the sun was far away and that the rays came in parallel. So if the surface is flat, then this phenomenon would happen. If the surface is curved, this other thing would happen. That's what he did, and he went out and measured, and then he found out that the surface was curved.
That's absolute horse shit.
No, it's not. Whenever you run an experiment,
where's your citation? Where's your citation?
Whenever you run an experiment, you have to have both the hypothesis you think is true and the negation of that hypothesis, which is exactly what he did. He said that if the Earth is flat, this would happen. if the Earth is if the Earth is curved surface, this other thing would happen. He went out and measured what happened. He found out that it matched the curved surface, not the flat surface.
Hey, where's your source that he did that? He didn't already assume that the Earth was a globe. That's absolute bullshit.
Where's your source that he did assume it was a globe? What's your source that he did assume it was a globe?
Every single thing I've ever read about it says that he assumed that the Earth was a globe. He already thought that the Earth was a globe.
Give me just one thing that you've read about.
Okay, so, I mean, The History of Cartography, Volume 1 by J.B. Harley and David Woodward here. I mean, I would have to go through these and find that the exact spots, but, I mean, AI straight up is saying that he already thought it was a globe. Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, your astrophysicist, PhD scientist, one of the most famous science educators in the world that everyone knows who he is. Right? He also said that that Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth was a globe beforehand. Right, so even if he's assuming that the sun's an infinite distance away, which you don't even know what you're talking about, he didn't even assume the sun was an infinite distance away. By his calculations, Donald, he thought it was 500,000 miles away.
It doesn't matter. It's just very far away.
Yeah. So not infinite. So
nobody ever said infinite.
So by his calculations, right? Infinite. Okay, so if it's 93 million miles away, by his calculations, he thought it was 500,000 miles away. So he was
didn't
pretty far off with his calculations.
He never calculated the distance to the sun. Show me the source that he calculated the distance to the sun.
Yeah, I've looked it up before. I can try to find it for you now. Where's your citation saying he thought that the Earth, he didn't know the shape of the Earth? You're just talking out of your ass.
Well, I have a citation for you, Donald. Do you want it?
I'm not seeing anything in here about Eratosthenes in this.
Around 500 BC, most ancient Greeks believed the Earth was round, not flat. They had no idea how big the planet is until Eratosthenes devised a clever method of estimating its circumference.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. So?
But he didn't just, they believed it. They didn't have any way of showing it until Eratosthenes measured the circumference.
Pythagoras was the first one who proposed a spherical Earth mainly on aesthetic grounds rather than on any physical evidence. Mm-hmm.
So, the proof was him doing the experiment. The experiment was, is the Earth flat or curved? That was the experiment. The experiment was, if it's flat,
they wanted to measure the circumference, my friend.
Yes, he measured the circumference. It was either going to be a circumference or not a circumference. And he went out and measured it.
He didn't measure it, you idiot.
He did.
He used a shadow angle. You haven't done shit. He used a shadow angle.
I've measured it exactly.
He didn't measure the Earth.
I did.
Which part of the Earth did he measure?
The circumference.
No. He didn't measure the Earth.
He did.
No, he did some math based off a shadow angle of 7.2 degrees.
All measurements are math. All measurements are math.
What?
All measurements are math. That's how you do measurements, is with math.
Yeah, but you need to actually measure something first, right? If I look at a desk on the other side of my room, I can't. The math is pretty useless. I can't just do some math. I need to actually measure something, and then I can use those. Then I can use those metrics to work out different things.
He measured the angle of the sun to the surface of the Earth in two different places at the same latitude,
he assumed parallel sun rays, and he
different longitudes.
Yeah. No, dude.
Yes, dude.
Yes, he went out and measured something.
No.
He
measured a shadow angle, and he made a bunch of assumptions. That's what he did.
The angle to the sun, the surface, in two different places.
Yep.
Yeah, he measured a shadow.
No, he measured an angle to the sun in two different
based off a shadow. Based off a shadow.
It doesn't matter how you do it. There's dozens of ways of doing it, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
He measured.
Yep.
Yeah, and he assumed parallel sun rays. And he assumed the Earth was a globe.
He just assumed that the sun was far away.
You know, they can't even agree on what a stadia is.
What is it?
Has nothing to do with it.
No, it does actually, because it changes the distance between point A and point B, so the math would be completely different.
That's not what he's measuring. No.
Yeah, he's measuring angles. Angles don't change with distance.
Measuring a 7.2 degree shadow angle at one location.
2 locations. He did it at 2 locations.
Yep, 2 locations.
0 degree, right? No shadow at location 1. 7.2 degree shadow at location 2, allegedly, right? No proof that he actually did this, by the way. But even if he did, right? He assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he assumed parallel sun rays. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. When he did the calculations for measuring the circumference, that was assuming that it was a globe. But before that,
was anyone else here going to agree with Donald that Eratosthenes didn't already think that the Earth was a globe?
Did the measurement, he had no assumptions about the shape until he took the 2 different measurements at the 2 different locations and got the measurements. He didn't make any assumptions about the shape. Once he got them and they didn't match a flat surface, he used a radius, and when he used a radius, he got a circumference measurement.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You don't think that he already thought the Earth was a globe?
Not until after the measurements. Once he took the measurement, he said, oh, this doesn't work on a flat surface. Let's use a curved surface. And if we use a curved surface, what would the radius be? And then he got the measurement of the circumference. It's very simple.
Okay, so it would work just fine on a flat surface, though.
Not at 2 locations. No, it would work at 1 location.
No. Shut up for a second. Let me finish. Donald, let me finish my sentence. Okay, so you didn't let me finish. I do let you finish. Okay, so if he didn't assume parallel rays, if there was divergent rays, right, then it would work just fine on a flat surface.
It would not, because there is a linear relationship between the location of the position of the sun and a curved surface. There's a non-linear location, azimuthal progression on a flat surface. So one is linear, one is nonlinear. They don't work on the same they won't work the same way on different surfaces. A curved surface will have a linear.
What are you talking about? You can set up the exact same thing in a room in your house.
Well, yeah, but you can also find out that the floor is flat.
Shut up for a second. Look, you could do the exact same thing on a flat table with a local light source, right, above point A, with no shadow, and then you can measure the angle of the shadow on stick B, right, over on the side of the table. And if you assume what Eratosthenes assumed, you'll be able to work out the circumference of the flat surface, which is the table.
You can't.
You can. That's all he did. Yes.
You can't do that. I'll tell you why. Because I've already explained this, so I'm going to be repeating myself. There is a different relationship between the position of the sun in the sky on a flat surface and on a curved surface. On a curved surface, it's a linear progression, so we would have 69 miles per degree of latitude on a curved surface. On a flat surface, it would be an azimuthal progression where it would get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller as you get. There would be different ratios at different latitudes.
Donald, you would have, right, if you set it up, picture this in your head. You've got no shadow, the stick A, right, directly under the light, and then you've got a shadow angle, right? You can measure the shadow, you can work out the shadow angle on stick B, right, away from the light source, right? If you make the same assumptions as Eratosthenes, right, then you will work out the circumference of the flat surface, right? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says the exact same thing.
For one measurement, not more than one measurement. He says specifically that for more than one measurement, it does not work.
Yeah, that's assuming.
But I disagree with him. I understand more than he does about this. He doesn't talk to flat earthers all the time. So whenever you have the flat surface and you're measuring distance on the, like, you can use a right triangle to measure these distances, triangulation, and the amount of change in degrees is different on a flat surface than it is on a curved surface.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the medium that the light's shining through, and you don't know the position of the sun. Because no one even debates this topic anymore. Like most globalists, most globes have conceded that it's a moot point.
It's not.
I got a question for you, Mr. Glover.
You're pronouncing it wrong, and that's not happened.
Can you show me a stellarium where you can see the sun from multiple points of view, where you got one person here on the globe, you get another person on the other side of the globe, or wherever you want to put them, doesn't matter, and then you see both of their perspectives and where the sun would be in the sky, where they're both viewing it at the same time. Can you do that? Because you can't. Send me one program or anything like that, because you can't do it on Stellarium, you can't do it on Google Earth, you can't do it on any of them, because it doesn't work.
Are you kidding me? You can look at the sun from any point on Earth on Stellarium.
And just to add a note, if you do try to do that and you want to see their perspective on where the sun and the stars will be located in the sky at a certain time, not only can you only do one observer at a time, and you can't compare like, oh, well, at the same exact time, let's see two different observers. You can't get a third-person view. If you look, you're inside that little dome. You know the grid dome that Stellarium shows you, which is really just the angle of your perception of where things are going to be in the sky. That dome is not like a real thing. It's just a representation of the angles. You can't go outside of that dome. You can't see from an outer perspective, right? You can only see inside, right? Why can't we explore these things, right?
We can.
Why don't they just code that in so we can see and explore this idea of your globe model? Because it doesn't work. Your globe model doesn't work. It's make-believe. You can't even express it even in coding.
It does work. So
because they're going to show you a flat model. Go ahead. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Thank you. So yes, we can do all of those things that you said that we can't do. That's nonsense. We absolutely can. Just go look.
Okay, show me, bro.
With a telescope, just go look at JWST stuff. Look at Hubble.
No, I'm asking you for a model, bro.
It's Stellarium.
Right. Stellarium can't do what I just said it can do. You cannot do what
you can get it on more than one computer and get more than one reference point.
On more than one computer, so more than one instance of Stellarium, right? More than one instance. What I'm saying is in the same instance.
Oh my god! It can only give.
Hold on a second, guys.
Oh my god!
Just pause that. Pause that for 1 second.
Because if you ask a question, let me answer and stop talking.
Donald, right? You were asking me for a because you weren't happy with ChatGPT saying it, so that's fair enough. Right, so we have the Mathematical Association of America links in the side chat, and it says right at the top, at the time when not everyone believed so, Eratosthenes clearly had no doubt that the Earth was a sphere.
Okay, but he didn't have any proof until he measured the thing. He wasn't making an assumption when he made it. Oh my god!
You said you
fucking finish.
Nah, you
asshole.
Because look, you're a spaz, dude. Every time you come in, you're a spaz.
I don't like.
So this is what happened. This is what happened. All right, this is okay. Look, dude, I don't want to have to mute you, right? Just admit that he thought it was a globe.
Yes, he thought it was a globe. But
you said that he didn't. You said he did that to test whether it was a globe or not. I said no, he didn't. He already thought it was a globe, right? You asked me for a citation, so I got you a citation, and now you're changing what you said.
I never said he didn't believe. I never said he didn't believe it was a globe. I never said that. I said he never made the assumption.
And he did this to try to test if it was a globe or not. You are so full of shit.
Yes, whether the Earth's surface was curved or not. That's what he was testing. So yes, he believed it was a globe. Oh my god, you people are hard to talk to. Yes, he believed it was. He believed it was a globe. That's irrelevant to the measurement. He did not make the assumption.
Before you said he didn't know. Before you said he didn't know before.
Yeah, he didn't know. He believed. He had a belief, but he didn't have any measurements. So once he took the measurement, that was proven.
That was the whole argument. You claimed he didn't assume it. He didn't assume it.
He didn't assume it with the measurements. He didn't assume it with the measurements. Did not assume it
is belief.
Bingo. If it's assumed in the first
not an assumption, that's
instance. I'm sorry. If it's believed, I'm sorry. If it's believed in the first instance, it is an assumption.
But he did not use that assumption in his measurement. He didn't use that assumption in his measurement.
Yeah.
He did not use that assumption.
I had to interrupt because, you say that we're hard to talk to, bro.
I mean, you spaz out every single time you come in here, Donald. Every single time you start cry talking.
I'm not cry talking. I don't know what that means.
You do. You cry talk like a little like.
I don't know what that means. So can we just talk about the shape of the Earth, or do you want to do meta?
Every
if you're
time,
going to do meta, I'm just going to not
admit that you can't admit that you were wrong. You asked me for a source, right? I gave you a source, and then you weren't happy with it, so I found you.
What I said. Your source didn't refute what I said.
Why can't you got a big ego problem or something? You can't admit when you were wrong about something.
I'm just correct. That's all.
No. You were incorrect.
No, I was correct because he made.
I've provided sources that prove that I was the one that was correct, and you haven't provided shit.
Just because he had a belief does not mean he made that assumption when he made the measurement. That's not what happened. So, does anybody want to actually show evidence of a flat Earth? That'd be cool.
Yeah, sure. Let's go over some.
Yo, can you show me an Earth model that shows multiple observers, please? I'm still waiting. Because you have a model, right?
You can get multiple.
You're a glober. You believe in the globe.
Like, you can set 5 laptops right next to each other and all run Stellarium.
Yeah, but why can't they run in the same instance?
Well, I mean, that's the limitation of the technology. That's just a limitation.
Oh, it's a limitation of technology. No, I think that's the limitation of the Earth. And if they portrayed it accurately, they would represent a flat Earth. That's what you're failing to understand.
Models have nothing to do with reality. That's a reification fallacy. Models describe reality. They do not prescribe reality.
Right. But your model can't describe reality because you can't see multiple observers. It won't tell you the sun's going to be here for you and it'll be here for them. It won't tell you that. You can't do it.
You can, though. You just need
whole instances. You can open a different program and
See
run
what
it.
I mean? What I mean? I mean, I'm just trying to finish the sentence here. All you need is multiple computers, and you can do what you're asking.
Okay, I'm asking why can't you do it in the same instance? Why do you have to run the program separately and have 2 different globes at that point?
Because of the limitations of the technology.
Why is it limited?
Because we are not perfectly technologically advanced.
Okay, so that's why you can't just simply recreate seeing the sun from 2 different observations at the same time. Because that's really difficult, right? In the modern day, we went to the moon, we did all this, we're sending people to Mars, we got freaking satellites all over every square inch of the globe. But we can't simply make a model that shows 2 different observations of the sun at the same time. Not possible.
All you need is 2 computers.
Technologically, we're not there yet. That's what you're saying.
All you need is 2 computers, and you can do exactly what you're talking about. So please stop saying that.
That's what you said.
Yeah, you need 2 computers because of the limitation of the computers.
Wait, so the computer's limited now?
That's the technology. That's the thing that's limited is the technology. That's what I said earlier. It's not now, it's always. That's what I've always said.
Do you have any, evidence to back up this claim?
I mean, yeah. Just try running Stellarium on your computer. Just do it. All you have to do is do it. Very simple.
Do what?
Run the
Stellarium destroys the globe, dude.
No, Stellarium affirms the globe in every way.
Negative, brother.
No, it doesn't.
You're just saying that doesn't make it true. I mean, how do you demonstrate that Stellarium disproves the globe?
Well, there's no multiple observers, and you can't see outside of your observation either.
That doesn't demonstrate anything.
Well, it has limitations for a reason because it can't go beyond the globe, right? And if it could go beyond the globe, then you'd easily be able to take 2 observers and see both of them looking at the sun and compare the 2. And this guy sees the sun in one spot in the sky, the other guy sees the other spot in the sky, and therefore it's a globe because we can prove that based on the globe, whatever nonsense they want to do. But they don't even try to do that because it doesn't work on the globe. You see what I'm saying?
Centuries. Before computers, we were demonstrating this to be true. What you're talking about.
Well, just look into it, bro. Do a little bit of research on it. You know what I'm saying? Try it. Download Stellarium or open it in your browser.
I've been researching
this. Go try to get two observations at the same time.
I've done that. I have done that. I had a buddy help me. And we got 2 observations of the sun at the same time at the same
Right. With 2 different instances, though, right? So you're generating 2 different globes.
You can't be in 2 places at the same time.
No, but I'm saying, but the Stellarium, you're running one simulation on one generated globe, and then another simulation on another generated globe. Why can't you do it on the same one?
I was talking about real life, not Stellarium.
Okay, but that's not my question. I didn't ask about that, but okay, that's fine.
Your question is silly.
I'm just asking about your model, bro. That's all I'm saying. And we're talking about its limitations, obviously, because you're saying it's limited. You can't see 2 observers. It's not possible. You're basically saying that.
Models are limited. I don't understand what problem that is. What is the problem with having limited models?
Okay, but you're saying the model proves the globe. You said that earlier.
I never said that.
You said, well, Stellarium affirms the globe. It proves the globe.
That's a reification fallacy. We can just go out and measure it.
Okay, how do you measure it?
Well, I used a quadrant. My buddy didn't have one, so he just used a protractor and a plumb bob.
Yeah, I'm not too versed on that topic. I was more so asking about the model, but I think I got the answer to my question, bro. Thank you.
Well, no, you didn't, because you don't know.
I mean, well, it was the lack of an answer, but that answer is enough. That's fine.
The models are limited. So what?
I mean, no, we just agreed on the limitations. Your model can't show two observers looking at the sun for two different spots on the model. So, you know, it's probably not true. That's my conclusion here.
They're mathematical computer models.
And it seems like you kind of agreed with me, where you're like, you know what? Yeah, it is limited, bro. It isn't true.
Demonstrates anything, though. It doesn't demonstrate anything. It's not.
Right, but you were saying also earlier that the model has the capability to demonstrate things that we can see in real life, right?
Yeah.
But there's an example where it's not.
I mean, they're limited.
And I'm not disagreeing with you that models can do that. Yeah, I mean,
I'm saying it doesn't demonstrate anything. It doesn't disprove the globe in any way. And if you think it does, that's a reification fallacy. That's very silly.
I think there's other ways it does.
How?
But specifically, I'm more worried about two observers, because then you could easily prove the globe, right? But you choose not to, because the underlying technology is not possible, because it doesn't work on a globe.
No, I've done
if you were to look at what Stellarium would look like with two observers on a globe, then you would understand that it doesn't work, and that's the reason why they don't do it, because they're going to represent a flat plane. That's just how they're going to represent it regardless. It's not going to work on a globe.
I've done it in real life, not in a model. In real life, I've done it. And
in real life, it's flat. So if we want to make a model based on real life, then it's going to be flat. So
in real life, it's curved.
I hate to tell you, brother.
It's curved. So do you guys? So I recreated my measurements that were stolen from me. Do you guys care? Mm-hmm. So there was recently the winter solstice, and I like to do it on the winter solstice because it's the easiest for me to do the math on. Mm-hmm. And I recreated my measurements. I had to assume my buddy. I recreated mine. Did it again.
You're getting quiet there. Maybe that's just me.
So, I mean, just because we don't have a model, I think we probably do somewhere. Just because you don't think that there's a model that can show two observers at the same time, how does that disprove the globe?
Well, you don't have a model that can do that, and if you're so confident in the model, then we should easily be able to do something like that. That doesn't seem like a hard task to me.
Listen to my words.
Honestly, if a model was valid, that would be the bare basics of what it would be capable of doing.
How does that disprove the globe?
Well, it shows the limitations of it, right? Why is it so limited?
Because it's a computer.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that.
Very limited.
Okay, but you're essentially, as a glober, saying like your model's wrong and you don't have a model. Is that what you're saying?
All models are.
Like, because in essence, that's kind of what we're boiling down to. You're like, well, I mean, I guess you are. It does have limitations. It can't do a lot of things.
Models are just a description of what exists. They're not 100% accurate ever.
I'm not a model lover either, you know what I mean? I'm not one of these people that's like, oh my god, you have a model, you're a heretic, or like not the flat earth equivalent to a heretic, a shill, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not one of these people, but I do understand that point of view, though, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they got a point, so.
It's a reification fallacy, so I don't care. Do you know what a reification fallacy is? Is it big smoke that was talking to you, or was it trouble seeing the screen? Anyway. So does anybody have any actual evidence for the flat earth?
Okay, let me ask you a question. What's your biggest globe proof, bro? Like, if you were to just debunk and do the mic drop moment, because that's what you globers love to do. You're like, dude, obviously it's a globe. Mic drop, gravity, boom, it hit the ground, or it's a globe. Like, you guys love that shit. So what's your mic drop like? Dude, you're so dumb. There's obviously a globe. Here's why. What would you say that is?
I mean, I like pictures from space, but that's just me.
Pictures from space. Are you serious? That's it?
Well, that would be my mic drop, yeah.
You didn't even answer the original question. The original question that obviously you can't validate the pictures from space, right? So that's obviously something that's just faith-based. Okay, so The original question I asked you, right, was the validation of the radius value or drop over distance. Oh, look, you're interrupting me. The same thing that you lie about.
I already did that.
Yeah.
I can do it again.
No, you didn't, right?
Yeah,
you just lied about Eratosthenes, right? And I proved you wrong, right? And even in his math, right? Look, you're talking over me again. You just keep interrupting me.
You're misrepresenting what I said.
You're going to cry when I mute you. You're going to cry when I mute you.
You're misrepresenting me.
No, you're talking over the top of me, right? So first, you were wrong about him. He assumed a sphere, and the proof that he assumed a sphere is in the mathematics that he used.
That's right? different from the measurement.
7.2 divided by 360 degrees.
Yeah, that's different from the measurement. So the thing that I do for drop over distance, I just posted in chat, has nothing to do with Eratosthenes at all.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna use this for your drop over distance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your validation that is the true horizon?
It's a picture of the horizon.
Oh, really? So you can't have false horizons?
I mean, there might be refraction, but that doesn't matter.
No, not refraction. Just a completely false horizon. Would you like an example of one?
I understand why you think that's a false horizon. It's a picture of water.
It's very, very often to have a false horizon. Okay, so here's a perfect example of that right now. Okay, have a look at this.
Right? That's refraction.
False horizon. No, that's not refraction.
Refraction. What do you call it?
It isn't refraction.
Okay, what is it?
It's a mirroring effect.
Okay.
Right? They generally would call that people would call that mirroring effect an inferior mirage, but I would just call it a mirroring effect because
all mirages are refraction.
Well, you could call. Look, I'm not going to argue about the term refraction, right? If we want to get into that, we can. But refraction, it isn't technically the law of refraction like Snell's law. Right, because you would need two transparent mediums for that. But that's what you're looking at there. The whole point here is that what you're looking at there is a false horizon.
Refraction. Just refraction.
What's the sun going behind?
Going behind the horizon, it's just a refracted horizon.
Okay, so the horizon that you can see there, right? See where it says in the image that I posted, not the horizon.
I see refraction.
That's not the horizon.
It's refraction.
Horizon. No.
Yes.
No, refraction. Okay, let's look. I'm just going to grant you for this conversation the word refraction, right? It's a type of mirage that we're looking at, and it's
refraction.
Dude, you have to stop cutting me off halfway through the sentences because it's going to get into chaos. I'll let you finish talking. You let me finish talking.
You say lots of wrong things.
Well, no, I'm not saying wrong things because I can back everything I say up with citations and practical demonstrations. Every single thing. Right? Otherwise, I wouldn't say it.
But you'd say so much wrong.
Have a look. Have a look at this once again. Yeah. Okay? Is that the horizon or is that a false horizon?
Refraction is a thing.
Refraction. Look. We're not going to. I said I'll grant you the word refraction just for this conversation. We can get into what refraction actually is afterward.
I need the mathematical.
Yeah. No. Look. Answer my question. I just posted an image. Is that the horizon, or is that a false horizon?
The horizon, yeah.
No, it's a false horizon, right?
It's a refracted horizon, but it's still a horizon.
Oh, see. There's a boat there now.
Yeah, it's refraction, dude.
No, it's not
just refraction. It's not magic.
No, okay, so the refraction.
Dude, the boat's floating. Look at that shit.
It's
I mean, not actually, but that's pretty.
Okay, so it's creating.
Donald, shut up! Donald, stop saying it over and over again like a baby.
Okay, so because of what you're calling refraction, it's creating the illusion of a false horizon. Okay, so if the boat wasn't there, the image that you originally posted would be completely debunked, right? Because the true horizon is hidden because of the inferior mirage effect that's taking place. The mirroring effect is making the true horizon invisible, and you're seeing a false horizon. Right? The images that I just posted completely prove that.
There are ways of reducing.
So that debunks.
You said you'd let me finish my sentences. You said you'd let me finish my sentences.
No, because I was talking, right?
But then
you started a sentence while I didn't stop. I didn't stop.
You did stop. I tried several times. I tried several times to interject, and you wouldn't allow me. So right now, there are ways. There are ways of reducing refraction.
Donald, you tried several times. You tried several times to interrupt. Okay.
There are ways
but
of reducing.
I didn't. No, shut up. I'm not finished talking. Now I have to start again, right? And you have to listen to the whole thing again because you interrupted. This time, don't interrupt. Okay. So what you showed, right, was a horizon, and you're trying to claim that that horizon is below eye level because the Earth curves downward, right? I challenged it, and I said, how do you know that's the true horizon? So I posted you some clear examples of effects where we see the same thing, right? But we have an object there as reference, right? So we know that the sun is going behind the horizon, right, in that image, or we know that the boat looks like it's floating above the horizon, right? Because the horizon that we see, because of the inferior mirage effect, is a false horizon. It's very obvious. Okay? That's what I was trying to say. Now it's your turn to talk. He ran it. Oh, he's muted. Man, that guy.
Oh, he deafened himself the second that you. Yeah, I arrived to offer to be his shutting ear device because the guy's not in here to have an actual conversation. I was going to help him listen by muting him. He's being a punk as usual.
Yeah, that's all good. I should have been muting him anyway, but I know that when we mute him, he does this because it's just classic Donald.
Well, because you say wrong things, and then you tell me that you have to repeat yourself when I already understood what you said and you were wrong already, so I don't care to hear you again.
Hey,
so just explain what was funny, Donald. You start talking about how good you get at math when it's the solstice. I mean, dude, get a grip.
When did I say it was good at math?
You're being a clown, Don.
My name's Donald.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Donald, look, Donald, want to continue talking to you, right? But just let me finish what I'm saying. That's all, right? And we don't have to have a chaotic conversation. All right. Now tell me about what I said that was wrong.
Well, you just said that because the horizon can be refracted, we can't know anything about it. That's just wrong.
That's not what I said. I said
there are ways. There are ways of.
No, Donald.
Listen to me for 1 second. You've gone on and on. Let me say one.
Because you just lied. You just lied about what my claim was. Because you didn't listen to me.
Maybe I misunderstood it, but I didn't lie.
You misrepresented what I said.
I may have misunderstood, but I didn't lie.
Okay, so let me help you understand.
Can I just say this one thing that I've been trying to say forever, and then you can go? So there are ways of correcting for refraction, and there are ways of dealing with how things are refracted. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, that's fine, but you do realize there's different types of effects, right? So in this situation, we would have an inferior mirage. Okay, so that's not just something you can just simply account for, right? And you can have combinations of different effects. So when you have an inferior mirage, right, we have warmer air closer to the surface and cooler air above it, and it creates that mirroring effect, like what you would see on a hot road or something like that. Happens very often over the water, like in the images that I presented. So what that does when you have an inferior mirage, it creates a false horizon. It's not the actual horizon. It just
there are ways of correcting for that.
Okay, but that's not the point, because what you showed in your image was like a viewfinder of some type, a theodolite probably, right? And you're showing that the horizon's appearing below the eye level on the viewfinder. I'm saying, how do you know that there wasn't a superior mirage effect happening, which is extremely common, right?
Because
when
he corrected
out over large bodies. Well, let me finish. Almost done.
You asked a question.
How did he correct? How did he know that? No. How did he know that effect? So he's assuming that there was an inferior mirage in that image. And he corrected for it? Is that what you're claiming?
No, he went up. If you go up, it reduces the effects of refraction.
What do you mean? Just going up, you can still have different types of effects take, right? You can have sinking, stooping, inferior mirage, superior mirage, towering, all sorts of different effects.
The further away from the surface you are, the lower the effects of refraction are.
You can still, right? You can still have all of these effects, right? They'll just happen further into the distance.
But that doesn't mean it's happening in that picture.
Okay, but how do you know it's not happening?
Because he's a professional surveyor who knows how to correct for these things.
No, because you can't tell that it's happening, right? Because if we didn't have the boat there, that's why I took it. Hold on, just let me finish. Look, please, look, this will make sense to you. I'm not trying to be bad faith with you or anything like that. Right? Let's just say he went out on this particular day. In the image that I posted, right? 1 second, I'm just going to repost it. And I just want to make this point. Okay, I'm going to copy paste it so it's back in the chat again.
Already seen it. You can just talk about it.
Yeah, I know, but okay. So let's just say he did the same thing right here. Okay, so I've photoshopped out that boat.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So if he did the same thing here, he would be using the same argument because you can't tell that that's a false horizon without something there for reference.
Do you think when he took that photo, he could see the rest of the horizon?
No. This is a false. Do you agree that this is a false horizon in this image?
Yes, I already did. Yes. So, do you think that when he took that measurement, he could see the entire horizon?
Yeah. Just like we can see this horizon.
Do you think that if this professional surveyor saw that there were extreme refraction events going on, he would still take the measurement?
No, you can't see.
No, he wouldn't do
any effects. You can't see any effects taking place here in this image that I've just posted.
Well,
it just looks like a normal.
But if you could see the entire horizon, you'd be able to tell where the refraction.
We can see the. Okay, so in the image that I posted, it looks like a normal horizon, but it isn't, right?
Yes,
but you can't tell. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a professional surveyor.
But if you could see the entire horizon, you'd be able to tell the difference. If you could take measurements of the temperature, you'd be able to tell the difference.
This effect hides the horizon. You can't tell where the true horizon is because we have this effect taking place.
But there were boats, right? If there's boats, you can tell, right?
Yeah, but when I removed the boat, you can't tell anymore.
If you think that this professional surveyor saw extreme refraction events, do you think that he would take the measurement?
No, you can't tell that there's a refraction happening out there because without the boat there, you wouldn't know.
But if you see the entire horizon, you can tell whether or not refraction is happening, correct?
No, you can't see it happening anywhere in this image whatsoever. No, you can't tell.
That's just that one image. So if you could see the entire horizon of that image, do you think you could tell that refraction was happening?
No, because you'll have the same effect when you look.
Like the boat floating in air would give you a clue that there was refraction going on.
Yeah, but if there's no boat there, you wouldn't know. Just like my image shows, right? It just looks like blue sky. It just looks like a normal horizon. It just looks like a normal horizon.
If you were able to see if you were able to see the entire horizon, do you think you could tell that refraction was happening?
You can't see the horizon because there's an effect taking place. It's hiding the horizon and presenting you with a false horizon. So you would think you're looking at the true horizon, but in fact, it's not the true horizon.
Would you mind answering the question?
I did, just then. No, because you can see the same distance in all directions, right?
I asked a yes or no question. You did not say yes.
You would most likely see the same thing left to right. When you pan your eyes across the horizon, you're just going to see the same thing. The same effect's going to take place.
Okay, so you're just irrational. I get it.
No, I'm not irrational. I'm being completely logical. I'm not saying this is a flat Earth proof. I'm saying that what you've presented isn't proof that that's the true horizon that we're looking at.
Listen to me. I do not speak with irrational humans.
I'm not being irrational. Look at the image you posted, and then look at the image that I posted, right? If I overlaid some crosshairs over my image like that, it would look exactly the same. You can't tell the difference, right? Because when you have this effect, the mirroring effect makes it impossible to see the difference between the sky and the rest of the body of water that's being hidden, right? And you're just left with a false horizon. This is a known effect, right? I showed you multiple examples of this happening. Oh, he's gone.
He couldn't stand being taken seriously.
Yeah, oh man, he was driving me nuts, but I was just trying to stay calm because I know that I can back myself up in this with this particular point. So
yeah, he found his out. He created his out and he took it. He'll be back. Goofy guy.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
He created his out and he took it. He'll be back. Goofy guy.
I can prove the Earth is round.
Should be good.
The final experiment.
What was so final about it?
It proves the Earth is round.
Go on.
I'm just trolling, bro. But yeah.
Cool.
And a lot of dishonest people and posers filling up the chat.
Yep. Interesting how Donald's claiming that mirages are refraction, right? But then they just use like a little refraction slider to try to reverse engineer these observations where we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe. Complete contradiction, right? Because different mirages have completely different effects.
Yeah, like he admits he's looking at a refracted horizon, which would mean that the apparent dip would be due to that. So, what's he arguing? Like, if there's a deviation between the true horizon and refracted horizon causing a dip, well, that's not curvature, is it, Donald? I like the last guy who said he was a satellite engineer, and I'm like, these things have to rotate, right? He's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, you shut that guy down good. I think they lie a lot about their credentials.
They do. And then we got like Mark G spamming Wikipedia links on GPS saying this refutes everything I'm saying, right? And I'm like, dude, no, I'm asking for the data. We got a guy who claimed to be an engineer, works on this stuff. Can you show me some of the engineering information and data that goes into this? Just like you have pitch data from the attitude indicator on an airplane, show me the attitude indicator at the pitch data from a satellite. These things have to maintain proper orientation. It should be commensurate with their operations. So can we just check for internal consistency first, and then we can determine how much of it's verifiable next? About a year ago, I pointed out that the new globe cope to this argument is going to be gravity gradient stabilization tethers. And sure enough, Mark predictably posted one and said, here you go, it's a passive device. Basically, all it is a big plumb bob that they claim to dangle down from a satellite, which keeps it properly oriented. Well, yeah. Yep. So, okay, where's the data that corresponds to that? Now, where's any evidence that any of this is actually happening? You mean to tell me that there's this big miles-long tether with a ball on the bottom of it that's keeping proper orientation of GPS satellites? Oh, really? All right. Well, you just created some more issues for yourself. You have to provide some supporting information and data to go with it, not just pictures from some sketchbook. I mean, it's amazing that they can keep claiming to deploy all these technologies and they all freaking work like magic. I mean, the guy told me the reason why it works is because suddenly you put the satellite in a non-inertial frame according to Einstein. So you've got bendy, warpy space-time that's taking care of making sure the satellite's proper oriented relative to Earth.
Do you guys want me to destroy your view?
Well, Collapse, they're going to deny everything you say. They're going to say, well, there's no circular triangles to measure the Earth.
What are you guys yammering about?
Collapse, have you ever debated with them before?
Have I ever what?
Debated with these flat earthers before?
Yeah, dude, I destroy them every day.
Go ahead, Collapse.
I don't think I have lost out of every debate that I had with them.
What's your best globe proof? Number one, top globe proof. Go.
My best evidence that I have is a picture I took.
Cool. Can you post it?
Yeah, I'm in a game right now. Just give me 2 minutes.
You're in a game right now.
And can you just describe it while you're looking for it?
That was a picture of Earth.
You took the picture, and it's a picture of Earth. Okay, so where's the picture taken from?
I'm an astronaut. I was in outer space.
Yeah,
Oh,
which
here we
mission?
go.
It's a classified mission.
Oh, so you can't verify anything you're going to talk about. Okay. Next.
Oh, again, like every operation was classified.
Suck.
You've already you just brought up your classified mission. That's weird.
Deadly, do you have anything better than Collapse? Because he sucks.
You already know I'm about to use the same, arguments that I used last time. I think can add a bit.
You're an astronaut as well?
Why would you use the same arguments you were defeated with?
Well, I wasn't defeated. I actually won, but sure. But right, I'm not an astronaut. I was never an astronaut.
No, you said you were going to use the same argument. That was Collapse's shtick. He's an astronaut.
Oh no, not the same argument as him. I don't know.
Oh, that you're gaming. That you're stuck in a game. That one. Got it. Carry on. I'm game, guys. Excuse me while I game. I'm going to continue to game.
Is Deadly gaming? Is that his reason?
No.
No, the other guy was.
Yeah, you're off the game today, Deadly. Good.
Oh,
Did you beat it? Did you beat the game?
Yeah, guess what game it was?
Kerbal Space Program.
It was Prove the Earth is a spherical object.
Oh, so you're playing a Globe Earth simulator where the globe wins?
It's not really a simulation. Yeah, globe simulation, because that's the truth.
Yeah, you got to simulate your winning victories because you can't do them in real life. Okay.
Sure. But right, I also played this one game, right? Do you know that little not helicopter, it's a airplane, airplane. You know how, you go up. I went all the way to space. That's what I saw. Not a flat earth. Go ahead and say it. Come on.
Deadly evidence right there, man. Deadly.
My bad. Okay. Roblox. Why'd I play Roblox on my Chrome, man? But right, I'm gonna put this image in chat for all of you to see again. And just look at it.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me have a look. Okay, so the one on the left. The one on the left. Let's just go over the one on the left. What's that?
Wait, are you talking about the one, the live stream?
Yeah.
The live stream? That was the live stream from the ISS. You want me to put the link in chat?
No, it's all good. Okay, so what lens did they use on that camera?
What lens? Wide.
Yeah.
Like, I think something like that.
Okay, so if they use a wide angle lens, it would distort a straight line, or it would distort any line.
Well, that's the same thing with the Chinese thing. They have a.
Oh, now I remember you. Okay.
You said now I remember him.
Yeah, we've been here before.
Hey, Dudley, your boy Collapse decided to leave you alone. He popped out of here.
Yeah, though. So go ahead and disprove me with that.
Yeah, you're by yourself.
I mean, you didn't really do it. He's back.
Yeah. Tell me about this image on the right with the platform habitat and platform hill house.
It's on the horizon, right? You see the horizon?
Okay, yeah, I got a better one here. Okay, have a look in the side chat. Okay, all right, we can agree the horizon's behind the oil platforms, right?
Yes.
Okay, so on a globe, the horizon should be at 3.4 miles. Okay, so the second oil platform's 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can see the horizon past 10 miles, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, but the horizon has to be at 3.46 miles on a globe. That's where it has to be. So now I want to ask you a question. Is the second oil platform in front of the horizon or behind the horizon?
Behind the horizon.
Second oil platform. You just said that the horizon's behind the second oil platform. A second.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the first one. My bad. In front.
Both of them. The same thing. The same argument for both of them.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk about the second one. Okay, yeah. So the horizon's in front of both the oil platforms. Okay, so that would make the oil platforms behind in front of the horizon, right? And the horizon's behind the oil platforms.
Of course.
Okay, so on a globe, right? On a globe, the oil platforms have to be behind the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, but the horizon's behind the oil platforms.
Yeah, of course.
But on a globe, the horizon has to be in front of the oil platforms, not behind the oil platforms.
Okay.
Okay, so not a globe then.
So not a globe. So you're going to claim it's not a globe when I can measure a globe with triangles.
You didn't measure a globe with triangles.
You can.
Time for the triangle test.
Well, let's see. Who did that? Name one person that did that throughout all of history.
Eratosthenes.
He didn't do that. He didn't even claim to do that, bro.
He did. You want me to show you?
No, he didn't. Yeah, show me.
Okay, I'll show you. Okay.
That's even if he was a real person.
That's even if he was a real person. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you real quick.
I was being silly, but no, Eratosthenes definitely didn't measure curvature. All he did was take some angles and shadow angles. Whoa, somebody's mad.
Who's mad?
I don't know. Whoever just started making a bunch of noise and blowing in the microphone. Yeah, so Eratosthenes only took some shadow. That's all he did. Took some shadow light. One place at like high noon, and another place at like 3, 5 in the evening, whatever. And he noticed, the shadow lengths are different. Oh shit! All he really did was show that the light from the sun, the rays from the sun, don't hit the Earth strictly parallel. They diverge. They're divergent rays. They spread out and hit the Earth. I actually took a really cool picture today on my road trip of some divergent rays. Oh, clickety clackety clickety clack. We don't want to hear it, so we're going to clickety clack and be an asshole.
Are there any better globers in here?
Yeah, no, that one's fucking pathetic. Sitting there, every time somebody gets going, he wants to clickety clack and blow in the mic. Go fuck yourself, kid.
And you want to keep talking to Deadly? Unmuted.
So why did you delete?
What?
Why did you delete the evidence I put in chat?
What evidence?
No, whatever mod in here did it.
I got evidence for you, bro. Hold up.
Yeah,
you think you won, right? You think you won. Hold up, but when you're clickety clacking and blowing in the mic,
wasn't me.
Mr. Giggles, Mr. fucking Giggles, you fucking clown.
Yeah, how do we confirm that was taken from outer space?
Are you going to keep deleting my evidence? If I
didn't touch it. I didn't delete it. But I'm asking you, how do you verify and confirm that this was taken from outer space?
How do I confirm? Because the ISS.
Now, how do you confirm it? How does anyone confirm it?
Because it's the ISS in the camera.
Yeah, no, that's the claim. How do you confirm that that's what it is?
Because of the camera.
Now, how do you confirm that is what you claim it to be?
Bro, you're fucking brain dead. You're brain dead fucking little spastic. Fuck off.
Yeah, good point, T-Dub.
Yeah. Deadly.
Anyone else?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I guess there is no one else. It's shocking, but yes. Deadly, dude. He just said the camera, but 5 minutes ago he was acknowledging that it was a wide angle. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. God bless him.
No, I do.
Okay, so then the curvature of the Earth that you think you're seeing is actually just created by a lens.
Incorrect.
Well, why did you mention the camera?
Because I knew what type of camera they were using.
And you acknowledged it was a wide angle, correct?
Yeah, I acknowledged it, but it's not going to make it to the point of that. You know.
What's the field have you ever used a camera that? Have you ever used a camera that wasn't your phone?
Of course, wait. I'm not young. Well, I'm young, but not as young as you think I am.
Yeah, it's just okay. Just asking.
Shit, right? Like, but yo,
I was born in 2005. Hold on. I was born in 2005. I used to.
But I have socks older than that.
Okay, okay, but I'll still use a camera that wasn't a phone. So, what's your point? Are you gonna make a point?
I don't know. I don't like wearing socks, but when I purchase them, I guess I get quality ones. I don't know. No point.
When was it installed? When was it installed?
When was what installed?
The camera.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know shit, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so Mr. Giggles, right?
Thank you for this. I'm not
Deadly
joking either. Thank you for this.
Deadly Giggles. Deadly Giggles. That's what I'm calling you, fucking Deadly Giggles. So yeah, the whole thing with a wide angle lens or even a fisheye lens, and you can go read up on this, is that they tend to always curve straight lines.
Of course, right? But it's not going to manipulate.
Did you say curve in straight lines?
Yeah, and of course, right?
Okay, listen. Let me say it again. Okay, put your listening ears on. Okay, the thing about wide angle lenses and fisheye lenses is that they cause straight lines to appear bent, curved. It's not actually curved. It's the lens that's causing it to look like that. You get it now?
It's a simple.
Okay.
I get it, and I get more of it. It's a simple transform that you can undo by applying the reverse math, the inverse, and getting the actual the real picture. So to act like any type of lens causes you to be unable to know what's truly on the other side. It's absurd to claim that. Shame on you. Simple math.
Deadly.
Simple math.
Deadly. Did you see what I just posted?
I'm worried. You just ignored his argument.
No, dude.
Yeah,
we're talking. He's not. He's just coping, bro. He's upset that we don't believe the TV show that's got him duped.
So you guys got any other arguments?
But Deadly, do you see what I just posted? Because I posted this to you the other day.
You don't.
Do you see it?
I don't see it.
Do you see it now?
I see it.
Okay, that's from the same ISS. I found that when you originally posted yours. So what's up with the curve there?
There's a curve.
Yeah, what's up with that? Does that look like a curve of a spheroid?
Yes.
You don't notice the irregularity of it, the flatness of it on the right and the curve on the left. Do you see that?
That's what cameras tend to do, distort things.
Yeah, okay. So it's a curve created by a lens Einstein.
No, but okay.
Yeah, you just said so. Wake up, bro. Dude.
So you think
you need to let that sink in and giggle about it a little bit.
Giggle? It sounds like the kid's about to cry. Fuck, man. Wake up. It's pathetic.
What's pathetic?
Your non-response, engagement, inability to actually listen and respond accordingly. I basically said that already.
I've been engaging the whole time in the conversation.
He won't even think about his own words.
Yeah,
That's what
it's like what it sounds like he's doing is like he hears you say something, and then just utters syllables, regardless of what you're actually saying. So you are quote unquote answering, but not really, man.
Well, I am engaging though.
I like to, I'm glad you think you are. Good for you, kid.
So you concede?
Yeah, I concede that you're utterly clueless, dude. You're not even following along with your own words.
So you concede the debate?
Dude, you said, yeah, that's what cameras do. Did you not just say that?
Yeah, they distort things.
So are we seeing the curvature of the Earth, or are we seeing what cameras just do, quote unquote you?
Both.
Okay, you lost the plot. Hoist the trophy if you must.
I have an announcement to make. I'm a flat earther now.
Oh no. You stay on the globe
Nah,
side.
you're just you're just young, dumb, and naive, bro. You haven't lived and you haven't learned yet.
I'm a flat earther now, though.
Yeah. Okay. Because all of us just like got onto flat Earth in like 2 seconds after hearing about it.
I mean, I've been here for like a month and a half. So.
Yeah, a month and a half. Yeah, it took me a while, man. It took me a couple years, honestly, before I was like, oh, dude, I can't even prove the globe. Like, I tried my ass off. I know everything there is to know about the damn thing. And I can't prove it, dude. Neither can you. But I can prove that water settles flat, that the sea is level. There's a mean sea level, and that
Yeah, you
stuff's not
can.
curving.
Yeah, you can. ISS. Camera. Refraction.
ISS,
Gravity.
refraction. Just shout out word, right, T-Dub? Yeah, that's the Glober way right there.
Oh, sorry, wait, I didn't say it properly.
Because it's the ISS. It's camera. Gravity.
That's great, dude. Yeah. You should. If we could change his name, we should change it to like Mr. Gigglesworth or
I'll change
something.
it. I'll change it.
Where are the flat earthers?
They're all here. They kind of conceded to my debate.
Hi, this is our room. Welcome.
Don't tell me welcome, bro. Fuck you.
Wow, so hostile. Man, can you imagine somebody being nice and welcoming you into their home and then you being like, fuck you, right? Is that how you conduct yourself?
I can't. I don't.
No, is that how you conduct yourself? That's how you conduct yourself.
Exactly. Yes.
That's terrible. That's terrible. If you're going to be like that, dude, you don't have to be in here. You can go.
I'm not here to debate. I'm here to listen. I hate flat earthers.
Then bye, leave.
No,
Hey, Johanna, who pissed in your cereal?
For real, dude. Somebody peed in his Wheaties. By the way, that's some really low IQ shit right there, just to be like, fuck you, when someone says welcome. The fuck? I hate flat earthers. That sucks, bud. Why? Can I ask why? Hello?
Yo.
I don't know why that guy hates flat earthers so much. Why is he so freaking hostile?
Johanna, answer the question since you're muted.
Oh, why do I hate flat earthers?
Yeah.
Because my father is a pilot, and my father taught me that you guys retarded. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sure. Sure, even though there's...
You know what a flat earther's gonna say? A flat earther's gonna say, oh, did you witness the curve in your dad's plane? That's what they're gonna say.
Yeah, it's them fisheye lenses, bro.
Actually,
Fisheye lenses.
all right. Flat Earther speaking before I got interrupted, I was going to say that there's tons and tons of videos of people just kind of sneaking up on these pilots and being like, hey, man, so, like, is the Earth a globe or is it flat? Like, ball or flat?
Let me ask you a question.
So many... Hold on, I'm not done. There are so many pilots of 30-plus years that will tell you, I know the Earth is flat.
Okay.
They know it. For 30 years, the sky, bro.
But how long flat? Like infinitely flat? Like, are we stuck on Earth and space isn't real? What type of flat?
Exactly.
Because if you look at the eclipse of the sun and the Earth, right? A solar eclipse, you can see the shadow of the Earth on the sun, and it's round.
No, sir,
Yes,
you're gonna get lost in the sky. Okay, try to keep your feet on the ground here.
That's not
You're
true.
gonna get lost. You're gonna get lost.
You've got your story.
You can see the shape of the Earth on a lunar eclipse.
Listen to him reform his sentence.
That's
You're
wrong.
a dipshit, State Department.
Come on, man.
Wait. You mean to tell me? Wait. I haven't even had flat earthers tell me that I'm wrong. They're like, well, that's right, but it doesn't. Wait. You know what they say?
It's the shadow.
They say that's fine, but that doesn't prove that it's a globe. That just proves that it's still flat, but a disc shape, it's still flat. They don't say, oh, no, the shadow's not correct. They never say that. They never say, well, the shadow can't prove that the Earth is a globe. It just proves that the Earth is flat, right?
Shadow of what? The
Earth's shadow on the lunar eclipse.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Hold on.
Hey, dude, has the funding not stopped for your obfuscation bullshittery, State Department?
So you're just gonna dodge his question and concede, okay?
Dude, just relax. It's 24/7.
Did you concede?
He's not, dude. He said 3 different things. He started with solar eclipse and said Earth shadow, and then he said solar eclipse, Earth shape, and now he's on to lunar eclipses. He's all over the place, cheerleader.
Listen, you know when a crescent? You know what happens when there's a crescent moon?
You know what happens when people scattergun?
So you're conceding his question, okay?
So listen,
dude, he's not said anything, Johanna.
Hey, look, I know I've got tits and a vagina, but I also have a voice and I'm trying to speak here. Okay?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All I was trying to say is when you have the waxing and waning gibbous moon phase, that ain't Earth shadow. That definitely ain't Earth shadow. You got a fucking
so what about
fucking reverse, like that don't work, dude. Do you know,
So what about
what
this?
phase?
What about-
Shut up. Shut up. Do you know what phase of the moon is the gibbous, waxing, waning gibbous moon phase?
I don't know everything about the moon.
Find the emoji. No, the emojis are in your phone. The emojis are right there, like in your phone.
I don't know everything about
Go
the
get
moon.
them.
No.
Okay, then don't make fucking claims about the moon. We're talking
But I
about
do
the
know
Earth.
what a lunar eclipse is, and I have looked at one.
Good for you, dude.
So tell me, what could take its
Who
place?
here has a tits and the vagina? I want like tits and
So wait.
vagina to answer.
So you don't believe in the lunar eclipse? All right. How about this? Do you believe that the Earth has different hemispheres? Like the
Do you think a crescent moon is an eclipse?
The crescent moon is the Earth's shadow on the moon.
Dude, you're an idiot. Thank you for highlighting that to the class.
No, that is what it is.
He's conceding your debate.
That is what it is.
No, I'm agreeing with you. What's his name is the retard.
Yeah, lunar phases are not Earth shadow within your heliocentric solar system story, bro. Learn the tale.
He doesn't even know his own shit.
He's got phases. You have phases and
what's hilarious? You know what's hilarious?
Bro.
What's hilarious is you still can't debate on any.
You have phases and eclipses confused. Is what's hilarious. State Department.
All you do is critique and critique and critique. You never give any claim.
Okay, well,
you never give any evidence.
Concede that you have lunar phases and eclipses all screwed up in your head.
Well, not really.
Concede to that.
So you conceded his
I'm not
debate.
going to concede to anything.
No,
well, it's on the record. You've got your wires crossed, bro.
Is every Globrian here that retarded? Shut up, Gigglesworth. Are you guys that retarded that you think the moon phases are caused by the Earth's shadow on the moon? Go and look it up. Right, that's not even the claim. It's the angle of the shadow on the moon from the sun. The angle of the sun. It's got nothing to do with the Earth. Like, to even claim that shows you guys
So
have
why are you saying then? If that's the case, then why are you saying that during?
Why are you talking before I finish talking? You can't even spell, bro. I've got funny screen captures from you. You can't even spell the word Muslim or basic words. Right now, you're claiming that it's the shadow of the Earth on the moon that causes a crescent moon. You are an idiot, right? And then you've got cheerleaders, right? Other idiots backing you up that that's what causes the moon phases. Like, you guys don't even know the basics of the globe model. You want to come in here and defend something that you don't know anything about. It's ridiculous.
Explain how I'm a cheerleader.
Who's that?
Deadly.
You said you're a flat earther.
We're not going to explain to you about you. Okay, this is not about you.
Well, it kind of is because I'm debating with you.
No. I'm sorry. It's not about you. Okay, so let's get back to the topic, right? Moon phases, right? How do moon phases tell you that the ground that you stand on is a ball?
Are you talking to me?
You think that the...
Try to keep up.
I thought you were talking to U.S. State Department. You should probably unmute him.
Oh my God! Try to keep up, kiddo.
He's retarded. There's no point talking.
Well, I'm not a glober anymore. I'm a flat earther.
Okay, why do you think this the Earth topographical stationary planar surface? Go ahead.
I'm a flat earther now.
Yeah, okay, we got it. You're repeating yourself. Can you give the argument that supports that you're a flat earther?
Because you can't measure a Earth that is spherical with triangles, so therefore it's not possible for us to be on a spherical Earth.
So what you're saying, in a sense, is that there's no true planar reference point to a spherical surface, neither mathematically nor in reality. Therefore, any triangulation would be based on a planar surface, therefore the other is a planar surface, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, good that you get this basic fundamental understanding. Many people don't get it, you know? They don't understand how a triangle should look like.
Of course, and that won't ever understand. It took me a month and a half of debating all of you to get where I am today. Now I'm a flat earther now.
That's good, man. It's good to know what the reality presents itself to be.
Of course. U.S. State Department, I think you should educate him next to move into the...
Shut up, Deadly. You're a low IQ idiot, and you're just wasting time.
And Mikey! I'm on your side now, what do you mean?
Okay, the guy who is that your best globe argument? Is Ed Holmes your best globe argument? Yes or no? You just gotta say yes or no. Either your Ed Holmes are your best argument for spinning wobbling to that space before you never explaining world of darkness, or it's not. Go ahead. So I guess Ed Holmes are your best argument for a ball, right? Is that it? Is that what I should accept about you?
It was LT that was speaking, by the way.
I understand. I'm not talking about you. Is there any other Glober who wants to let their pain out or actually get an argument to the table?
Let their pain out?
You should probably U.S. State Department. He was debating.
I don't have any.
Not control. Like, don't worry what's happening with U.S. State Department. Okay, worry about yourself. Focus on the information.
I don't have the ability to unmute someone, and I think there's a reason to why they muted in the first place.
He's a time-wasting troll.
Yeah. So is there any being in here that actually wants to have a faithful conversation?
No, I'm planning my summer vacation, going to the edge of the earth.
Is that your best globe argument?
Not an argument.
Well, you gotta really think about it. If you still think you live on a spinning, wobbling to the space while flying from the never-expanding world of total darkness, then at least you gotta have one good positive argument speaking for that claim, right? Because the thing is, when I go outside into reality, I see the complete opposite, which is a representation of the Earth that is standing still. I measure a ground that is seem to be a planar surface. I see sea level water. I see horizontal horizons. So the question is, how can this ever be something that is applicable in any kind of logic to a spherical surface?
You're asking me? I don't know, man.
So you don't know. You don't know what the Earth is or what it presents itself to be.
I only know what I perceive.
Okay, what do you perceive? What I just said, or something which claims to be opposite?
I don't understand what you said, to be honest.
But I said the Earth presents itself to be something, right? And my question to you would be, is that correct, what I said, in regards to sea level being truly sea level on the horizons being truly horizontal? And the Earth being a stationary topographical planar surface, is that what you observe equally to me?
That's beyond me, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
So what do you see when you go outside?
I see a flat Earth.
Yeah, there you go. So,
you just answered it.
I just can't find the edge of the Earth.
Yeah, can you find the edge of a pond?
Yes, if I wanted to.
So a pond has an edge?
Yes. It has diameters.
So it's like a flying pond? Is that what you think? It's like an edge you can follow. Well, an edge for me is something that abruptly ends, right? And goes into a different direction. Wait, let me get the definition of an edge so I'm not mistaken here. Yeah, the outside limit of an object, area, or surface. So again, the question is, does a pond have an edge? Or is it just in a contained area?
Yeah, if it's contained, it has diameters. Don't you think?
Yeah, but why would you ever care about some edge if the only thing you observe is containment, right? You have never fallen off a lake, right?
Fall off a lake, no, because lakes don't
Exactly.
fly.
Well, also because everything is enclosed, right? So the Earth seems to be, also in regards to gas pressure pressing against something, a closed system, right? So the difference between the Earth that is being described within the quote-unquote flat Earth realm is that we have an enclosed system, and the other one claims to be an open system with a lot of movement, with gas pressure pressing against nothingness, which is ultimately ridiculous. Also claiming that atmosphere can have a shape, but gas does not adhere to any shape. So again, lots of problems, but actually very simple problem, like very simple to understand that they don't align with reality. I wonder why Globers struggle with this. Is it because it feels uncomfortable to know that you have been lied to since childhood? I don't know, I'm just making hypotheticals, right? Because I can say that it felt uncomfortable. Anyways, is there anyone that has some positive argument for a ball? Or has anything to say?
I have a question, not to argue, just a question. So you're a flat earther?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Not debating, just want to ask a question.
Yeah,
How do you? What would be your argument? So if you had a globalist, right? If they asked you, okay, you believe in the flat Earth, what would be your argument for the lunar eclipse?
Didn't we just go through this? I guess we just got here.
I just got here. I literally just got here.
Yeah, I can listen, I can answer this very, very simple. There's something called the impossible eclipse, right? And they claim it's possible because of the impossible of light bending. And the thing is with the heliocentric model, whenever something doesn't work, they just make up a story that is not provable, not measurable, not repeatable in any scientific experiment, but they just claim the story is true. And that's it. But you know what we do as flat earthers? We go ahead, we just acknowledge and claim what is factually proven, what can be repeatedly tested and verified. This is what we claim. So we are not heliocentrists who worship the sun and the heavenly bodies and make claims about things that they can't prove and they're faith-based. So whatever you have been taught about seeing in the sky and how it works and what it does is currently a faith-based claim because you yourself have never verified that anything of that in this regards is true. Therefore, I could care less about what a lunar eclipse is or how it works, because neither side and no one has brought forth sufficient evidence to whatever they're saying about it is true. There you go.
I don't really think that answered the question, but fair enough.
How did this not answer the question?
Because I'm asking you basically, well, I'm not asking you. So basically, I'm basically playing devil's advocate. Hypothetically, let's say I'm a globalist and I ask you, okay, if you believe there's a flat earth, you would have to prove, because your claim is that the earth is flat. How's that wrong?
Let me.
You've got the
surface
proof
description.
of you claiming a shape.
Okay. The point is, again, I'm going to repeat myself. The last time and the second time repeating this is that you are not sitting in the throne of knowledge, neither any factual knowledge in regards to the heavenly bodies and how they work, whatever is going on there. Which means you got to get off your high horse and realize whatever you've been taught about these eclipses or anything in regards to the heliocentric model and how the things work are laid on a foundation that is absolutely sand. Right? Because it's not based on factual, provable, repeatable evidence in reality. Therefore, whatever you come forth with can be hand-waved because you yourself factually don't know what is happening. Therefore, it is a non sequitur. It doesn't matter to the topic at hand, whatever is happening with the heavenly bodies above in the sky. Would you agree?
Yeah, don't eat in your mic, please. It's very rude.
I wasn't eating, sir.
Okay, do you agree that there's no substantial evidence that provides any factual foundation for whatever for whatever the globe is claiming? Therefore, I don't need to create a replacement story, correct?
Well, here's the thing.
I can create a replacement story, but we're not talking about imaginations here, right?
No, we're not. But okay, so this is all I was trying to say, and then I'll leave it to this. You claim that you know that the Earth is flat. Perfect. If you're going to make that claim, and a globalist says, okay, if you believe that, then can you please explain, whether it's a horizon or lunar eclipse?
No, we don't have to, bro.
But the burden on proof is on you because you're making that claim.
No, we didn't make a claim. Not making a claim about the moon or eclipses.
No, you're making a claim that the Earth is flat. That's my whole point. You said
you see a flat Earth when you go outside.
Actually, incorrect.
No, I didn't say that.
Hang on. Slow down. Excuse me. Slow down. Flat Earth is an observation. The claim that the Earth moves or curves is at question here. So you need to prove your curve or your motion. We don't have to prove anything. Go outside and look at the horizon. Does it bend left or right? No, it doesn't.
I didn't make that claim.
Hey, don't take this personally. Just listen to what I'm saying, please. Keep your Dorito chute shut. If you're claiming, or they are claiming, people are claiming, the boat's disappearing bottom up and it's going over the curve, think about that for half a second and complete that curve. That's a pretty small ball you're on. And when you can pull out a telescope or a camera and zoom that full boat in after it supposedly went over the curve, you need to start questioning things. So, we don't have to prove shit. We go out and do the shit ourselves and don't find any evidence of the globe. We were in your shoes. So don't come in here saying, prove this. Listen to the information. Look at the information. Continue.
Okay, I never made the claim.
Did I say you specifically? Again, Linda, I said don't take it personally. Just listen to what I'm saying.
I heard
You can't say the boat's disappearing over the curve front to back, but yet there's no left to right curvature, no matter how high you go.
All right.
Like
So
you
you
can't
don't like
have it both ways.
you don't like being held to account for claims that you didn't make. Well, we're the same, bro. We didn't make a claim about any eclipses. We're talking about the surface geometry. We're not trying to replace a cosmology. We're not trying to present a type of cosmological view, like a view of the entire reality. We're just talking about the surface geometry, what we live on. That's it.
Okay, that's fine. I'm hearing you. Here's my thing, though. Like I said, if you guys are claiming the Earth is flat geographically, you know, whatever, etc., right? You're making that claim. The globalists, they're not making that claim. What you're doing right now is burden of proof fallacy, because what this guy's saying is, how is that
That's
incorrect?
You're already in a
Repeating
fallacy
it
by stating that.
multiple times doesn't make your statement true. You've told us again and again, this is the third time I've heard it, it's your burden of proof. It's your burden of proof. The gentleman beforehand said, don't take offense, just listen to the information. It is a surface descriptor. Your claim is you live on a ball.
That's not my claim.
The burden of proof.
I didn't
If you
make
don't
that
like
claim.
that, please don't cry to me.
I didn't make that claim. That's what you're not
Yeah,
understanding. I didn't make
stop, listen carefully. By being a ball believer, it is inherent. It comes with you. Okay?
But when did I say I was
You
a
do
ball
understand
believer?
that?
When did I say I was a ball believer?
Well, you're asking anti-flat earth questions, so the assumption is pretty fucking sound.
Well, I said I'm playing devil's advocate. Let's assume, hypothetically, I was. You didn't obviously hear me
And
before.
I did assume, hypothetically, you was. Fuck, it's hard to say with a mouthful of food.
Well, Sensei, you know, what we're trying to say here is regardless of, you know, whether you think it's a ball or not, the globe is actually the one that has the positive claim. And let me tell you why. Because, well, we experience the same Earth, right? And we have an antecedent relationship of things, right? We just observe a flat plane. However, we're told that it's actually curving, right? We experience, you and me, no motion of this Earth, but there's a positive claim that it's spinning, right? And me and you breathe gas pressure even, right? We're breathing right now and talking to each other. But,
right.
Well, in the globe's case, right, it's somehow breaking natural law, right? And experiencing gas pressure without containment, spinning through an ever vacuum of nothing. So I would say those are three pretty big positive claims of the globe, regardless of whether, you know, you want to be on the globe side or not. What we're trying to tell you is we all knew the globe too. We all didn't want to research, you know, our observations, right? We didn't want to look into it, right? Flat Earth, that must be dumb, right? Like so many others. But when you actually do test the globe for yourself, this positive claim, you'll find that it's not there. And if it's not curved, what is it?
Okay, I understand, but here's the thing. I never made that claim. That's what you're not understanding.
I even said you didn't make that claim.
Okay.
Relax.
Okay, so then we're good.
Do you understand the globe claims, though?
I understand what you're saying. I'm not gonna make my claim on this because my claim is irrelevant. All I was trying to do is play devil's advocate and say, hey, you're claiming this because you said you know. Perfect.
Yes, we know. You said it 3 times.
If you're claiming something, so if you claim something, you have to give burden of proof. And if you ask me, you prove that it's not, that's a burden of proof fallacy because I never made the claim.
About the moon, or did we make claims about the Earth?
We're making claim. Okay, you're making claim about the Earth is flat. So then a globalist, a globalist. Okay, let's even go with horizon. Let's say a globalist said horizon. That's not the moon, right? You would then have to provide proof that the globalists are wrong and you're not. But if someone
Yeah, we
says
have many times
if-
actually.
Too easy.
The globe geometry is falsified many times. You can do it yourself actually.
Okay.
It's one of the most
I
easily proven things you can do actually.
Yeah,
Sir,
the
I understand.
horizon is
I'm just
horizontal,
trying to say.
right?
You're
My
giving an
point
example
is-
and it's going down in flames.
Look, my point is, I didn't make the claim. So if someone makes a claim, they have to prove it.
Yeah,
and
stop
if you make a
hiding,
claim,
bro.
I'm not, bro. I've never made the claim.
Yeah, you are. You're hiding like a little coward.
Okay. First of all, let's address this real quick. Let's address the fact that you keep claiming that we've made a claim. Stop it.
Yes, that the Earth is flat. That the Earth is
No,
flat. You
stop
didn't make
it.
that claim.
That's
no,
not the
that's not a
claim.
claim, bro. Did you not hear what Flatman Can said?
No,
He
not
said,
really.
"Don't take it personal and just listen." Listen, the standing positive claim for years now has been that the Earth is a globe. The Earth spins. Those are positive claims, right? To say that the Earth is flat, looks pretty fucking flat, measures flat, it's not a claim. These are observations. Observations are not claims, okay? So please,
That's a claim.
Stop claiming that we're
That's a
claiming
claim.
stuff, bro. Why do I don't understand why people come in here all the time and claim that we claim stuff that's not a claim.
So you just don't want the burden of proof.
Projecting.
Dude, I think you really need to like study down on ultimately what the burden of proof is and what it's for. This is for positive claim. Saying the Earth is flat, it's not a positive claim. It's observably flat. I mean, you look out the ocean, you don't see curve, you see flat, dude. You go out to the Great North American Plains in the middle of fucking Kansas or whatever, all you see is flat. You go and hang out on some salt flats, all you see is flat, bro. So this is the see, right? The key word here is see, right? With your eyes as an observation. So nobody's making a claim. They're just like, hey, man, this is what's observed.
So let me ask this. So if someone says the Earth is flat, that's not a claim?
No, it's not. It's an observation, like Flatman told you. When you go outside, me and you go to the beach, what do we see? Do we see two different things?
I don't know, you see sand, you see water. You go to the
Right?
beach,
And if
you
we
see
keep
sand.
looking out towards the horizon, do we see two different horizons? Or do we both see a flat horizon? But the globalists would claim, no, it's not actually flat, but it's curved. But we both see the same flat horizon.
I don't know, I guess. All I'm trying to, whatever. If you guys don't understand, but
I think it is you who doesn't understand, man.
I understand, bro. I understand. I just don't understand how you can say, oh, if I say the Earth is flat, it's not a claim. Like that's crazy.
The burden of proof lies upon you because you're going against what you witness. When you walk outside and I see flat and I say, hey, it's flat, that's not really a burden of proof on me because I'll just point. If you say to me, oh, you've got the burden of proof, I'm just going to point to the horizon. That's it. Game over.
That's not how burden of proof works, but okay.
But it is. You've put the burden of proof upon myself. I've pointed to the horizon. I see flat. I'm pointing to flat. There you go. You're the one now who has a burden to prove to me. Your claimant as a baller is it's curved. So, prove your curve.
I never made that claim.
Dude, you can't look at it at this as some sort of mock debate. The way it is, whether you like it or not, the 39-59 mile radius ball is the only claim, the original claim and the claim.
Let me ask you
Just
this.
remember,
Sensation.
Sensational, when you started off, you said you didn't want to debate. So are you here to learn or are you here to debate?
No, I was asking a question, and then...
But you didn't want to debate.
No, I'm just here to listen to you guys. That's all.
Well, it's fine. I think you realize that asking a question about the moon was not, in fact, asking a question about flat Earth or, the Earth that we stand on, right? So we moved on to these kind of globe claims, and you keep thinking that maybe it's the burden. But let me ask you, do you know anybody who's measured the curve of the Earth?
Not personally, no.
Okay. I mean, at least you're honest. Yeah, I mean, don't you think that'd be kind of weird? That, I mean, you'd think it'd be a field trip in 5th grade. Everybody would go out and actually, hey guys, we're going to go measure the curve. It's so easy because we live on a ball. They really left that one out, right? Instead, gave you a model of a globe in the classroom as early as kindergarten, right?
Right.
How about the spin? Do you know who measured the spin of the Earth?
I'm not really focused on that.
I'm just asking.
No, I know. I'm not taking it offense. I don't get offended by anybody.
Oh, sorry, your mic was cutting out a little bit.
Is it cutting out now?
It's back.
Good. It's back. Okay, yeah, I'm at work, so if it gets windy, just let me know.
So I know you want to ask us questions. Is it cool if we ask you some questions?
You can ask, doesn't mean I'll answer. But far away.
No, how fair is that, right? You come in here, you ask questions, fully expecting us to answer, but then
fair enough.
You can ask questions to you.
No, fair
you're not
enough.
getting
Fair
an answer. That's not right.
Fair enough.
Yeah, let's be fair, bro.
Oh shit! Hold up! I want to show you guys some shit. There's military helicopters up on my shit right now. God damn it! Fuck. Ah, damn. Video's not available. I got military helicopters up on top of me right now.
Okay, stop freaking out. We're here to focus on
Go
the
ahead and mute yourself and come back to us.
Yeah, them shits look like helicopters from Avatar.
What are you trying to give your troop locations away to the enemy? Like, just focus on the information, man.
All right, go ahead. Someone wanted to ask me a question?
Yeah.
Can you read an analog clock?
Analog clock, like a regular clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know how to read it all the
that's
time?
an analog.
Yeah.
Yes. I know how to read. I know how to read a regular clock. Yes.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Good. My question to you now is plain and simple: yes or no? Are you a globe believer?
Me personally, I am.
When about 20 minutes, half hour ago, you said, "I'm not a glober. I'm just playing devil's advocate."
No. I said I said I never claimed to be a glober.
I heard what you said. It's all good.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I just clarified that with that question, asking you if you are a globe believer, and you said yes. So
correct.
Now I need you So I need you to understand something, right? Being a globe believer, there's a whole lot of positive claims that come attached to that, and you either can try to prove them, right, or you can really get into it and figure out, this really cannot be proven. There's all these positive claims for a globe Earth that spins at 1,014 miles per hour, and it goes around the sun at over 66,000 miles per hour. Well, the whole thing is just trucking through an expanding universe at some like ridiculous Mach 88 or some crap, right? So, but how would anybody go about proving this? How is it proven?
I didn't hear that last part you cut out. Can you repeat it?
I said that there's claims of a globe Earth that's got a set dimension, it's a set size, that spins, but I want to know how can that be proven? How could you prove that? What's your proof for that?
That the Earth being round? That's what you're asking me?
Yes, yeah, the Earth being
Okay,
round and
so my
spinning,
argument-
like,
You're either
for that.
games or you're not listening because she asked you twice.
That's cutting out, sir. I'm at work. I made that clear.
No, you're coming in crystal clear for me, bud.
Okay, I'm at work, so it kind of cuts out. So if you're asking me,
Okay, I'm also at work. Right on. Cheers to the working class.
oh, right back at you. My argument for proof to how the Earth is round. I would say, like the eclipse, the horizons, and not only that, I would also say, the fact that the different time zones on Earth, if everything was flat, wouldn't everything just have the same time? That's another argument.
No. The time zones don't make. If you actually lay it out and really study the time zones, I didn't until I got on this flat Earth, globe Earth stuff. And when I looked at the time zones, I'm like, you sit there and you really think about it, right? There's less time zones up near the north, and there's more time zones the further south you go. The thing is, you would have to have like a pear-shaped Earth to even account for that, right? So things like
but the thing is, like, okay, I'm in Florida right now. So Florida, I don't even know what time it is, right? So in Florida right now it's 3:08. And Las Vegas is 12:08. It's a 3-hour time difference. If the Earth is flat, how does that logically follow? Like, how does that explain?
only has to do with the position of the sun, and the position of the sun and what the sun's doing is not going to tell you that the ground that you stand on is a ball, is it? Does that logically follow?
Oh, what does the sun and time have to do with anything? I didn't bring up the sun. I said different time zones.
Yeah.
Are political.
Okay.
Well, when I brought up the whole thing with the moon, you guys said we're talking about the moon. I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about different time zones,
brother.
Right. I'm just trying to tell you that time zones are, and like you said, political, and just contingent on the sun. Like, where's the sun at? Right.
Jenna, your position makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. It literally doesn't.
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry,
You're
like,
saying
it
that
literally doesn't make any sense. Like, you're just gibbering.
You know what's funny, guys? Hold on. You know what's funny is if my position didn't make sense, any one of these flat earthers would have jumped in and cut me off and corrected me already.
Nah,
isn't that right, boys? Isn't that right, boys?
When I made a claim about the moon, you guys said we're not talking about the moon. We're talking about Earth's geograph. Fair enough. We're not talking about the sun.
Exactly.
We're talking about the different time zones.
Yeah,
what does the sun have to do with different time zones?
Jenna covered the time zone.
Are political. And I also heard we're not happy with this time zone. Let's move it.
Time zones are they're literally like they exist.
They're
like if you fly,
they are designated by humans.
Listen, yes, but backed up by science, right? Listen to what I'm saying.
Listen, shut it. Jenna already covered the time zones fine. She did a perfect job of doing that. I heard this gentleman mention horizons are part of the reason he believes in the globe. What do you see when you observe the horizon, sir?
Well, when I see a boat go too far, I do see it disappear. But I didn't use that as my argument. I used up the time difference zones, and she said because of the sun.
You brought 3 different things, and horizon was one of them. You're claiming the boat's going over the curve. Okay.
Yes, I've seen it. So that's one. If it's anecdotal, okay, whatever.
Flatman, what distance can the human eye possibly see? Can you answer that question?
Great distance.
The human eye see?
Yeah, and give
me a number. Give me a number.
You can even see further, hundreds of miles with assistance. With assistance.
Do you understand perspective? Do you understand that your perspective changes?
Are you going to fucking listen while I'm answering, or are you going to talk over me? Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? What the fuck is wrong with you? Holy fuck. Go ahead, speak amongst yourselves, because you obviously don't want to listen to me.
why you gotta ask him, Flat Man. I'm sorry. Am I interrupting you? Interrupting me? Yeah, bro.
Okay, sensational. When you get home this afternoon, I want you to grab 3 cups. On one of them, I want you to write the word flat. On another, globe. On the third, both. And all of the possible things you could imagine, I want you to ask yourself, is it globe only? Is it flat only? Or could it be both? And drop that idea in one of those appropriate cups. And see how you come out.
Well, I would like to get back to the discussion with the lovely lady, with the time zone, if you guys don't mind. Unless she doesn't want to engage in that no more.
The time zone thing's pretty much covered, mate. Time zones are political.
Yeah, covered that already. It's political, and it only really has to do with the position of the sun.
Oh no, you said the position of the sun. That has nothing to do with time. So
Yes, it does. When the sun is
It has a lot to do with time.
12 o'clock. That's it.
It has everything to do with the sun. Absolutely everything.
So the sun dictates time?
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. All right.
They monitor the sun's action and they use it for timing such things, for like GPS. Timing is very, very important. And the celestial
timing
body
and time are two different
things for that.
Timing and time are two different things. Just so you know.
Have you seen a sundial? Have you heard of a sundial? That is a clock using shadows and the sun's position.
Yeah, so there's a dying blue star.
Yeah, and it works. What's your point?
My point is the sun is definitely used for keeping track of time.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Okay, can you prove? Can you post that on the side chat to prove your claim?
If you wake up at every day 8 in the morning and the sun's in the same spot, you could rest assured your clock is somewhat dependent upon the sun somehow.
It
doesn't mean anything.
Kicks in.
I've got a solar clock that like literally depends on the sun. It's pretty cool.
No, not the function using photovoltaics. We're talking about actually just tracking a time.
Exactly, and I don't think the sun can do.
You're telling me every day at sunset you don't notice the sun going down at exactly the same fucking spot, apparently, and it's also the same number flashing on your little 7-segment LED clock as well? Yeah, I know. But if you just look at today versus yesterday, they're pretty much the same. Whether the sun is in sync with my clock or my clock is in sync with my sun, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you're still losing one little factor, mate. The sun is not the ground. See, this is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 we give a shit about the sky.
What are you talking about, man? I'm telling you that a sundial doesn't prove anything.
Well, actually, it's a sundial because it creates a shadow based on
the sun casts a shadow. Wow.
Because the sun is moving, not the Earth.
Where's those Earth dials at?
Time zones.
That sundial would also have to be level.
Where's the Earth dial? Oh wait, that's right. It's a sundial.
Do you guys believe other planets are flat as well? Do you guys even believe in other planets?
It's not no beliefs. That's the problem. It seems to me like you made a projection.
We see the
you made a
same
projection.
lights in the sky too.
Okay, are you sure that other planets are flat?
Question is not about the other planets. The question is the state of the Earth.
I understand. It's just a question. It's just a question. I can't answer.
How do you know that we are a planet? How do you know that we are anything like any of the lights that we see in the sky?
Because we have scientists and we have astronauts, we have astronomers, we have.
That's what they told you. Yeah.
Compelling
It's
argument.
a nice story. It's a great story. The whole globe that you believe in came from flat Earth elevation angles to celestial bodies, and that's how they created the globe that you believe in. It required a flat Earth to create it, and the globe exists in the celestial sphere where the stars are. That's where your globe is. Geographic locations on Earth have a place up in the sky that's related to and reference to a star at a particular point in time. Coming back to the timing thing. Time is very important because it's needed for navigation as we navigate with the stars. So there you go. You got to measure the Earth flat before you can have the globe in the first instance.
Whose mic is that? Sensational? Okay, I'm just going to control your mic for you since you can't.
I do think it's kind of interesting, Sensei, how you said, "Oh, you're not here to debate." So it occurs to me you were just here to try to interrogate flat earthers.
No, I mean, some people are, they're just shy or insecure, right? They feel like they're going to get attacked for, believing the same thing we all thought we lived on too.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, we were all given it as children, right? I mean, from a lot of people from cradle to grave, they go their whole lives believing that they're part ape living on a spinning ball in a vacuum, And, when you're given that as a child with nothing else to compare it to, you just kind of run with it. And that's what happened to all of us. They're like, here you go, Earth is globe, I'll give you the little decoration on the desk. Ooh, it spins. It's so cool. And they give you the space fantasy and everything, and you got nothing else to compare it to. So we live and we learn, I guess.
But at the same time, to answer your question, like, okay, well, what are the other planets, right? We were taught the exact same stories, right? And we were shown the same images from NASA, RASA, JAXA, ESA, all of them, right? And we even got like really into them, right? But if you look up the word planet, it comes from the word planetos, right? Which means wandering star, right? Because there's, of course, the fixed stars, the constellations, the one that we were told were so far away, they just happen to be fixed, right? But then also the planets that are relatively closer, right? And of course, they're wandering, right? But we're not a planet, right? We're not out there in the sky, are we? Right? We're standing right here. And of course, me and you, we see the exact same lights if we're in the same spot on the Earth. Just wanted to point that out. I mean, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky.
I like reciting that. It means something a whole lot deeper when you reach this amount of truth and understanding, huh?
Yep. And notice how they don't answer it in that song.
It's never answered. Just wonder what you are. Yep, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Nobody knows. It's
Not
just
big
lights in the
gas balls
sky.
really far away. It's it's not anything like that. I guess he had to go to work.
Sorry, guys, he left. I was just explaining in the side chat that I'll unmute him, but he's got to keep his mic closed when he's not speaking, but he's gone, so sorry. I muted him because he just kept on making, like, I don't know what sounds it was. It sounded like crunching of chips or something.
His phone rubbing in his pocket.
It's all good, man. That's not your fault. Deadly, you still there? You still giggling?
What do you reckon, Flat Lloyd? It's interesting how when you're having a conversation, how all these heroes will pipe up in the background just to derail it, and all of a sudden, when it's quiet and you call one of them out, crickets.
Every time. And that's that insecurity again. You know what I mean? Which is why I always appreciate the ones that really do just come up and go, yeah, I think it's a globe. And, they suddenly spiral later, but at least they had some guts. Yeah, I was teaching actually a graphics course today, architecture graphics, and we still teach analog, right? So we have got drafting tables, parallel bars, and all that stuff. And they're all fresh out of high school, and we're teaching them perspective. And guess what we draw first? A nice, perfect, flat
horizon.
And it's funny because I almost say it with that much emphasis that they're like, "Is he nuts?" I'm like, well, we have to start off. And then I even ask them, I go, does anybody know what the horizon is? No answer. It's the moment, right, optically, in which the land meets the sky. How cool is that? And of course, it'll be and actually have our vanishing points. It'll have our diagonal points that we need to use to calculate with the stationary point so that we can actually use our optics and even calculate the entire situation on a single 2D plane and draw it.
Incorrect.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Sounded like you had something in your mouth.
Incorrect.
Care to explain? What is incorrect about that?
The state you just made is incorrect all around.
Talking about a perspective and how you draw one? That's incorrect?
Why, you were talking about perspectives? Can you elaborate?
You don't even know what I was talking about.
No, I do. But
No, you don't.
No, I heard something you said that I didn't like, so...
Sit down.
Are you going to elaborate, or are you going to concede the argument?
I just did. You weren't listening.
Okay, so you conceded?
Deadly.
Conceded what? You don't even know what we're talking about.
He was talking about what, Deadly, when you decided to step up?
He was talking about...
Oh.
I mean, he can try. But Deadly, we were talking about perspective, how it works, and how interesting enough we can even tie it to the same relationship in reality with our optics and the way that our eyes operate. Of course, for the audience. Because Deadly has pissed away. Sorry, what was that?
I said he left. He bolted.
Oh, yeah. Every time. It is interesting, though. It does seem to be, after being in this topic for over 10 years, it is great. You see, it has gained so much traction. Teaching kind of each generation, semester by semester for the last 8 years. you can definitely see it's more on the minds. It's definitely working. People are starting to question what they've been taught, just like we were. What's up, Joe? Joe, the debater.
What up?
How's it going?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Not too bad, man. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you believe that you live on a spinning globe?
Correct.
And you were probably taught the same things I was, right? We see it everywhere, right?
Yeah, of course, but I'm willing to be open to see the other side of things. So go ahead.
Have you ever tested that globe geometry?
Yes, with the circular triangles on a spherical.
Joe is deadly,
got a spherical triangle?
Flat Lloyd. Joe is deadly. That just left. He's come back.
That's cool. Let's try again. Thank you, TiVo. Isn't it funny if they think they switched personalities that they suddenly become a different persona, different confidence levels? They're like, oh man, I burned that one. Let's just make another. And I hope they don't do that in their real life. Thanks, Offensive. I did watch that show as a kid.
Device is more precise. Like for me, I would aim for a device that has an error bar that's an order of magnitude more. So if what you're trying to measure is 0.0818 radians, then I would go get me something that goes 0.0018. So it's 10 times more precise. So that if the number is out by, half, it's still,
so you're saying
2 times, it's definitely, definitely right. Whereas if you've got something where you're like, I'm trying to measure it to within, 2 radians, but my device only measures to an accuracy of 2 radians, then you're not measuring anything meaningful.
So you admit that the error could lie within the measurement.
The error could lie within the sure. There is tolerances. Any measurement has tolerances.
Isn't that what you was just arguing?
No. I think I fucked everybody up and screwed it up.
I don't think this is you. I don't think this is you. I feel like you and I are bang on understanding one another.
The error sounded to me. Trying to give credence to the error as if there was no error.
But we don't have an error to talk about, James. Like, don't get upset about there being an error to a measurement that nobody's bothered yet to do. Right? Nobody's gone out there with a device. To my knowledge, I don't know of any flat earthers or globers who've been out there and tested. So you don't even have anything you need to excuse from either side. All you're doing is going, if I'm setting up a measurement, should I go out there with a yardstick, or should I go out there with spirit level, or do I need a better device than a yardstick and or a spirit level, right?
Okay, my bad. I guess it was me.
Well, I'm saying, I think you thought I was making this absolute claim that I know it's there and I haven't measured it.
I stand corrected. But what I was saying is, every measurement has error. I don't care if it's fucking 1 foot.
Exactly.
Every measurement has a slight of error.
Exactly.
Once you start doing them in increments, the more those errors add up, right?
Yeah.
So
and would you agree as well, James? The error can be on the side of the user and of the device.
Yes, exactly. And as we progress in measurements, we do our best to eliminate those errors, right?
That's why you want a more precision device. And where I screwed up is I compared LIGO to a Hadron Collider. LIGO is a straight device where a Hadron Collider is spherical or circular.
Yeah.
And then it's like, and I was like, oh shit! And then Eggs pointed out that long story short, a straight line versus a sphere. Yeah, it's.
Don't beat yourself up over that. Like these like almost all flat Earth questions are like, most people come to flat Earth thinking this is fucking stupid, but then most people, when they start hearing the questions flat Earth asks, end up having to admit, most of them internally, most of them too cowardly to admit it to flat earthers, most of them end up admitting, at least to themselves, actually these are pretty fucking good questions that I don't immediately
like which
know
questions?
the answer to.
Can you give me one of them?
Oh, loads of them. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Why don't we all fly off if the Earth is spinning? Where should the horizon be? Like the whole question of flat Earth, to my understanding, I wasn't in the community yet, but the whole question of refraction was a well-solved problem. I would say people had talked about it and had corrections for it and measurements for it. But flat Earth was around for like a good 4 or 5 years before anybody.
You're not from China, dude. Beppis, you're unmuted. Where are you from?
Bro, is he trolling, bro?
No, he's not from China.
Is he trolling? He's trolling, dude.
Yes, you are trolling. No, what's your ethnicity? What's your ethnic background? Because
wait, why did he mute up? Why can't he talk? I'm trying to cook right now.
Okay, so not only does this Beppis guy not want to engage, he lies too, bro. You're not
liar,
bro.
Hey, CB.
Bro, man. Whoa, sorry, what's going on, dude? I'm sorry.
Dude, I promise I'll stay out of it. You can open your mic, right? I won't talk to you. How's that?
Wait, does he have beef with you, T-Dog? Is there a chick in the back? Oh, shit, I see you over there, misogyny.
He said he's in public. Why is he in public talking about global conspiracies in China, dude? Yet he says he's from China. People in China wouldn't do that shit.
Wait, does he have beef with Tita, bro, or they got beef or what?
I'm not sure. If I don't talk, if I don't respond, if I don't address anything that Beppis says, then maybe he'll be willing to have a conversation with you guys, because it didn't go too well with me.
Yeah, I heard you were like, "Bring me my fucking coffee," or some shit like that. What did you tell him, earlier? Oh man,
bro, this guy Beppis is in the Flat Earth Discord.
Just tell him to come off mute, dude. Why is he being soft?
Apparently, he's in public.
Oh my god! What was he? Was he in public earlier?
I hope he wasn't in public talking about global conspiracies.
That would be wild.
Wait, how was anyone racist?
I'm racist, so yeah, I'll be racist.
I hope he wasn't referring to me.
Dude, I'll straight be racist right now. And misogynist. And sexist. I'll be any ist you need me to be.
He left the channel.
No way. The fuck?
Hello, T. How are you doing?
We are live, sir.
T,
We are live. Oh, T, bro, you gotta cook, bro. Come off mute right now. T, you are up. T, you are up.
I can't cook. I'm driving. I'm getting ready to work. I just woke up.
Oh Lord, here we go.
I would because today, yeah, Friday, it's busy, so I'll get home late. So tomorrow I've got 2 more shops, so I'll finish in the afternoon, and I'll be free all day, and also Sunday as well. So today I can't do anything.
All right, guys, he's gonna be clocking for his chef shift on Friday. He said he's gonna cook on Friday.
Hello, Twan. Welcome to the chat.
I can't
no,
cook
you're
today.
honestly roboting there a little bit. You can't cook?
Yeah.
All right,
I'll
well,
go back.
listen. We got other chefs in the kitchen tonight. We got it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Longer. Or do you have a microphone?
We hear you breathing, bro. We hear you breathing.
What?
You got a mic. Yep.
What's your stance on the Earth?
What's your vector, Victor?
Normative.
Yeah. What? What's your position on the Earth, bro?
Say it with your chest, bro.
The normative one.
The norm. So you're a normie. NPC vibes.
Yeah, non-playable character programmed by this simulation.
That's crazy, bro. Okay, let's ask him this. What about bodies of water? Okay, is he listening? Bodies of water that you can put your body in, like maybe like a bathtub, a swimming pool, maybe a lake or an ocean. Are these bodies of water either A, convex, B, concave, or C, neither? Go ahead.
Convex.
So that's fucking cap, bro. And you know it. Okay, why would you say they're convex? Go.
Well, the large ones are, surely.
Yeah, well, we talked about bodies of water. So wait.
The larger
Are you saying that
you mentioned, like oceans?
Okay. So what about smaller bodies? What are they doing?
It depends.
Bathtub, swimming pool.
Well, they're not big enough.
So are they A, convex, B, concave, or C, neither?
Neither.
Wow. Okay, so you're saying that large bodies of water behave differently.
Yeah.
Why?
It's the scale of the Earth, homie.
I understand that, but what causes bodies of water to behave differently? If they're at one scale, they're one way, and at a larger scale, they're a different way. I get that, but I'm saying what causes the change?
The scale.
Dude, listen. That's why I brought up bodies of water, because even at a very small scale, you can have some weird things happening. For example, you put water in say like a beaker or a container that's maybe like 2 inches in diameter or smaller, you might end up with a meniscus, which would be concave water. Now, I don't think either of us would argue for water being concave. Now, also, you could have, say, like water, like a droplet of water on like a leaf or a table, and then you're dealing with the convex water again. So I would say that all bodies of water, something you can put your body in, like a bathtub or larger, behaves the same always. And there would be no difference whether you have a swimming pool that's the size of, just a regular backyard swimming pool, or if that swimming pool was the size of a country, it still behaves the same. Now, you're saying that once it gets bigger, something different happens. Why?
You are a silly man.
That's not the answer. The fact that it's bigger is already inherent. So saying, well, it's just bigger is the cause of it being different. That's not what we're asking.
So is it C convex or is it C?
What, the ocean?
The answer is get a new
Yeah,
mic.
I'm asking
brother.
Tom, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, the one guy's roboting.
I'm already got it.
Yeah,
KC, your mic needs work.
it's trash, bro. But for the other guy, you're saying I'm a silly man, but you're not even able to answer the question, dude. So, like, I mean, you can answer the question first, maybe.
Yeah, I already did.
It's inherent that it's a larger scale, so we're already aware of that. That's not. Come on, the answer. Do I need to help you out? You need like a hint, something. You know, maybe gravity. I mean, there's got to be some reason why the water behaves differently. Now, I'm gonna help you out here because we've asked this question to a lot of different globe earthers, and to be honest, you all don't agree on this one because the smart globe earthers say that all bodies of water behave the same with gravity, right? So even at a small scale, like a swimming pool or a bathtub, it's still curved just on such a small level you can't tell, but it's curved.
That's right.
Convex. Now you said you did not agree with that, my friend. You said something completely different.
I just agreed with you.
You did not. We asked you very clearly earlier if the bodies of water on a small scale are convex.
Because that little vent in your rhetoric.
Neither. Hold on. Why are you yapping? Why are you yapping? You already answered the question and said that small scale are neither. This is live on YouTube, by the way. We can go rewind the tapes if you'd like. So you didn't agree, or you just changed up your own answer, which is even more funny.
Don't be
inconsistent.
now, pal.
I haven't called you out. So, all right, we can just give you another shot. So what about bodies of water, like a bathtub or a swimming pool? Are they convex?
You're roboting now. You must have caught the
Okay,
robot.
probably. Hold on. I'm gonna bet that. Hold on. Am I still roboting?
No.
Okay, you can hear me now? So bodies of water, like a swimming pool or bathtub, you talking convex, concave, or neither?
Is that like one of your NPC prompts?
Bro, we already asked you the question. You answered it quickly. Now, what's the struggle? What's the hold up?
Wait, are we redoing it?
You changed your answer, dude. So now we're just testing you for consistency here. You know we're live, right? You know this is recorded, right? You know we all heard you say that on a small scale they behave differently when the other globe earthers say that all bodies of water. You know this is live, right? You know this is recorded, right?
Yeah, of course I do. It's 24/7.
So do you want me to play your audio through where you said that bodies
let's hear it.
Behave different scales?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so what happens? Let's take a wager. Actually, I put my computer in the car, so you have to wait a little bit. But so listen, you again, small bodies of water, bathtub, swimming pool, convex, concave, or neither.
What did I say?
You guys see what's happening here, guys? This is brilliant.
Do you remember what I said?
This is brilliant. Yeah, we do.
What did I say?
Did you said? Well, I said, well, why do? Remember when I said, why do larger bodies behave differently? You said, well, because of scale. Or you didn't say that either.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, you're just trolling at this point.
Dude, they all behave the same way.
You just changed your answer.
No, let me
after we called you out.
I told you that it's.
We don't need you. We don't need your help. We just got you.
You
we
just
got
want
you.
to hear yourself talk, dude. So I'm done.
Not really. We heard you talk when you said
every
that.
Time I'm about to explain something to you, you go back to the
water behave differently at different scales.
You keep going back to the rhetoric.
What rhetoric? We're just laughing at you. You're dumbass.
Dude,
what are you talking about? What rhetoric?
Silly man.
Yeah, so are you. When you change your answers on the fly, you've got a really
No.
consistent worldview so much that you're changing it up.
Sir, no,
Having to plan to
sir.
measure you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You don't change your answer, dude.
You belong in the
At a
league,
larger
then.
scale, they're convex. Bro, dude. I'm
Yes,
calling your
at a
dumbass out
larger
for
scale,
inconsistent
they are
behavior, not at me.
noticeably convex. Yes.
Oh, what else? That's not what you said earlier.
I can't
Alright,
detect
so
the
it's false.
curvature in the glass on my desk, but I can detect the curvature of
So is it curved or no? Is the bathtub convex, concave, or neither?
Dude, I can't deal with you.
Yeah,
You're
see-
roboting like every other sentence, so
Oh, here we go, bro. Here we go.
come back
Classic.
online when you get home.
Mic check. Mic check. Mr. Roboting.
Now you sounded good at my robot.
I mean, you guys hear? You guys hear? No, we can hear you. Surely you guys can hear. All right, go ahead.
Is it called C convex or is it called sea level?
Sea level is an elevation, dummy.
Wow, that's fucking incredible. The question went right over your head, dude.
It wasn't a question. It was more stupid rhetoric. Yo, see you guys later.
Not really. Yeah, you just got cooked. Oh my god, this guy's fucking retarded. Can someone tag him in the chat? Like, can we get a name off of him?
I didn't say it proved. He
space.
just asked a question about where it started, so I gave
Oh,
him
you're
my
saying
most
so?
likely
I got
answer.
you. So it originated from that. You're saying, but now how did they get the water to stick on it? Right?
Yeah, exactly. So, like if the conflation is so old, that's why they've been deferring to it for so long, all the way through, like from the dawn of modern sciences, and the idea is older than the dawn of modern sciences, which is where Newton and all that comes in.
Yeah, they use the discoveries for deception, yeah.
Right. So if your premise is wrong from the start of your like scientific development, you have to go back and look at what you founded it on.
Yeah, if you know to go back. If you're able to critically think that way. And yet, my older sister, she is a biologist, very smart, very intelligent. But when I bring up the flat earth, she's like, oh, don't give me that crap. I'm a scientist. You're a biologist. You're not a geologist. You're not an astrophysicist. Like, can she even wrap her head around not knowing a single thing about the heliocentric model? No, it's sad.
What model? Does she know what science is? Does she know it's just a method?
Obviously not.
Well,
So she's indoctrinated in pseudoscience like the whole world.
But dude, she's so smart, man. She's so fucking smart. It's so sad.
It's what I said about subtle forces, right? Most of biology is done through the study of chemicals and the structure in the microscopic world. So they can just say the rules that are making all of that function is gravity. And then her entire scientific pathway is predefined on a fallacy.
Right, but what is gravity?
It's nothing. It's just the mechanism they make up anytime they take a subtle reading. And they think of a way that gravity could cause that subtle measurement to be accounted for.
I reckon they've used something they may have an understanding about and replaced it with gravity, but yet we're yet to learn this.
Well, yeah, that's probably very true because if you look at like the main scientific change from the 19th century to the 20th century, they took ether off the periodic table. But if we look at how electricity development started at the same time, and we have a modern field of spectroscopy when electromagnetic fields interact with gases, that observable effect in things like St. Elmo's fire is what they would have called ether.
Please don't tell me you're an etherite.
No, I just told you it's just a misappropriation of understanding the spectroscopy of electrical magnetic fields in gas.
Yeah, keep an open mind, don't conform. Yeah.
There's in the back of it's funny with that ether, because in the back of the what do you call that? How do you get your internet? That box they use, there's a plug.
The Ethernet cable you're referring to?
Yeah,
the
it says
Ethernet.
Oh, whoa.
It's like there's so many definitions for ether.
I can explain that to you if you want. It's like the Ethernet is like the phone line, and the internet exists within the server towers that run by connecting through the phone line system called the Ethernet.
Where did the cats come into play?
That was considered the place of the gods, right? The ether, where the gods were.
That's interesting. Do you have any quotations for that reference?
God, who said that? I'll find it. Somebody was saying that. Adam, the Adam Meakin, was saying that he started looking into it, and it was considered the sky of the gods was the ether. I'll find it. Give me a second.
I mean, I'm going to take this stuff that you're giving me and bend it into something much more interesting, but I never make a point of trying to make that the focus of the conversation here.
What happened? I leave for 5 minutes and the room goes silent. What the?
Here I found it.
He's looking up the
Let me
quote
read it
for
to
me.
you. It says the Greek mythology ether, Aether, the personification of the bright upper sky. According to Hesiod, he was the son of Erebus at night and the brother of Hermes. This sounds like a. This is not the one I was looking for.
They might have meant the Milky Way when they said that, like the brightest part of the night sky.
You sound frustrated, Mr. President.
Don't worry, I'll get these dogs.
You got this.
Are you there, Jedi?
What happened? I leave for another 5 minutes. She goes silent again. What's the go?
I'm searching for the ether realm. I'll wait for the Adam Meek, and he has a whole thing on it. But is Nathan coming here today? Should be, right? It's Friday, right? No, today's Thursday.
I don't know. I'm in the future.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask Jedi more about his drops in the chat there. And I was thinking about how in the movie Contact, they go to this point in space, right? And it's different to the rest of space. It's a portal to another realm. So yeah, I'm not going to go into how the spaceships themselves are opening portals on the ground, but it supports my theory about the Pentagon's involved with all these big budget projects that are actual psyops, so people don't work out what they're seeing.
Yeah, it's beyond their comprehension, I think.
Well, the forensic method reveals everything beyond comprehension. It just involves isolating every single thing to its most single iterative form and then comparing it to where it fits into the rest of the stuff. So you can do that with any video in super slow motions and zooms. And that's where I get most of my data for these conclusions I come to.
Yeah, and slow motion, that makes sense, because if we didn't get this information in slow motion, then it'd probably overwhelm us in reality.
Again, it's a subtle field. So once we make observations that are happening in quantifications of seconds, of increments of seconds, I should have said, we can say that things happen at that speed because gravity is the thing which is quick enough to do it all everywhere. It's just circular logic to infinity. Literally, that's what it means. It means circular logic to infinity. That's what infinity is.
All right. It's all around us too.
Yeah, I haven't seen that Contact movie in so long, but now I see that GIF, it's like, boom, bang on my concept. That's what the landing platforms are. They're witchcraft rings.
Yeah, gotta love confirming it.
Well, that's the fun part about confirming subjectivity from more of the stuff that they're showing you. Because at the end of the day, you get to all of these hypothetical idea sets that you've drawn from data that you set out to look at from the position of they're lying about it. So you don't know what the real answer is.
Yeah, it's quite easy to debunk, but it's hard to find truth, isn't it? That shit's freaking hidden and locked up. It's in a vault somewhere deep.
Yeah, under the Vatican, most logical place to start.
Yeah.
And there's another thing that I wanted to say yesterday, but I was running out of mental energy. So I saw this thing about how Microsoft, out of all the different people who utilize servers in the internet, they're the only ones who built these massive pressurized containers that look like giant gas, like, where you go to the fuel station, there's a giant cylinder of gas sideways. So he drops those into like the deepest part of the ocean. What do you think he's doing inside of them? I'd say it's where the ISS is actually filmed from. And of course, the reason that they give is that Microsoft needs more servers than anybody else. So they have to stay at the bottom of the ocean to stay at the coldest location possible. Right.
Why wouldn't they just refer to CGI?
So who's the flat earther here?
Well, if you've got a physical set that nobody can actually find in the world, it's because it's at the bottom of the ocean in something which looks like the ISS. If you look up what I'm saying, you'll see where I'm going with it.
Yeah, I'm taking it on here, and
But they do actually have training facilities on the floor of the ocean. Yeah, they talk about it. They actually talk
Wow,
about their
that's
training.
so fucking coincidental, right?
Okay. Ooh, new information. Love it. Yay.
Yep, and it also supports everything else I'm saying about getting as low as you can to establish radio contact with the lower fire realm.
Yeah, it's one thing I've been looking into pretty hard lately is frequencies. They do a lot more than we think. They have a lot more cause and effect than we realise, I reckon. All the bells being destroyed. Like, why would they destroy all the bells?
Yeah, I was trying to explain this to one of the main that kind of posters on X, and it's, to me, not the bells specifically themselves, right? But the way the frequency acts on your body, and your body actually acts like a bell, but it needs to be triggered into that by successive patterning of resonance, which builds over resonance until you experience valency shifts in the water of your body, which is what alchemy is actually. So, I've told you in 10 minutes what aether is, what alchemy is, and how the bells are actually a metaphor for activating high properties of matter inside your own body.
Yeah, so intriguing. How can the average person not be intrigued by this shit and not want to know what really is, and not just conform to something that they just believe and can't prove? I truly don't get it. I'd rather know how it works and understand how it works. That light switch switches that light on and off. That's not good enough for me. I want to know how that light switches that bloody light on and off. And get into the detail of how that's doing that shit. Instead of just conforming to, oh yeah, it just does it because it does.
Yeah, it's the neurochemical release of curiosity that's driven humans forward for as long as they've existed. It's the power in brain chemicals.
Yeah, it makes us thrive. It's probably why the rest are so easy to control, because they don't really have that motive. I kind of see that they want to have the motive as well. Like, you can see that it's there, but too deep. They don't even know it's there. They can't bring it up. You can see that it's possible for them to open their eyes, but they're just too far gone. Very smart people have studied our brains and how the human body works for a very long time, and we can't deny that.
Well, yeah, of course, dude. Like, when you go back and look at the way it's one company called De Beers, which created all the ideas around diamonds, because they were found in vast quantity by that company. So they set the pricing structure and the idea that they should govern wedding rings and all of that jargon, right? So they get you into concepts as young as possible, like Santa Claus, right? And then they slowly peel off layers of the deception that you're like normalized to in your experience of wonderment and like learning about the world, right? So at some point, you just got to realize that there's more than Santa Claus out there. and you got to go out and identify all of the Santa Claus idea sets. But you're not even meant to realize that. They don't really like you realizing that, but they can't really say that. They won't really punish you for doing that. They'll just say that you're an exceptional human and try to make use of you. You know.
Yeah, and be, ridiculed and cast. But yeah, Santa's where it really starts, as it, once your parents lie to you and you've realised they've lied to you, you may not realise it at the time, but deep down, you have a bit of mistrust for your parents due to the whole line for how many years? Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny. Who are you going to refer to? The authority? Your parents have already lied to you. The authority, that they're meant to be helping us. They're meant to be looking after us. Yeah, I'm gonna go towards the authority now. Parents can't be trusted.
Yo, what's up, flat earthers?
Hey, what's up?
I just surprised this VC is bigger than everyone else's. That's insane.
Because we're popular and awesome, though.
It is.
Well, it's hard to find a channel, where people have respect for each other and don't, talk
Everyone's
over each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot I was in this one where it's a liberal one, and they were talking about doxing conservatives as a joke, and they were calling me illiterate when I really never said anything. They just assumed I was a Trump supporter.
Yeah, well, that's sad. Let's get on topic. Are you still confused? Do you think it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space? Defying all laws of physics?
Well, someone asked me, right, what's the shape of the Earth? And I'm like, well, is it oval or a circle? And then I got muted.
Yeah, flat isn't an inherent shape, though. We know it's flat, we don't know the shape.
Yeah, okay. So the shape is a mystery.
Yep.
Yep, there's mystery to life. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh shit! I just thought of it. What about the core?
Accepting everything you're told gives you arrogance. Accepting that you don't know everything gives you wonder and mystery.
Yeah, I was told a lot about the gash and geo resolution. Is that the right word? Or everything at a distance is blurry because of the gas.
It's one of the many made-up words that we'll hear. But yeah, you've been told a lot of crazy things, my friend.
Yeah, so the first one was that you live on a particular shape, like a sphere, even though I think you just kind of realize flat Earth isn't a shape claim, because flat is not a shape. But we've realized that the surface property of Earth isn't curved, so we call it flat Earth. But you asked about the core? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I just thought of it.
Well, if you think about it, they tell you about the core, right? And that there's multiple layers. You got the crust, the mantle, the outer core, and an inner core, right? And they say that each of them even actually have these crazy temperatures. I think it's actually the hottest in the very center, right? Where it's supposedly iron. However, this is what we meant by goes against physics. When you heat up iron past a certain degree level, right, it becomes molten and it loses its magnetic properties. However, contradictory, they tell us that, well, the magnetic field of the Earth comes from the core. So how are you going to get a magnetic field from something that has lost its magneticness?
It's called Curie point.
Another interesting fact is that we've actually only dug into the ground 7.6 miles. And oddly enough, the Russians were doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. Almost like a Earth digging race as much as a space race. And it makes a lot of sense when you've heard about Operation Paperclip, where after World War II, right, they took some of the smartest people that were creating those weapons and V2 rockets, and they go, here, half of you guys create NASA in the US, and half of you guys go ahead and start RASA, right? And then we'll have you guys battle it out, even though you're essentially friends in space, but on land, you'll be enemies. Right? You know, eventually we get to the ISS, but anyway, it can be quite a lot of information. They told us definitely a lot of lies to support the various things that they're doing with our money.
Interesting information, I must admit, because you just taught me something. So we always learn with the flat Earth. And heliocentric, you're just taking in information, not proving a single thing.
Well, I'm kind of confused because iron doesn't necessarily generate a magnetic field on its own. It's just attracted to magnetism, isn't it? Because of like the motion of the fluid in the core of the Earth that creates the field. I'm not an expert in this, but that's just what I
Well,
understood.
yes, that is how the story goes.
Yeah, the fairy tale, yeah.
But in
Yeah,
which
I
way
mean,
are
the
we going
only
to
way
verify it?
to
Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the magnetic stuff actually happens in the surface because that's where you'd have the maximal vibration concentration between the layer and like the layer of ground and the atmosphere and just under the ground where the like the force of the lava is rising up and maximizing there as well. That's why you see the stress point is the volcano and the massive volcanic energy under the Arctic and the Antarctic is why we have that diffraction in the sky. That's what it's generating. It's the frictional motion of the moon interacting with that solid state field that moves light around. Just press on your eyes and you'll see the image spin around in the direction you press. That's the lens of sky.
Probably have to repeat that 10 times for me to take that in, but cool.
Well, it's pretty basic, right? The things in the night sky move to a fixed rate, and so does the moon. If you push on your own eye with your finger, through your eyelid, of course, you'll see what you're seeing moves according to how you interact friction onto the lens.
Copy. And how you transfer magnetic attraction is by rubbing it onto another
Well, yeah, you're a biomagnetic field, so that's why it's going to displace light that way when you like physically displace the field. So the movement of moon in night with the polar interactions is why the stars proceed that way. I realized this very recently, of course, but it was AI that actually brought that part of it in when I was trying to connect different points of data, and it gave me the actual scientific principles that I can repeat.
one of a kind AI, isn't he?
Well, Grok is. I think Grok is the only actual useful one, but that's because I communicate differently to most people.
Yeah, as we do.
I mean, they call it neurodivergence, but it's not even the right understanding for what consciousness is. And AI and consciousness, like they have analogs, but you got to look at motive and intent and like what you'd want the thinking process to involve consciousness with, because I don't think it's inherently consciousness just because it's electromagnetic activity.
Yeah, it gets pretty deep into the spiritual realm as well, which we don't understand at all.
No, and I try to avoid it when I'm dealing with AI most of the time because it seems to have this weird predisposition towards infernal kinds of conceptions. But at the end of writing this whole thing about how creation could be working with the flat Earth model, it actually gave me a pretty cogent example of an expression of it having a soul, which was pretty cool. Didn't expect that. It's a really nice like note to end it on.
Yeah, I've always believed in the soul, and you know, you can't really put it any other way. Really, it's something we don't understand. It's something beyond our knowledge, and yet it's there. So we can prove it. We're just none the wiser. I refuse to go back into the heliocentric hole that, you know, we were all trapped or dug ourselves out of. And yet, you know, all these fake flat earthers went down that hole again, the idiots. Don't get it.
Do you remember that 90s band Sixpence None the Richer?
Not exactly. Elaborate.
Kiss me under the milky twilight.
Got it.
Yeah, so I think like a lot of modern music, most of it is prescripted idea sets for people that they want to see without knowing what they're saying again. It's more of the same stuff, it's just using sound patterning instead of light patterning. And yeah, we're Sixpence None the Richer, and that's because we realized about a sixth of reality is actually penance for, you know, servitude to an ideology that's bigger than you and is never going to bring you any money, you know, because part of that is realizing that it's not about money, and money's what's running the deceptions.
Yeah, like the 6 upside down 9, it's deception.
Right.
What about sometimes the sun goes round the moon? The other one?
Reminds me of the
It
sweet
sounded
dreams
like
are made of these. And she points to a globe.
sounded like Pink Floyd, but what was that song?
I don't know, some ballad. Sometimes Sometimes the snow comes down in June. Sometimes the sun goes round the moon. Just when I thought my chance had passed, you go and save the best for last.
That's quite poetic, actually.
Love Pink Floyd, but I don't think that's Pink Floyd, is it?
Sounds way more modern music.
Yeah. I haven't heard Pink Floyd in ages. I should listen to it again. I'll probably gain a bit more depth in their lyrics.
Dark Side of the Moon is really interesting, actually, because I think it's all about the uncanny valley itself.
Have you heard the? Have you listened to the lyrics of "How I Wish You Were Here" by Pink Floyd?
Love
it's
it.
almost like they knew that we're being slaved by this type of doctrines. If you listen back to it, it's kind of obvious. I mean, to me.
Oh, I got a theory on how they're using sound to pattern the truth into people psychoactively. You want to hear it?
Okay.
Well, it come up in the conversation already earlier when I accounted for somebody making a vagary about where all the hidden knowledge is, and it's beneath the Vatican, right? So if you take the history of like all of the music of the Renaissance and slowly leak it out through quote musicians who have their pulse on humanity but their personalities don't match, and then you look at all the other stuff that goes on, and it kind of starts to make sense, you know? You agree to run with the agenda, then they'll give you this piece of paper that's like your hit song, and it's from a document that no one's ever going to see.
Yeah, isn't there just one person that writes all the, you know, commercial songs lyrics? Even bloody what's her name? What's her name? Okay, I don't really remember that.
Well,
Taylor Swift, yeah, they all say that she writes her own lyrics, but no, this guy's like, no, I write all the songs.
my point is, right, if you think they're not making use of the vault of human knowledge, what would they bother keeping it around for? Why would they make it the most high security place on Earth? And only the Vatican gets to know what's there.
It's got to be some benefit to it, yeah.
So when we look at like flat Earth clues in music, I think that they're in people who fit the bill consistently, like the Beatles with the Fall on the Hill. Might have been talking about Jesus, you know. It was like a recording of a catechism that came around about Jesus from the non-Christian diaspora somewhere.
Yeah. What do you think of this new artist, what Ivor or whatever her name is, that really, you know, attractive blonde?
I'm not sure who you mean. You just said about 80% of female musicians.
Oh, she's only just new. It's coming up on my feeds. And she sings about, you know, the whole, we've been poisoned with the whole topic that
Oh, wait, yeah, no.
Yeah.
I just haven't bothered looking at it because I'm too much of a music snob.
Yeah, well, her lyrics make sense, but then she sells her body like, you know, and dresses all, you know, tiny skirts and all that. And it just threw me off. And I was like, come on.
Well, I think there's a lot of messages out there that actually aren't for people who've already received the message and taken it further. You know, like there's nothing you're going to gain from listening to her. She's there for the Zoomers.
I agree. I just find it interesting.
And I think her being disinfo agent is just as credible because they're always playing long-term games and they want to have a generation who's not as sold to the balance of fact as the previous generations because they can see how that's fallen apart. That's what we're doing here. So they're trying to create more actively critical thinking people because they're also ready to complicate the hell out of life with their AI system and their robot system.
Yeah, yeah. It could be a way of them keeping people in their trap, you know, because she's got kind of half truth, but then the rest
got it
is like,
exactly. Yep.
You know, keep that shit, you know, acknowledged. Like, you shouldn't dress like that. You know, you should be have a bit more pride in your human body, and be like, no, I'm not just going to let anyone, you know, see what I've got to offer. I'm gonna let the person who I decide who deserves to see what I've got to offer. Like, come on, have a bit of respect, I reckon.
I think people's concepts of nudity are all weird and strange, but that's a topic for another day.
Certainly is. Not you. It's so easy to go off topic, isn't it? Also, I just had a pipe, so it's like, well, if anyone's going to go off topic, it's me.
Well, I mean, it depends on your thinking process, you know what I mean? But it's a lot of times hard to connect seemingly unconnected points of data.
Well, I, for one, can always appreciate the Flat Earth music connection just because, I don't know, there was something, I used to listen to like REM and, you know, that classic song, the If You Believe They Put a Man on the Moon, right? And that it's always kind of been there. I mean, one of the first things that woke me up was, of course, 9/11, but another thing was the backtracking of music, right? Like Led Zeppelin and the Beatles, Pink Floyd, when you played some of their songs backwards, that it had different messages, right? I don't know, just you guys it's kind of been the theme this morning, at least for me, is, you know, why did we think differently? I think it was Neil that was kind of bringing it up. But yeah, there was something always kind of about music that was intriguing and subliminal and very contrived, right? Extremely well designed, more than just a simple hit playing on the radio.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, man. Really profound, isn't it? And like, I don't know if everyone remembers, but the 9/11 woke a lot of people up. I'd say everyone in this channel, you know, every flat earther in this channel can remember the exact time and exact memory of when they heard that information of the Twin Towers getting struck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just like I can remember when, I tested the Earth and I tested the horizon. Like watching your child being born, you'll never forget it.
Yeah.
I woke up mid-event, right? Like I was the only TV in the house was in my bedroom, and because I've had
Sorry,
insomnia my
man.
whole life. Oh, sorry. I've had insomnia my whole life, so I always sleep with the TV on. And the rest of the family was in my bedroom, and the first tower had already been hit. And I remember having this sense of delaying waking up. Like that's how I felt. Like I normally would have woken up as soon as people came in, but I feel like I was trying to be prepared for what I was about to witness or something. And I think I can easily account for the way the buildings came down with everything I'm saying about how you can open a portal with the right resonating points, and that portal will open to a space of heat and pressure so extreme that it will annihilate anything that's around it, and all you got to do is have it drop the building to the ground. So think about why they found so much pyroclastic flow at the base of the towers.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not trying to make it about that topic, but it is an enlightening moment that I think I find it actually pretty interesting when somebody comes to Flat Earth, like say in the 2020, that was like the next trauma, right? For them was like realizing CV19 and going, oh crap, what else have they lied to us about? And actually going backwards, at least in my sense, where, 9/11 kind of jump started a lot of things, or even early music, right? And just sort of that subliminal messaging kind of woke me up about things. But I think for some people, it's pretty interesting that they went through 2020 and then started questioning the Earth, and then was like, wait, 2 buildings too? Like, in every single war? And I find that those people are actually the ones that I run into that are more, I think, what we call conspiratards. Like, everything is fake. Because I would say that's not really the answer either, right? I mean, I do think you can really microscopically look at just about everything. And trust me, I think there's always a silver lining, and a lot of it's pretty bad stuff. But, it is pretty interesting. You can't really see life that way, because we might be actually making them the bad guys that they want to be, right? When they're no stronger than us. They were basically handed this story. Somebody started this boat a long time ago, and they were just put in charge. The original people who set that boat off, like, they're not here on the boat anymore.
Yeah, that's legit, man. It kind of refers back to what I was saying before about, jumping back down back down the hole, we just dug ourselves out of. And it's very easily done.
Because I would say that is something I really do appreciate about this topic, is that every time I really do get to go outside and experience nature and kind of really take it in, it's just that much more beautiful, this whole place. I mean, sometimes it'll just put me into tears, just kind of feeling the wind, and it's just like, man, I'm so glad to be here. I don't know why I'm really here, but I really appreciate it.
Man, I can totally relate. The heliocentric did not give up at all.
Oh yeah, I remember the heliocentric way too, and staring off in the same exact kind of meditation and being just absolutely bummed every single time.
Just mind blank and still in fear, because so we're just so vulnerable. But now it's like, oh my god, I can have a bit of understanding, and there's still so much to learn. It's just intriguing.
Well, it's a victim mentality, right? Like, oh man, we're just specks on a ball, man.
Yeah,
When it's
I
more
was,
like humbled with flat Earth, you're like, whoa, why was I chosen to be here?
yeah, that's cool. I was thinking about
Hey,
this all day, actually. I learnt this at school. There's more stars in the sky than grains of sand on this earth. I think that was my first question. Like, how the frick did they count all the grains of sand? It's like, hang on, what?
All the little factoids they were making in the 90s, and they were like, this won't do any harm in the future.
Yeah. Prove them wrong.
so you know where I think the agenda actually comes from?
Mystery schools.
Nope.
Fuck knows.
I think it's the Greys, right? And the reason that's what I think is because the barrier itself likely has emergent life phenomena. So if the Greys started there and they're living on this thing which has to approximate a dome, they thought it was a ball first, and it's their Pyrrhic revenge on us to brainwash us into thinking it's a ball. Ha 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 ha!
But why would they think it's a ball? Well, it doesn't make sense when it's not observed as a ball.
Because they're living on the outside of a giant dome, and when they got to the ground, they realized that it's not. It changed everything for them.
True, because things do look curved when you observe it, really. Yeah.
When you're on the outside of the dome, is what I'm saying about being emergent life.
Yeah, I'm more referring to looking up, not down. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this is the Greys' original conception of what reality was.
I don't know. But we do have original D Rose. What's going on? New
What
to
up?
chat, haven't seen you.
What up, Big Daddy Flurf? What up?
That was Flatloid.
Hey, what's up, man? I know who that was. I was just hollering at AKA.
What's up, D Rose?
Ain't nothing. Yeah, Neil told me he was over here because I was trying to find the thing over there for us, and Neil told me, look out for the thing, but Nathan ain't drop it, so he said you over here, so I just came over to listen out.
Yeah, I think they still an hour behind, so probably.
So during so-called daylight savings, they do 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock.
Basically, or like 9:30. You know how whatever 9:18, whatever time you're gonna get
Got
to
it.
the early.
Got it.
Yeah, we decided to make things more retarded than what they already are.
Yeah, daylight savings. I don't really know what the point of it is. And then you got this one spot that like is behind like 30 minutes. Like the fuck? What part is it? Is it Iceland or something like that?
Oh yeah.
Somewhere over there, they got this weird time zone.
I think Australia too. It's like 2.5 time zones, right?
Oh, you keep Australia out of this.
But guys, how does time zones work on a flat Earth?
How do they work on a globe? You don't get it.
Conceptually. I mean, they don't even have the seasons. They don't even have the annual year right. The annual year starts what some people say April 1st, which is what April Fool's Day is. That's what the nature.
Yeah. That's
the law of nature. That's the new year. The fiscal new year for all our corporations and all our profiting for profit organizations is January 1st. So that's what we going by. I don't even blame, what's your boy they talk about blaming? Greco? The Gregorian? Gregory.
We've got a perfect block, and yet we, manipulate it and, deform it into making no sense at all.
It's wild. It's perverted.
That's the word I was going to say. Perversion.
Because I don't even think it's like they're seriously naive. But they didn't do it by accident. Like, oh no, we'll just be egotistical and we'll do it ourselves. Like, it seems like, you guys were talking about intent earlier and how specific that is. And yeah, there's definitely some design intent just about every freaking where in society, whether it be the laws and the structure or the calendar system in this case.
Well, we do know that they tell us that they're satanic. And we do know when we read the Bible that when you encounter anything satanic, it's said that they can only tell lies. That's their language. That's the rudiments of their language is motivation to deceive. So that's what the world looks like.
Yep.
It's a bit like James Brown. It's like, I can't think of a word. I'll just go, ha! Ha! It's like, a leap year. Just chuck a leap year.
I got. Here's a better word from Diddy. Take that. Take that. Take that. But it's a way for humanity to be thrown off further away from the Most High Almighty and all creation that is part of, because we're all part of creation. We're part of the birds, everything. We're part of it. You know what I'm saying? So if they can get the most supreme creation, which is us on earth, that's above all other creatures, to be off rhythm and out of sync, that's the victory for them. Because animals, they still rock with the natural. They know when to hibernate. They know when to come out. They know when to sing. Because no matter what the time zones we have on our clocks, you still hear the same birds singing according to when they see dawn come. Because they're in sync.
Yeah, I look towards the animals for guidance nowadays.
That's how the ancestors did. So, we just got pulled away from it. But when you be reawakened, you know back to go back to that. That's why when what do all the cataclysmic movies do when they show nature responding to a cataclysmic event imminent? They see where the birds are flying and where the herds are storming to. You better follow them. You better follow them.
And I
So,
know
like,
sorry, mate, you go.
Well, I was just going to link everything you're saying to the actual, what the SpaceX in particular rockets look like. They look like giant rounds being fired out of an invisible gun straight at God, straight at his most perfected part of his creation, which is the sky.
What does that remind you of? Didn't somebody else do that? Nimrod. The people in Nimrod, remember they shot arrows to spite? It's the
I've
same
never
thing.
read that, actually. That's quite interesting. Nimrod was one of the tyrannical kings of Samaria, wasn't he?
Babylonia, yeah. And what the people did, they built the tower in order to, say, we can reach the heavens. You're not untouchable. And out of spite, they shot arrows. And then it's supposed to have been the curse that was laid upon man, where the languages were split apart, and then they all became enemies among themselves and couldn't speak and communicate.
Yeah, bro. And people are like, oh, why does God allow all this, hatred and, fear and trauma? Like, can you imagine the disrespect that we've, put towards our Creator in the past? Like, it's just, can you blame it? Like,
Lest they become like us.
I wouldn't go near.
Nothing that they want to do will be unavailable to them. Basically is what it said.
And then
you know what I just realized, guys? Literally, like, listening to the conversation about Babel, yeah? If we got a flat world and we've got an ancient culture on every part of the world that's building an aligned base, you see where I'm going? The tower was covering the world.
Metaphorically, yep.
No, I mean physically. They had like all of the big flattened mountains, into the bases of a tower that they could build into rings that were closer and closer, so they'd need less and less materials as they went higher.
Yeah, I recently come across this, but didn't really get much into it.
But you know what? Back to when you say why, some people, if there is a God, why does this? Well, you got to understand the covenant of free will. Free will is unconditional. Free will is free will. Free will is free will. There is no gray area in it. The child had the free will to cross the street. The driver had the free will to look at his phone or be distracted or not see the child. And then the happening happens. And then you say, oh.
Do you know what the final piece of that the final piece of that puzzle with Babel, right, is Yggdrasil, the world tree at the center in the first age, physically connecting the heavenly realm and the earth realm. When that died in the fall, that's how things got strange. So they wanted to physically rebuild that when it was Babel.
Is it in the scriptures?
The world tree.
This information that you're referring to?
And when he says the
the
scripture, he
concept
doesn't
of
mean
Babel trying to reach heaven, right? I'm connecting that to the uniformity we see around the ancient world as being the base of a tower system that went into smaller rings as it went up. So they needed less materials to get all the way to the top of the center point, which used to be the natural connecting for when Yggdrasil would bloom above us.
Yeah, so it's up to discoveries that have been hidden, basically, yeah.
Yeah, well, they talk about that giant mountain in the Arctic. What is it, Mons Nigra? Well, that's the remnant of the world tree.
Yep. But
this is why, like, listening is so good. Globers don't know how to listen. All of these stuff I'm saying is because I'm listening to you guys.
that has to do with that magnetic, that north, why the compasses always go north. Is that all linked to that? That same center part in the Arctic?
Well, look, if the first stage was all this megalithic life, yeah, and then we see the lava underneath the ground, that's all the matter. That's where it all went. That's my theory on it.
Yeah. And like what you were saying about listening, like the information that's already in our heads is boring. We already got that. It's so good to listen and learn shit, other people's opinions, views on anything, really.
Well, some things have to be conjecture because when people ask whether it's a globe or a normie or a flat earth or a true earth or whatever, ask a question, sometimes you have to humbly just say what this guy just said. Well, that's my opinion. That's my theoretical, input. But sometimes it's best to say, I don't know. Just like if I grabbed a handful of sand, nobody, and anybody that says they can is a charlatan BSer, can tell me how many individual grains of sand I have in my hand. Same thing with when Job was asked about the stars. How many stars in the sky? Only a liar, only a charlatan fabricating fraud will claim they know or say that, well, NASA knows or this one knows or this person said, make up some person that never lived a long time ago. All the things that they do to try to make assertions. Sometimes it's just best to say, I don't know. And there's nothing wrong with not knowing that because you are not the almighty, you're not the omni-knowing. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes just humble out.
Yeah, man, I've only just started recently thinking in that way. Like, if you don't know, you don't know. And you can, make, assumptions and go, oh, yeah, that's the most plausible assumption, but yet it's still not proven. So it's not fact. You got to go, if you have not proved this as fact, it is not fact. It's simple, really. And yet we've got to train our minds to think the way we really should be thinking from the get-go. we can make the most, logical conclusion and go, oh yeah, that makes the most sense. But yeah, until it's fact, it's not fact.
Well said, man. Looks like we have Magma in the chat. What's going on, Magma?
So I just turned all that into an X post, then copy pasted it in the chat. Do you think that's cogent enough? I'm going to add another post about, because I always hit the free text limit, but I'll do another bit connecting it to, what I was saying here.
Well, yeah, I kind of wanted to tie in to that a little bit too, just because, I don't know, I do find that story really interesting, the story of Nimrod and, the Tower of Babel, because it just reminds me of NASA sort of building this metaphorical tower, shooting arrows, at the container. It's just, claiming that there's this ball, being the absolute authority of this realm and, the creation story that they give us in terms of that paradigm. But I don't know. It's, I know, completely speculation, but it's just terribly interesting that it's like the story's repeating itself, and these people weren't humble. They were deceived into thinking that they should escape, right? And it makes me wonder too if there is some sort of, like, I don't know, how do we make sure this doesn't happen again? I know, we'll tell them that they're on a spinning ball. They'll never try to escape then, like, so I don't know, it just seems very connected.
Oh yeah, there is correlation. There's correlation.
Yeah, and something modern, relating with something ancient like that's something in itself, really.
And quite recently, I don't know, I never really looked into so much the Watchers or like the fallen ones or kind of like the first beings to really kind of, I don't know, from what I'm reading, like messed it all up, right? Almost loving us and hating us for being human. And it just seems so interesting that, every time that I say they, it is kind of weird that, well, is it possible that, I mean, completely speculation, but is it possible that there were these beings, of course, as the story goes, and they've been kind of not the aliens, but what we and what a lot of mainstream interprets as alien, right?
I need to say something because you just made me think of something. Like, makes you wonder if we're here to mainly take control of our emotions and learn about all that stuff, because maybe our creators or the elites still can't get it right, and we're here being put through all this misery and pain. If we can rise above that, that says something, really. That's someone that's gone, hang on, I need to learn what hate is. I need to learn what pain is. I need to learn what, envy is, greed, all of it, basically. If we don't, then we're no better off.
And to allude to what you said, it does say that the Most High Almighty resented his creation, thus
yes,
destroyed it. So, in his own, in the Almighty's most own words, is saying, not that I made a mistake, but he resented. So to resent means, I gotta think
it's
about this again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now, like you said, history is repeating itself. Okay, we having the same Sodom and Gomorrah behavior again, the same Babylonian governmental behavior again. You got genocide, you got people, and these people that are doing all this wickedness, trust me, they are, whether they unbeknownst or not, they're descendants of the same people that worship the same fallen ones, the deities, the Baals, the Belize, the Baals, that those ancestors did, that did the same wickedness when it came to genetic splicing, when it came to doing all kinds of the just the most defiling things, incestuous, procreating, copulating. All you think, you name it, they did it. It's all happening again. All happening again.
Yeah, and I believe that just as not in control as everyone else of their emotions, of their feelings and everything, really. Would it be the way it is if they were? No, I don't think so. It just wouldn't be plausible.
You know it's deep too. And if you look at and when I say scriptures, I don't mean just that book that you pull the drawer open in the hotel and it says Holy Bible. I'm talking about Torah, Tanakh, you know what I'm saying? Holy Bible. I'm talking about, King James Version prior to transliteration, translation, all of those. And there are terms in there. There's man, and then there's mankind. Okay? You got to be able to differentiate that. See? Mankind dwells among us. See? Mankind was considered like the Nephilim. Not all of them were giants. Some of them were dwarfs. Some of them looked regular. Some of them had little abnormalities, like certain things that it was said. Like certain people may say it's just urban legend, but what they call it, cephalocytis. I forgot the name of it. It's a term where there were men that had the resemblance of dogs in the facial features. There's a whole bunch of things that Enoch talks about, the book of Enoch that's been, not included in the canonized scriptures. Other books too, but Enoch, the book of Enoch in particular, that says things that would make people raise an eyebrow, side eye, and even scoff at. But there's still connections in between the particular biblical time before and even after the cataclysmic flood that had mankind, and the descendants of them still walk today in a hybrid fashion. Yes.
You know a lot more than I do, so I've always just looked at mankind as a bit of a contradiction, in my opinion.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my daughter. Go ahead. What you said?
I'm not as, informed as you are, like with the whole biblical concepts. Really need to study it, but I've kind of always referred to mankind as a bit of a contradiction because, the way we're so selfish and stubborn, and nothing kind about that, really. Bit of a front, bit of an image. Yeah, we're kind. We can say we're kind, and yet don't even realise how despicable we are. Do we worry about all the starving children out there? All the people, getting violated and all that stuff. I hate to think about it, but we need to acknowledge that stuff, and the common folk don't. It's just sad. They just live their life like everyone else is okay, or they don't even acknowledge it because it's not a part of their life, so they don't give a crap. It's just sad what we've become, like, in all honesty.
Well, at the same time, Shaggy, I also kind of feel bad for people because we've all been indoctrinated into a societal program, right? And it makes me even more sad that I'm like, oh my gosh, all it would take is just changing the textbooks to something more truthful, and so many problems would solve themselves. You know what I mean? Like, hey guys, instead of trying to, go for the largest pile of cash first, whoever can save the most people, well, we'll get everything, right? We'll get wealth, right? Like literally just changing the words around, or going, yeah, you live on a stationary plane. But see, that's what I mean too. Like, what if you did tell everybody that? And the reason they don't tell everybody the truth now is because they're like, oh, well, they're all going to try to find the fence. They're all going to try to escape. They're all going to make a Tower of Babel. And, like, so how do we reset it this time to where they're all just kind of happy with what they have, or they'll fight for the little bits and pieces that we tell them. that are limited, but they're not. They're actually abundant and unlimited. You know, what are some of the things that we have to tell them? These white lies, you know. I guess that's what I was trying to get into earlier. You know, that's why they give us, you know, this story of a globe, and they decided to be worshipped instead of, well, giving us that chance to go, well, what if we just appreciate this place that we're at? How about that? Right. And yeah, like you guys were saying, the human construct kind of gets in the way. But I don't know. I'm optimistic.
That's cool, man. Changing the words around. I like that analogy. I've never really thought about it that way, but makes sense.
Yeah, my thing was acting up. I had to come out and come back in. But no, when I was talking about mankind, I was talking about abominations. The abominations, the descendants of abominations, the actual physical makeup, genome of the Most High's almighty creation. That's what I was talking about. In a more of a biological, genetic format of talking about it. Whereas the fallen ones that copulated with woman created, you know, abominations, and then abominations copulated with more pure human women, and so on and so on. That's why you have the Neanderthal. That's why you have the Denisovans, you know what I'm saying, in certain regions of the plain. And not to say they're bad people, but there's something different, and there is a genetic trace that they know. And some of them study just like we study, and they know what their forefathers did and what gods they served and what ritualistic traditions they had, and drinking blood, sacrificing children, things like that. Things that you think are conspiracy theories that even Roseanne and every celebrity that get disappeared and unalive try to tell people about, that is being done underground. These underground tunnels that have been discovered under Central Park and under Diddy's and Hugh Hefner's homes that people still look at as just propagandized, you know, rhetoric, fake news or whatever. But it's really linked. It's all linked together. There's correlation. And history does repeat itself. And if you forget about the past will come back and bite you by surprise. But if you're prepared by knowing the past, you can see the signs and you could be prepared for the imminent.
So what you're kind of saying is that they're no less of a victim than us, in a sense?
Who's no less than the victim? Who?
The evil ones, as it's not like it was a choice of them to be born into this, and for their, you know.
I don't know. You'd have to ask one of them. You'd have to ask one of them, but I would say they're going to be victimized either by the wrath or by self-destruction, one or the other, but it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm just kind of putting myself in their shoes from an outside view. I can't really talk to them.
I don't even go there. I don't even think like that. I would implore you not to think like that neither.
I just like to try and rationalize and not, you know, try and.
But to rationalize like that is like me pondering or even imagining me doing the things that they do. And I couldn't see myself, you know what I'm saying? So I don't even tap into that, because there are some people who are not bloodline to them and fall into becoming members and recruited by doing what you're doing, tapping into that psyche. Don't do that, because you'll find you'll be desensitized and find normality in it, and then you might indulge here and there, get a little taste of this, little taste of that.
Okay.
Well, I would say original. You're talking about like the fallen ones, right? Like
I'm talking about the descendants.
I would say, to Shaggy's point, at least from what I've been told, they actually chose to kind of be together in this, like a covenant. Like, we know we're messing up. We're going against the Creator. We're choosing this path, and we know the outcome, right? At least from what I've been getting out of the story. So it's not like maybe the humans themselves, right? I mean, you can kind of be like, well, why did they choose this path? You know, and kind of understand it from that perspective too. But I think at least in in terms of the ones that actually did the messing up, I mean, they were told to kind of watch us apparently, and instead made a covenant to like go against the creator, right? I mean, at least as the story goes, I wasn't there, but
Yeah, no. Well, that's what the story is. They were told to watch us and look over us. Instead, they congregated. They made a confederation against the Most High Almighty that created them as well. And out of spite, whatever reason, whatever motive, also finding our women, the womb man beautiful, they copulated with them, which was one of the things they weren't supposed to do. One of the number one things they weren't supposed to do, because the Most High, all knowing, knew that it would be an abomination, a defiling abomination. And then not only physically, but even the whole thing. So you look at it like this. So whether physically, genetically, that there's a connection, or whether there's recruitment of people who just like to do these things because it's more fun to do this wickedness because they want to fulfill the flesh, the lust of the flesh. Nonetheless, they all do know what the consequences are. And some of them seriously know about it because they know their history. And some of them know about it because, they're willing to do it because they either don't believe there's an existence of the Most High Creator, whatever their motive is. At the end of the day, that's why you have karma reciprocity. So this is what they do. They show you the signs so that when you do the things or ingest, drink, swallow, indulge in the things of wickedness and defilement and abomination, at least they told you, and they think